enhanced cybersecurity.
The last face-off of the game against Charlie Coyle. Kelly wins it, and it is over in Ohio. Last year, Colorado started 0-4. This year, 4-0-1, scoring 4 straight to beat the Blue Jackets for the 30th time ever here in Columbus. Final score from Nationwide: Avalanche 4 and the Blue Jackets 1.
It is a good song. Yeah, I gotta say. I love, like, when cities and states are self-aware. There's nothing wrong with Ohio. Nebraska's tourism motto, or whatever they call those slogans. Nebraska, it's not for everybody. Like, I like a little self-awareness. So the Avs are now 4-0-1 to start the year, almost a direct flip of what happened the year previous. They'd given up in 4 games 25 goals. That was last year. This year, they're defensively a lot more locked in, tuned into each other. I think adding a veteran presence like Brent Burns has really helped. They have a very sort of sticky sense on defense where they don't allow a ton of prime scoring chances. And you're seeing that thing that they did a couple years back where they're out shooting their opponents, like last night, 35-23 in shots on goal. That's not what I would say a coincidence with how you feel where this team should be. They are very much a team that if you give them opportunities, they will capitalize on them, and they really do a good job of stopping you from getting opportunities to capitalize on. I want to talk more about Scott Wedgwood in a second, but I think there's 2 things that are incredibly encouraging coming out of last night. And it's that I think the most important thing that could happen that did is not the power play. We focus a lot on the power play, and we should, because it's the thing that killed you last year. The most important thing from last night was your second line got going. Brock Nelson gets on the board. Val gets on the board. He adds another one with the empty netter at the end of the game. I think if you want to find the most crucial area where you could win and get an advantage and a leg up that most teams don't have, it's that. You had that back in 2022 with Nas Kadri in the middle of a very, very good second line. And they were able to, for how good the top line is, McKinnon, Natchez, everybody else, Lehkonen, for as good as they are, just racking up the points over and over and over and over again. If you can take them out and then throw someone else on the field and go, here you go, deal with this too. Because remember, that's a big line. Those are big dudes that play physically, that do the dirty work, that kind of encompass everything you want from a mix of skill and that sort of grindiness. And for them to get on the board like that last night a couple of different times, I think is huge because it's what you've been missing. Columbus is a good team. They finished last year with 89 points. It's a good team. But getting that second line rolling is, I think, a necessity if you want to be taken seriously as a cup contender this year. Here's the other thing. And I'm going to keep doing this because I said this during the offseason that this team gives me a lot of vibes of 2022. And it's nice that I'm having a true, because I don't think I've had this feeling at the same time before. We've known these teams are talented. But how talented can they be? I've compared them to 2022. I've compared the Nuggets. They remind me a lot of 2023. Actually, they remind me of 2023 and then some. Like a better version with more depth and more veteran leadership. But the other thing that takes me back with the Avs, what else do they have on this team that they haven't had in a while that they had and possessed in 2022? Goaltending that you trust. This is a backup. Scott Wedgwood is a backup on this team. Scott Wedgwood has been numbers-wise like the best goalie in the league since February. It's the graphic that they had up on Altitude last night. Moser and Riker were talking about it. So Scott Wedgwood in 5 starts this year has given up 1 goal, 4 to Dallas, 1 goal to Utah, 1 goal to LA. Pretty good. You go back to last year. Scott Wedgwood, towards the end of the season, was giving up, on average, for the last, 2 months, about 1.7 goals per game. You don't have a goalie you trust. You have 2 goalies that you trust. The only game that you lost this season is the Dallas game, in which you probably should have won had it not been for how good Ottinger was. And I still go back, and here's what's incredible and why I want to focus on Wedgwood a lot today. Think about the conversations that we were having the last 2 years, whether it was heading into the postseason, whether it was starting the regular season, and just the gigantic contrast that you found yourself in between your feelings now when a goaltender takes the ice and when it was Georgiev over the last few years. It's like you had to convince yourself to be like, no, this is fine. It's fine. But we all know if you're trying to tell yourself that, it's like you're not acknowledging a reality that's sticking out in your head, which is this guy's not very good, and we could be down 4-0 by the end of the first period. I mean, that's the truth. When you had Georgiev here, there was this sinking feeling that any game could get away with you at any moment, and a lot of times it would happen early in a game, which is brutal. Not only do you put your team behind the 8 ball, there is a confidence that's just not there. Does this team look confident? especially in their goaltender. If they make a mistake, do they trust that he's going to step up and make a play behind him? 100% they do. You know, there's that confidence with this team that I think is just going to continue to grow and build. And a texter says this, the other thing they haven't had since 2022 is the captain. That's true. I mean, I know that everybody says the intangibles of Landeskog's game are what makes him so special, but he's also a pretty damn good hockey player too. Still looks like he's working his way back. I mean, we all kind of understand he played a few postseason games last year, but when you're out for almost 4 years, 3.5, whatever the number was from his last regular season game, I think it's going to take a minute for you to adjust to game speed. And I think that we need to perhaps not acknowledge, but take your expectations for him down a notch or two. Because I think if you expected Gabe to come out here and be the exact same guy that he was back in 2022, it's probably not going to be the case. So he's got 1 point through 5 minutes so far this year. I expect those numbers to jump a little bit as the season goes on. But I still think you should temper them a little bit. The focus for me, though, is you have goaltending again. And they've had an offseason to kind of get to know each other, know each other's tendencies, figure out where guys are going to be, and all of that stuff matters. You know, as you kind of move forward here, they played 3 of these first 5 on the road, taking care of business in those games. You got the game tomorrow against Boston. It's going to be the only time that the Bruins come to town. But it's Boston, Utah, Carolina, and then Boston again for the next week. And I got that feeling again. And it's a good one to have. There isn't a game when the Avs are fully healthy that I'm expecting them not to win. There will be tough games. There will be games in which you match up evenly. I'm telling you, even with a matchup against Dallas, and I know they got your number, I expect them to win because I think the Avs are good. Texter says, do we have any idea when Blackwood is coming back yet? I know we asked Bednar about that. Do you remember, Nelly, off the top of your head, what Bednar told us?
Yes, he said that Blackwood did not go on the road trip, that he hung out at home, so they were going to get back from Columbus and then reevaluate him. I'm assuming that he wouldn't come in for the Boston game, so maybe we're looking at next week for a return.
Yeah. I don't know.
Because Boston's good. You may as well don't shake things up.
Well, I don't know if the way that, if I remember right, the tone in which he said it was he's getting close, but not there yet, sort of thing. So take that for what it is. Maybe that's another week. Maybe it's 2 weeks. Maybe it's 2 days. I have no idea, but it feels like it's close to being around the corner. But even still, while you wait for him to get healthy, it's like you don't feel the need to rush anything because Wedgwood's got you. It's the same as the old Frankie and Darcy thing. Darcy gets a stick to the eyeball. And you're like, good grief. Of course that had to happen in the postseason. And then Frankie steps in and plays well. Does nothing but win in the meantime. And it does feel like you got a little bit of that combo going right now. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I have a lot of thoughts about this Giants game coming up because I think there's a lot of variables that can make this game weird. But I have a hope. It's not an expectation. It's a hope of one thing that we can get in the middle of this. I think it would calm a lot of different fears. And the Giants game is not one that, at least at the beginning of the season, you had on your schedule as this one could be tough. Now, I was trying to tell you that coming back from London with no rest is probably going to be a little bit sneaky of a game, no matter who's playing. But we'll get to that in just a second. By the way, thank you, Nelly. You just sent me this. This is from Jesse Montano yesterday, that Mackenzie Blackwood is in Loveland with the Eagles, and he's doing a conditioning stint, so he is close to coming back. But if you missed it, you can find the answers on the podcast, because we talked to Jared Bednar 2 days ago. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find that, to the Broncos. And also last night, you guys remember how pissed Mike Tomlin was that Joe Flacco was traded in division? And we played it, and I asked the question, do you think he's nervous that Flacco's the coach or the quarterback for them now? And Moser said, he ain't nervous about Flacco, is he? Well, maybe Mike Tomlin was onto something. Get to all that next. So last night, Thursday Night Football, we'll get to the Giants and Broncos in a second. By the way, they're discussing this on Get Up on ESPN. Harry Douglas and Bart Scott have the Broncos, but Peter Schrager and Joe Fortenbaugh have both taken the Giants. It's a 50-50 split. We'll get there in a second. But the game last night between Cincy and Pittsburgh, in which was named the Icy Hot Bowl, which is, first of all, incredible. I'll tell you what else is incredible. Some of the throws that Aaron Rodgers can still make at 57 years old. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, he had, obviously, the last throw to Freiermuth to take the lead and what looked like probably win them the game at the time. But he had a couple where he's just dropping it in the bucket in between three guys who are sitting down in zones, just past the outreached hands of multiple guys. He is so fun to watch still, and I'm kind of blown away. And you guys know my feelings on Aaron Rodgers. Not a huge fan. But I will never deny somebody's insane talent, and he is insanely talented. Now, to the other side, to Joe Flacco's credit, Joe Flacco joined the team midweek last week, didn't look great, and it's hard. Look, man, you join a team, especially at that position, not knowing the offense in the middle of the week. Good luck trying to make that work. And then it's almost as if you watch Flacco in his second game with Cincinnati, and he's like, oh, I can just throw it to Jamar Chase. You know how many targets Jamar Chase had last night? Don't look, don't cheat, everybody, just in your head. How many targets did Jamar Chase have in the win over Pittsburgh last night? Nelly, do you care to take a guess?
1 million.
23. 23 targets.
And by the way, I just wanted on record that I've been playing the long game this whole season because I took Jamar Chase with the number one overall pick in our Altitude Fantasy Football Draft, and it has done absolutely nothing for me until now. So I've been playing the long con. You're all welcome. I've just been waiting for his day.
Well, Jamar is he's had like a couple of games that were really good, but when you have somebody like Jake Browning throwing you the football, it's going to make it super difficult. But Joe Flacco dropped back. He goes, oh, I understand the offense now. It's not that hard. I just drop back and I throw it to number one. And if number one is in triple coverage, then I throw it to number 5, and then we win. I mean, that's really how the entire offense went. Joe Flacco had 47 passing attempts, 23 to Chase, 10 to T. Higgins. And then it was 4 dump-offs to Chase Brown. It was 4 throws to Noah Fant and 4 to, I always forget how to say this guy's name, Ioshovis? Whatever. It's Higgins and it's Jamar Chase. But if you guys remember, when that trade went down, there was an in-division trade. So in-division trades are rare. I think that's kind of silly, the in-division stuff, first of all, but put that to the side for a second. In-division trade from Cleveland to Cincy, so that's rare to start with. And the fact that it was a starting quarterback that got traded is even more rare. Here was Mike Tomlin, middle of the week, talking about Browns GM Andrew Berry that okayed the trade.
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
When I asked the question, did Mike Tomlin say that out of nervousness? Well, why would he be nervous? Well, Steelers had a pretty good lead on the AFC North. The only team I think they're truly concerned about is Cincinnati, that if they can just hang on for dear life with a guy like Flacco and keep their head above water, Joe Burrow is expected to return at some point towards the end of the season, and then maybe they can rattle off a few wins and make a run for it. Well, maybe those fears are real and they're grounded in reality.
Well, and Twitter did what Twitter does best and dug up a clip from Tomlin, I think about a month ago, when he was talking about the Colts and last year with Joe Flacco. And when they were playing the Colts, he told everybody, keep Anthony Richardson on his feet. Don't hurt him because we could beat him. We don't want Flacco to come in the game.
No, he obviously has respect for Flacco. Now, look, he's played against Flacco for a good portion of his life. I mean, Flacco was in Baltimore forever. And Baltimore was still, they were just as good with Flacco as they were with Lamar. Not to say Lamar isn't a better quarterback, he is, but they were still a really competitive team. Now, do I think Flacco's skills are still, how do I want to put this? Are they still respectable? Yes. Are they in the great category now? No. But a couple of really good wide receivers will help you look better. Yoshivash, thank you. Yoshivash is that guy's name, the wide receiver from Cincinnati that every time you look at it, you're like, so the I in the O is a yo? Texture says Joe Flacco never played like that here. Let me remind you, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are things. They're very, very shiny toys that you get to play with. Now, since he gets the win last night, it was the exact thing that you thought might happen. They get the ball back with 2:21 left, and they're down 1. And here's what it looks like. Flacco to Chase. Flacco to Chase. Chase Brown up the middle. Flacco to Higgins. By the way, incredibly smart play and unselfish play from Higgins at the end of that game to catch that deep ball. Had a walk-in for a touchdown, and instead slid down around the 5, 8-yard line, whatever, to burn all the clock down to the end and hit the game-winning field goal. Anyway, a really good Thursday night game. Now, to the Broncos. There's one thing you want to say. Dre Greenlaw has come off IR. Maybe he gets the start or something this weekend. Maybe not. I have no idea. This is all about the offense. I mean, here's the good news. And there's a lot of good news for the Broncos so far this year. Your defense is good enough that it's making up for the lack of offense that you have, number one. Number two, your team is good enough that you can be disappointed with a win. That's always a good place to be. That you win a football game and you go, yeah, but it didn't look good enough. Well, that's a good sign. Shows the healthy state of where your franchise is at the moment. But the bad news is you don't know if the offense is going to play well in any given week. And I've been hearing a lot of this. Colin Cowherd had like a 4-minute diatribe yesterday. And this is representative of how a lot of people in town feel. I don't think anybody outside of Denver feels this way. And I always get nervous on stuff like that. When the town is split on something, and then you look at what everybody nationally, except for Cowherd, is saying about a guy in particular, and you're like, they don't seem to be having the same sort of like split and divisive discussion that we are. I think nationally people would tell you they don't think Bo Nix is very good. Now, they could be wrong. They could be. But I think if you're being objective about things, Bo Nix has not played well this year. And you could toss out to me that he's a slow starter. And that's fine. Well, it needs to start because we're in week 7. Slow starter, I can understand for the first 3-4 weeks of the season. Starts off slow, gets it together, and then they go into hyperdrive. Cool. Well, we're past the third of the way through the season, and we're almost to the halfway point. And it's fine, I suppose, to be a slow starter when you have the league's best defense. But there's going to be a time where you don't, and that slow starting stuff is going to bite you in the butt. You know who knows that better than anybody? The team we just talked about. Cincinnati is always in scramble mode at the end of the year trying to figure out how many wins consecutively they need to get to put themselves back in a playoff spot because they start the year 1-4. I don't want to become that. So I would prefer he's not a slow starter, but if he is, we need to start seeing the start now. No more slow. Just start. Now, I sent you a DM last night, Nelly, with the Cowherd stuff. Can you just play this off your computer, and then we can sort of start and stop? And I'm not going to play this whole thing, but I want you to hear a little bit of this. And again, I'm being honest. I mean, we live in a very, very odd time politically right now where it's like you do kind of have to sift through, and this isn't a specific thing for either side of the aisle. Both of them do it. But you feel like you need to sift through somebody's propaganda for a few minutes. You know what I'm talking about? Like you'll see, especially these ones, like the TikTokers or the people on YouTube, again, on both sides of the aisle where you're like, man, your talking points sound really familiar to another guy that I just heard talk about this. Like you're saying the exact same thing. I'm telling you right now, Colin Cowherd is borderline, I think, giving me propaganda. Like he's getting texts from Sean Payton like, say this on your show tomorrow. But listen.
Listen, I said when I thought Caleb Williams was going to be really, really good, and Justin Fields probably never will be. When I first moved to Chicago, people would say, oh, Justin Fields. Well, that ship has sailed. 3 teams not working. Caleb Williams has I think to some degree has turned the corner. He's not there yet. He still misses on accuracy. But young quarterbacks are tough to judge. Sometimes they shock you how good they are right out of the gate, Jaden Daniels, and then some shock you how good they get quickly in, year 2, Drake May. Some are a work in progress, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, and some say Bo Nix. I don't think Bo Nix is a work in progress. I think he's a franchise quarterback that I wish would run more. He did last year. He stopped doing it this year.
That's true. I think that Bo Nix's lack of wanting to run the ball, and I don't know if this is a mentality thing of, I need to get better from the pocket, so I'm going to stay in the pocket. I would just remind him, damn the perception of things. Who cares? If you do something well, then use it. And the funny thing about his legs is he is really good in that category. Like, uniquely gifted as a runner. In the same sort of echelon, maybe a step below. At the top of it, you have your Lamars and your Jaden Daniels. I would put him in whatever that tier is below it. Your Josh Allen, your, who would be another guy that goes in there?
Josh Allen.
Your Josh Allen tier of just a running quarterback, your Jalen Hurts type. Like, I think that Bo Nix is in there. And he does need to use that more. So to Cowherd's credit, I agree, but continue.
He's highly effective, and I think he should run more. But I saw a story today about Bo Nix. How to make Bo Nix better, read the headline. Well, he's 23 NFL starts in. His completion percentage is 66%. Good enough to get you to a Super Bowl. 43 total touchdowns, 17 turnovers. Pretty good beginning of year 2. Passer ratings, low 90s, 92. I'd rather have it at 97, 98. But he's 14-9 in a division with Spags, Jesse Minter, and now Pete Carroll.
Okay, pause again. Again, I think that those are totally fair points to make, talking about his record. I would argue to you that when somebody with Nix comes out barking a whole bunch of stats at me, because I know they look good on paper. They really do. It doesn't translate to what your eyes are telling you, though. And this isn't to say that he's playing bad. I would say he's playing not up to standard of what you'd want. And he said 23 starts in. That's not a ton on the resume. I don't care how many. If he had 100 starts in college, wouldn't matter to me. The NFL is different. But, I say this all the time, that with young quarterbacks, there is no need to be perfect. There is no need. Nobody is asking you to go out there and be 35 of 40 for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's not the game you need. What you do need is you need the moments in the game that make you go, yep, that's why I think that guy's good. Because I'll tell you who's doing that right now in a big way is Drake May. Is Drake May perfect every week? No. But does Drake May make like 3 or 4 plays every single week where you go, whoa, okay, that's what you build on. So this isn't about some sort of Bo Nix disbelief or anything like that. What it is about is I need to see some evidence here. You need to put together a consistent game. Again, the offense has been bad more than it's been good this year. You want to call it slow starts? Fine. Go ahead. But you got to start about this week against a Giants team that's probably better than we thought, but still not great. You know what the defense is going to do against a rookie quarterback. And for all this fun stuff we're having with Scattaboo, and we'll get to Cam later, I suppose. Cam Scattaboo is a really fun story. And I think that's kind of where it ends. Decent enough back, fun to watch, throws caution to the wind. You love all that grit, grimy, sort of all that stuff that he brings to the table. And yet, I don't think anybody's going to confuse him with Saquon. Your defense is going to handle business. I want to see the offense put together a consistent game in which the offense moves the chains with regularity, capitalizes in the red zone. When the play is there, you make the play, like all that stuff. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos, and a lot more to talk about with the Broncos as we move along. But coming up next, we're going to make Nelly sing. Back after this. We'll make Nelly sing here shortly. It's a Bud Light football It's a Bud Light football Friday. That's what I meant to say. Some really intriguing college football matchups this weekend, too. But did you guys see yesterday? Amid all of the Penn State talk, hey, we fired James Franklin. Who's going to be on the board for us? Well, it could be our guy who is coaching currently in the Big Ten, but Penn State's his alma mater in Matt Rule. Or we could get the guy who says, I win, Google me.
It's pretty simple. I win, Google me.
Indiana saw that and goes, yeah, we're going to have to make the Godfather offer, aren't we? That's exactly what they did. They go out to Kurt Cignetti, and they give him a metric bleep ton of money. So Indiana and Kurt Cignetti, they agreed to a new 8-year, $11.6 million contract per year, by the way, that goes through 2033. The buyout, if somebody else wanted to poach him, is $93 million. That is what Cignetti would get in his new deal if he was fired without cause. So they looked at him and said, you're going to coach here until you die. And it was just a middle finger to anybody like Penn State who thought they were going to be able to poach him. I've always thought if you're a guy like that's in Cignetti's position, I know the appeal of having a big-time college football gig and the money that comes with it and the resources that come with it is all something that is very intriguing. I also think it's a lot more comfortable life if you're at a school that's like a rung down from that. Because if you have success there, and I would consider CU one of these places, and I think you're kind of seeing that with Deion so far. If you have even a little bit of success at a place like that, you will be adored. And the pressure for guys calling for your job is not going to be as intense. You think about Kalen DeBoer. Now, Washington's a big-time football program, don't get me wrong, but you go over to Alabama, you lose to Vandy the first time, and guys want to run you out of town already. If Indiana has another 11-1 season and makes the playoff, and then the following year they go 3-9, he's not getting fired. They're like, whatever, we got to give him more time. It's one of the beauties of being in a place like that. So I actually think he made the wise decision of not only getting the bag, but staying in a place where the expectations are lower. I think is smart. Now, what does Penn State do? Because this never feels good. When you're a school like that and you fired a coach that has at least a decent resume, with the promise that you're going to find somebody better. This is not a rebuilding job at Penn State. This is taking what's left behind and capitalizing on it. You lost a big-time head coach that you were probably targeting. So where do you go from here? So they're faced with those kinds of questions. Speaking of money, by the way, this is one of the funniest headlines I think I've ever read. So Scooball in Detroit, their ace, who has just been mowing guys down the last couple of years in Detroit. He's due for a contract. Detroit's freaking out because they're like, if somebody pulls the Kurt Cignetti and makes him the Godfather offer, can we afford to do that? This is from John Heyman. I'm going to read this out loud. Tell me if you laughed. The Tigers and Scooball reportedly are over $250 million apart in negotiations on an extension. We hear this all the time. And let's go back to last year with the Avs and Mikko. So reportedly, the Avs gave him somewhere in the ballpark of 12. Let's just call it 11 to be charitable. To Mikko. They offered him $11 million a year. Mikko wanted 14, reportedly. So that's $3 million apart per year. Over the life of an 8-year contract would be $24 million. And Nelly, we were all kind of sitting there like, man, $24 million apart is a big number. Imagine if I told you the Avalanche and Mikko Rantanen were $250 million apart on the contract. You aren't even negotiating at that point. That is just you are saluting each other on the way out the door. If my contract's up and I walk into our PD's office or GM's office and say, hey, contract's up, let's start talking turkey. And they go, cool. I got a number in my head. You got a number? I'm like, I got a number. And they go, I'll tell you what. Here's our number. And I go, just going to be honest with you, you're about $250 million apart from what I was thinking. Where do you go from there? There is no meeting in the middle of $250 million apart. I was going to give you Arby's coupons. Oh, well, I wanted 18 Lamborghinis. What if we do a Ford Pinto and I put the Arby's coupons in the glove box? Like, there's nowhere you can negotiate from there. It's done. Which means, congratulations, Scooball. Welcome to the Yankees or the Dodgers or somebody. Because it ain't going to be Detroit. But I say this to tell you, if that happens to the Rockies, it would be a good thing. Because you would have somebody that's worth $250 million or more than that. That's what you're apart on negotiations right now, first of all. Second of all, it shows that teams can be competitive despite having stuff like that going on. And that should be the goal of the Rockies, which we've discussed and will continue to discuss, I'm sure, this offseason as they figure out their new front office. Now, again, speaking of money, Lay It Down is going to come your way at 9:20. But we do this at the end of the appetizer every Friday. Nelly? Come on, everybody. Do it with us. Brett his bets. Turn it up, Nelly. Turn it up. I need it louder. I want volume on this. Come on, everybody. Bretty and his bets. Oh, I mean, is it not the greatest song you've ever heard in your life? So here's what happens. Every Friday at the end of the appetizer, Nelly sings this song, and I give you 2 games with no research. I give you a lock, and I give you an underdog of the week. My lock already kind of feels like an underdog. Don't care. Vandy, who's coming off a loss to Alabama, it was a closer loss than the final score indicated. It was 30-14 against Bama, but they had 2 red zone turnovers that led to that score looking a lot more lopsided than the game was. They play against LSU. Both teams are 5-1. LSU can't score. Vandy can. The spread is actually Vandy favored by 2.5 at home, and I love that number. I think Diego Pavia bounces back in a big way. Nussmeier has been turning the ball over quite a bit this year. I'm giving Vandy the lock of the week. Now for the underdog. This one's going to sound unconventional because Arizona has lost 4 straight, and they're playing against the Packers. But here's what's happened in the 4 losses for Arizona. They've been competitive, they've been right in these games, and they've blown it late. They've lost by 1 to the Niners, 3 to the Seahawks, 1 to the Titans, and 4 to the Colts. And they've had guys dropping balls on the way of the end zone and kicking balls into the end zone for other teams to recover. The spread's 6.5. I think them as the dog against the Packers in Arizona are going to cover the 6.5. They'll keep it within a touchdown because they have every game that they've lost this year. So there you go. Brady and his bets. Nelly, you sounded beautiful this morning. You can watch.
Grazie mille.
Yes. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs with another win yesterday. Broncos with a chance, I think, for the offense to bounce back this weekend against the Giants. Get to all that. Moser, Lombardi, Kane next.
The last face-off of the game against Charlie Coyle. Kelly wins it, and it is over in Ohio. Last year, Colorado started 0-4. This year, 4-0-1, scoring 4 straight to beat the Blue Jackets for the 30th time ever here in Columbus. Final score from Nationwide, Avalanche 4 and the Blue Jackets 1.
I mean,
I'm going to send you a link to a cheap computer.
So here's what we got. We got Moser's first. We flew in. He probably got the house at like 3:45 in the morning last night. He's on no sleep. And he sets up this iPad next to me, and he starts yelling how mad he is that he doesn't have his laptop because he broke it. And then Vic says, "You didn't have insurance on it," is what he said. So that's how we're starting this morning.
And he got mad. So my brother and Mike from Computer sent me a great deal.
He actually said, "It's not a bleeping Buick," is what he told Vic. So, now here's the good news, Moj. Your boys won again yesterday, playing good hockey. And I'll tell you what I'm most encouraged by, like the thing that I think matters more than the power play discussion. Second line got going. Nelson got on the board. Val got on the board twice. I know one was an empty netter, but still got on the board twice. If you look back to what made you the Stanley Cup champion team from a couple years back. Oh, yeah. If you guys missed it, behind us on the screen is when
he broke his computer.
Go ahead, Nelly. Just give it so he takes the headphones off. He doesn't like what Vic is saying. Now they come off, and it's a fire right at the laptop.
Computer looks fine there. What's wrong with the computer? You mean the screen is cracked? Is that what it is?
That's correct. The screen is cracked.
So it's a screen problem. So you can't see anything on the screen. God, look at your face right now. You know, the last time I saw Mark Moser last night as he was in the postgame show after an Avalanche victory, and they tossed to him, John Michael Lyles and Kyle Keefe. He's always smiling. He always like this. He's so happy, right? And now look at him. Look at the countenance change from television last night.
We need to start tallying this. You're
I'm
so
serious.
right. No,
you
you're
know what
so
I'm
right.
talking about, right?
We need to start tallying the first time the TV puts on Mark Moser before an Avs game, and he is like a 5-year-old going to school, first day of school face. And I want you guys to put that side by side with the first time Moser just turns on his camera doing radio.
Look at his face now. It's the devil. It's satanic. Look at you. You look like you're going to breathe fire right now. Compared to last night where you were so happy, so jubilant, so jovial.
Be honest, Moj. Is it the company? Do you just like Riker and Kiefer better than you like me and Vic?
They give me kind of as much grief as you guys do, or almost as much. I don't know what it is, man. It's just a dumb question so early in the morning.
Hey, babe, is it me? Do you just not feel the love as much as you used to?
Do you have insurance on your little refurbished MacBook?
Well, I didn't know.
Shut up, dude. Hey, my dog got hit by a car. Oh, I'm sorry about that. You got insurance on that dog? Huh? You get a free leg with every leg purchased. I mean, what are we doing, dude?
Okay, again, Bud Light Football Friday. We'll get to the football in a second. But again, with the Avs, that second line getting rolling, Moj, is very important.
It's important. It was only a matter of time. I talked to Jerry Bednar Wednesday after practice, and he said, there's some reasons. He's like, and he laid them out there. And when you talk about the coach being honest with you, he's honest. He says, look, Landy's now just getting back into playing hockey every day, right? Coming to the rink all the time. He hadn't done it in 3 years, okay? Val is trying to get his feet and his hands to work at the same time. His hands work at times. His feet are working at times, but are they working together? Now they are, because they did in training camp, and then of course Brock Nelson. Now he's PKing out there. He's doing a lot of stuff, playing over 20 minutes a night. So they finally got it together last night, and you see some of the cool stuff. I mean, how about Brent Burns, Vic? 40 years of age, 22nd season, patient, gets it by Boone Jenner, real low just for a baby deflection. It's heady, smart plays like that, experienced plays like that get you through. And I said it last night in the postgame. I said, what I saw out of these two road games, essentially two professional road wins out of a professional team.
That's the word I was going to use.
Yeah,
a professional team.
A professional team. It's not goofing around. That's
Brett,
what
do you know
it
what
looked
it's like to
me.
be a professional?
No.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with professionalism.
Nope.
But that's a professional hockey team that's taking care of stuff on the road like professionals.
Yeah, but the amount of jerking around you do here every single day, I would imagine you don't know what it's like.
I admit it, I don't.
Professionals buy the insurance on their laptops in case they break them. That's what professionals do.
Okay, now I'm getting really pissed. I would venture to say, do you have insurance on your laptop, Brett?
No. I'm shocked this laptop is still alive.
Nelly,
you guys see what this cord
do you
looks
have
like?
insurance on your 7-year-old MacBook Pro?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I don't either.
Do you have insurance on your child, on your children?
Yes, I do have that, yes.
Do you consider your computer a child?
No.
Well,
see, baby Jamal Kale, baby Bo Val, baby
MacBook.
Baby Brock, Joker, whatever. I don't know. Anyway.
just imagine the ire of this man after pulling that stunt, breaking his computer, and now having nothing
I've done
to
that.
work with.
Listen, the headphones are not, it's not like they're made out of steel. I've done that 1,000 times on this program. Never a problem.
To be honest, though, hang on a second. That was not a $700 joke.
No,
that
it
joke
wasn't.
was,
My
that joke
joke
was
was
not
bad.
worth. It wasn't.
No,
it wasn't worth $700.
That was $15, maybe. Not even. That was a quarter.
Yeah, it was a quarter.
That's like
A joke should be worth a quarter, and
Yeah,
instead it costs you
agreed.
$700.
How mad at me are you because I
No,
caused that?
it's all my fault. I blame myself. I let you get to me.
Wow, accountability! I love it.
Oh, I love accountability. It's like, one of these kids who gets a brand new, I don't know, Nissan, souped up, and he's doing donuts, and he puts it into a ditch in a tree, right? And you're like, trying to show off for your friend, probably not, and not worth the $10,000 it's going to cost.
By the way, they says my computer should be Baby McKinnon book.
Ah, that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you and I have. Well, you have a newer version. Mine's already, Vic, mine was already refurbished anyway. I bought it
I was
online
going to say, if
refurbished.
mine is the newer version, I've had this for like 8 years.
You know
Yeah.
what? The refurbished ones are just fine. There's nothing
Well,
wrong with
it was
refurbished.
fine until I threw my headphones at it.
I mean,
You know what?
Then it's not so fun.
Anything, you can get a refurbished computer, refurbished watch, refurbished wife. Just get refurbished.
Eloisa
You
says,
get those from Russia, right?
Whatever. Just go refurbished.
I know, listen, I know it's a Friday. I know that we're sort of all over the place to begin this program. Eloisa, thank you for chiming in so early. Moser simply misses the baby Avs fan from last night. Did you see the cute baby behind
It was a
Bednar?
cute, very cute baby.
Well, that baby was there when I got to the bench. I got to the bench about 6:08, 4:08 Denver time. And that baby's there with his old man, hanging out with his little headphones on. And he's got the baby facing toward the glass. And I'm like, hi, baby. And the baby looks.
that big old guy with the baby?
Yeah, big dude.
Yeah.
And the baby looks at me and goes, meh. And that's why I wanted to show the baby. Exactly. Because the baby expectorated when I walked up on the bench.
Upon sight of Mark Moser.
That's correct. The baby
just hit the eject
So
button.
the baby spit up. But that was a great baby. It never cried. It never did anything. He's feeding the baby post-game. The baby's all eating, during the third period. The baby's mowing down.
I thought that wasn't allowed in the third period, that you had to finish your drinks and...
Yeah, but it's not like he's got a little Jack Daniels in that bottle. But that baby was such a good baby, man. It just hung out all game long and loved some Avs winning hockey.
Tell
I
you
loved
something
it
else.
too.
You guys put up a graphic. Scott Wedgwood is playing at a pretty damn high level. And I know that we use the term backup goalie for Scott Wedgwood. Maybe that's unfair to him because he's not playing like a backup goalie. He's playing like a goalie.
Yeah, he's 12-0-2. in his last 14 games.
That's crazy.
That goes back to last February 2nd.
That's a crazy set of numbers you just delivered.
And you remember he missed some time, too. He was injured, so he missed some time. But it's...
What's his goals against? Isn't it like 1-7 or something?
It's like
1-6?
191, something awesome.
Crazy.
It's fantastic to have a guy that you can put in there and rely upon so much, right? If I'm Mackenzie Blackwood, I'm like getting voodoo witch doctor. Heal me. I want to get back in there.
Hey, Wedgwood. Knock that off.
Yeah, nobody has any illusion that Mackenzie's not the number one, but Wedge has been great.
But what do you like? Just hypothetically, because I know he was in Loveland yesterday. Blackwood was for his conditioning stint. If he's like back, healthy, and ready to play tomorrow, do you give Wedgwood another start?
Maybe you do. Yeah, maybe you do. Boston comes into town. They lost last night in Vegas. Gave up 6 to the Golden Knights. I think they were down 6-2 or 6-3, and then scored some to make it 6-5. But it wasn't like you think it is on a 6-5 score. So take advantage of Boston if you can. Come on out in front of the hometown crowd and really stick it to them. You got a real chance to string some things together here. It's pretty cool. Now, you go to Utah on Tuesday. That'll be a national TV game. Then Carolina comes to town on Thursday. Ay, mamma mia. But you got a real chance to get off to just a really killer start.
And they have. They've been taking care of business. Again, with the depth on this team now, it looks different. You mentioned Brent Burns earlier. You want to talk about a professional. God, is it nice to have just a vet back there that you trust,
Totally.
right?
100%. And he makes these little plays, Victor, in the course of a game. Like little, I can't even, they seem like nothing plays. But he recognizes what's going on the ice. Riker pointed it out. The puck was reversed from the near boards through the corner, and he's just outside the trapezoid, and he just jams it all the way around the other side because he knew there was no defenseman there. It's just these little plays to clear the zone that time over and over and over again that help you win games, and it's great to see. It's great to have. It's also great to watch a Cale Makar with now 6 points in 5 games walk in, look through all of that traffic, see a dinner plate size of daylight, and blam!
Yeah.
And rip it home with a wrister as hard as any wrister you'll find in the league. It's super cool to see that. So I'm really happy with the way they started.
You
the season.
currently know the answer to this question, but I'll ask you, Brett. Who leads at this point the Avs in points? Who do you think that is?
Well, both McKinnon and Natchez before that game had 8 points apiece.
And now one guy had a point last night.
Marty Natchez.
Yeah.
Marty
Natchez. Look, I'm not surprised. Like, we know the skill that he had, and you play next to Nathan McKinnon, you're going to rack these up in a hurry. But to his credit, like he's not just getting points by osmosis, Mo. He's creating, right? He's not just out there like, oh, McKinnon's playing well, so he's getting this and this and this. Marty's playing really well.
Certainly is.
And I mentioned it before the season started. God, do I love good players in contract years. Because those guys are typically like, whatever is the highest level I can play at, you're going to get it for 82 games now. So congrats.
Let me also say that What's-His-Face is also off to a good start. So I'll give him credit too. Not quite the start of our guy, but What's-His-Face has 6 and 4.
Who's What's-His-Face?
Miko.
I know it is. I want him to say it.
Oh.
Who is it?
What's-His-Face? You know who it is. You know damn well who it is.
I thought you said you were beyond that.
You might as well go.
You said you grew up.
You might as well go with this. Whose is the flip-flops these are?
You said you grew up.
You know damn well whose flip-flops they are. You know damn well who I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you said you've matured and you're not going to play this game anymore.
You did. There was actually a moment where you said, I go, say his name. You go, Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah,
He's
well,
a very good hockey player.
Some people call him the Moose.
I lied. I'm really not in the mood today.
It's abundantly clear.
Listen, I tried to get as...
How much sleep did you get? When did you guys get in?
I got to the house about 1.
Oh, okay, that's not as bad as some
10.
other ones.
But
It's not good. I'm not saying like.
Oh yeah, and I walked right in my room, got undressed, washed
And
my,
went right to bed.
and I went right to sleep.
No, Moj, what
no,
I'm saying
mother
is
trucker, I'm up till like 2.
Yeah, that's
I
how
don't
it
know.
works.
I get it.
You wouldn't know.
But I know,
You're
Moj,
not a
you've had those nights where you've gotten in at like 3:30.
Right. So
That's all I was saying.
I hate days like this where I actually get up. I try to get every second of sleep I could, but I had to get up and make some coffee, let the dogs out, blah blah
Don't
blah.
work on days like this.
Oh, I'm working. It's too good of a day, and we've got some lay it down coming up, and I'm going to lay everything down.
Mm-hmm.
And I make a pot of coffee, and I pour me a big pot of coffee in my plastic travel cup. I'm all excited.
Mm-hmm.
And then you left it.
And I leave it on the
I was gonna say, I
freaking
don't see
kitchen
it
counter,
anywhere.
and I'm already down the street, and I go to my cup holder. I'm like, I'm like, oh damn it. Okay, so now I can't turn around because I'm running late. Because I got to see you, and I got to look at your face, and I've got to talk to Nelly, and I've got to see the crowd here. On see the crowd. I mean,
The virtual crowd.
virtual crowd. And I'm like, well, there's no turning back now.
You know what I did?
What?
I got in my car. I drove about a mile. I said, forgot my phone. Went back, went upstairs, couldn't find my phone.
It's in the
Looked
car.
around. It was right in my lap.
Yeah. I've done that. I have done that. Damn it! I left
So
my
it's not
phone at
just-
home again. No, you did do a whole. You threw it in the back seat with that jacket that was laying on the passenger seat.
Does that just happen to the olds? We're the
Probably.
olds.
No, I don't
Does
know. I
that
think
happen to
everybody
you?
does it.
It just sounds like you guys aren't professionals.
What's the age where you walk into a room and you forget why you walked in there?
Oh, that's happened more and more to me.
What age is that?
Oh, my daughter's 3.
No, I'm talking about you. You ever walk into a room and go, why the hell did I come in here?
Yep.
Like you run out of the basement to get something and you get down there and you're like, wait. I know
That's the worst when you got to climb the stairs. Like you make that stair climb, you're like, so I just did this for nothing. And then you're like, oh yeah, this is what it was. You got to go back down.
What's the age when you enter the bathroom and you forget what you're going to the bathroom for?
Okay. Well, that hasn't happened to me yet. That's okay. Okay.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Did I come in here to spit? All right. 303-504-0925. Again, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. The Bud Light Football Friday. And with that, the Broncos. One thing that you have to see tomorrow. We'll get to it next. Good to have the boys back. Spilling coffee in this room, yelling and screaming about things. Yeah. Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So we'll get to the Broncos in just a second.
Just come out and say it. You don't like the traffic guy.
No, I don't like traffic. You ready for this weekend?
Yeah, I want to get to the Broncos in a second because I remember we were having a discussion a couple days ago, Moj, about one Mike Tomlin, who was calling out a fellow divisional executive in his press conference after the in-division trade of Flacco from the Browns to Cincinnati. And Mike Tomlin said this.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
So, and I remember
I would be bitter too, though. If I was Mike Tomlin, I'd probably be bitter.
I played that clip. I asked you, Moj, he sounds like a guy that's nervous about Flacco. And you said, I don't think he's nervous about Flacco. Well, maybe Flacco's smart enough to do this because I think we can all acknowledge at 40 years old or how old he is.
He's 40.
He's 40. That Joe Flacco is not the same guy that he used to be. But you know what Flacco's smart enough to do?
Mm-hmm.
Throw the ball to Jamar Chase 23 times.
Dude.
23 targets to Jamar Chase yesterday.
Hey, how many quarterbacks at the age of 40 come on out, join a team 1 week, and the next week they throw for 31 of 47, 342, and 3 TDs?
It is incredibly impressive.
342 and 3 TDs, and 40-year-old Joe Flacco, and I know, Mose, you were on a plane. You didn't get a chance to watch the game.
I watched the fourth quarter.
There was a play in that game where 40-year-old Joe Flacco ran a zone read keeper for 10 yards. Did you see that?
Yep.
He kept it for 10, and you're thinking to yourself, what is going on? Dude, he is making, and I think you'll agree with me, he's making some of these young bucks look foolish.
Look, man, to me it's simple.
Get the ball to the guys. It's not hard.
He had 47 passing attempts yesterday, Moj. 33 targets went to either Jamar Chase or T. Higgins. Why? Because they're really good.
That's where your bread is buttered. Those are your studs. That's where your money is going.
Why is it so hard to get the ball to the guys?
If Jamar Chase is covered, he's still open.
Exactly.
Off the top of your head. When was the last time you think you saw a wideout targeted 23 times in a game?
Man, I don't remember, but
because the Brandon Marshall had that huge game in Denver. How many catches did he have in that one game?
Right. He had like 18.
Yeah, he probably got 20-some targets.
The targets are typically for an elite wideout 6 to 10, 11. Yeah. I mean, that's typical, I think, during the course of a game.
Yeah.
You think Jamar Chase right now is smiling ear to ear saying, thank God I have Joe Flacco to save my season?
Well, and that's what Cincinnati's trying to do. Why? And I mentioned this when we first played the clip from Tomlin.
He's a professional quarterback.
But why is Tomlin especially mad? Because the only team that was going to be able to compete for them in that division now, because it looks like the Ravens are just going in the tank. And if Lamar comes back and just rattles off 5 straight, maybe that changes. But Cincinnati has one goal right now. We need to keep our head above water until Joe Burrow comes back late in the year. Because Burrow is not out for the season, but he's coming back very late in the season.
What, early December?
Something like that. So if they're like, if we can keep this within a couple of games of Pittsburgh by that point, and then Burrow comes back, maybe we got a shot. That's why Tomlin's pissed. He's like, you just gave them the out. If it had to be Jake Browning the whole time, we would have sailed free.
Or you gave him a chance. I'm not saying it's the out, because they still have to go win football games.
Oh, I understand, but
they gave him a bit of a lifeline, and maybe a little bit more than a lifeline.
As much as Joe Flacco played well in the Icy Hot Bowl last night, did you know who else did? Aaron Rodgers was dropping dimes last night.
Yeah, he played pretty well.
Though he can still fit the ball in such tight windows.
He did throw a couple of picks.
He did, but I don't know.
Dude, that was a fun game.
It was.
That was an exciting football game. The combination of the two elderly quarterbacks and the two run games, because with the passing game, the run game opens up.
Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, both
they were
100
just
yards.
blitzing out there. It was a fun game to watch, man. And there was one scene where Flacco's on the bench just laughing it up, and his backup quarterback, Jake Browning's next to him. What's going through Jake Browning's mind right now?
Like career's over, I guess. I don't know.
Boy, you just come in here and took this car that I couldn't start, and you got it buzzing. You got it humming. What's wrong with me?
So Jake Browning was sitting there with a jar going,
yeah. Exactly.
Let me try it. There you go.
The 40-year-old man comes in.
Old man strength right there is what we call it.
It's remarkable, man.
I will say this, though, Vic. You look at that. What's his name? The tight end, Pat Freiermuth. And that last touchdown for Pittsburgh. I watched the safety. I don't know what the hell Geno Stone was doing.
Yeah.
But he overruns it to one side, then tries to run. How do you let that guy, Freiermuth, get behind you in that situation?
Yeah.
Because what they need, Brett, is a touchdown. They don't need a field goal. Mm-hmm. How do you let this big oaf of a tight end get behind you deep in the secondary? Now admit it to me, though. Please admit it to me. Or confirm what I already think. That's just dumb football.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's just, first of all, it's the worst angle of all time to try and defend a pass. Second of all, you let him get behind you. I mean, that's why guys like Aaron and Flacco can take advantage of dumbness.
The thing I recognized last night, and again, quarterback play is never this simple. It's never this elementary, but it's pretty clear what Flacco does. He gets rid of the ball.
Yeah.
He just gets rid of the ball.
Which is impressive considering Cincinnati had the worst rated offensive line in the league before he got there.
Just get rid of it.
You know what else? Can I make a decree here? I'm going to say something. And I know I have a bias against Aaron Rodgers, but I feel like I'm fair. I say he's probably the most talented quarterback I've ever seen. Just gave him credit. I thought he played well last night. He has the lamest celebration, I think, in the history of sports. That little hop thing that he does.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Lame. Every time I see it, it makes me sick. Hate it.
I knew Pittsburgh was sort of fake, though. You know, at 4-1, they came into that game 4-1, and you're like, yeah, how real are they?
Yeah, well, fake's going to win that division.
Yeah, I know, but they're not real. I don't think they're real.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you could say that about a lot of teams right now.
Moser's right, though. Fake will win that division.
Probably.
Speaking of, you said that game was fun. Will the Broncos game be fun tomorrow on Sunday?
I don't know. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be really fun.
I'm going down there because I can't wait to talk to members of the Super Bowl 50 team. It's going to be the largest gathering of Bronco alumni ever in the history of Broncos football.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're all going to be there for the halftime and the Ring of Honor ceremony for Demaryius Thomas and what DT meant to this franchise and to those players. And there are dudes coming in from everywhere. It is going to be huge. And to be honest with you, if the game's boring, I'll just tune in for that. That'll be the fun part of the game. I don't think the game will be boring. I think it's going to be – I'm not looking for an explosive attack like we saw last night. But, my God, some offense, please? Well, what would constitute a fun game for you guys?
Broncos win 27-14.
Okay. So, like,
I need to come away from a game where I'm like, if somebody goes, did the offense look good? And I go, yes. That's all I want. Not great, not amazing. Did they look good? Yeah, they look good. That's all I want to hear. I just want that response on Monday. That's all I want.
Well, if you're judging by the porpoising nature of the Broncos offense, I think they're probably due for a decent to good game. Because they looked awful against the Jets.
What's your definition of a good game? I'm just curious right now. Because is it a game in which you can sustain for 4 quarters? You show bits and pieces here and there. What's a good game?
Well, I don't need to come away with points on 6 of 7 drives.
I mean, the Bengals game was a good game.
Yeah,
that was a real good game. Now, what I'm looking for is points early, points in the second quarter. A couple of big plays thrown in there. A comfortable double-digit win. That, to me, would be a good game, Vic. Combination of running the football effectively, passing it effectively, crispness, no brain damage, false starts, and crap plays, and and blowing it with
that's the
pre-snap
operative
fouls
word.
and
You
all
just
this kind
said
of thing.
You just said it. For me, a good game is a clean game.
Yeah.
How about Garrett Bowles letting the world know who's playing that left guard position?
Yeah, I'm sure Sean Payton loved that.
Oh, that was hilarious. No hypotheticals. And he just let Cat out of the bag.
Well, don't hypothetical it. Just lay it out there like it's going to be.
I can only imagine what happened when he let that slip, and then Sean Payton saw him after that.
Does it really matter at this point?
No, but it obviously matters to Payton.
Going. I mean, it's not like the friggin' Giants are going to walk on the field and go, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Why so secretive?
And Palteski at the left guard. What are we going to do?
Why
These
so
are the
secretive?
hypotheticals, right? I love them.
I thought it was hilarious that he let. By the way, whatever happened to that report? It's been deleted. Did they go back and just tell everybody to delete that stuff?
I don't know. You've only got a certain amount of players you can put in that spot anyway. By simply deducing who's on the roster and who can do what, you could probably do it yourself. And if you think this is going to surprise the New York Football Giants by even this much, you're out of your minds. That being said, I expect the Broncos to kick butt.
Yeah, I know. I'm still not sure. I don't know how you could be so confident in the offense. Like, I'll say this, Moj. I think the defense is going to be like a rabid dog on that Giants offense. I don't see, in the same way, I know it's not week one, but a rookie quarterback coming into Denver to play against that defense is not going to go well for him.
That's all you need to say. Stop. Say no more.
No, hang on. The reason why I am going to continue is because that still leaves room for I can still be upset with the result of the game. In the same way that I have already twice this year, in which games the Broncos have won, and I've been upset about them
Tennessee
because it doesn't look right. Yes.
Use your brain, Vic. You have a brain in there? I'm sure you do. Use your brain.
On what?
I want to ask you this simple question.
All right, let me see if I can fashion some brain activity here. Let's go.
Connect those synapses.
Mm-hmm.
Which offense has a better chance and a far better chance of being successful?
What?
Rookie quarterback Jackson Dart and rookie running back Cam Scatterbo versus that Broncos defense, or the offense led by Bo Nix, which we've seen get off at times against the Giants defense that's in the bottom third.
Therein lies
therein lies the what? That's the ling and the long of it.
I know.
That's your answer right there. So I go by what I know, and I know that Jackson Dart's day is going to be miserable. Therefore, by default, even if they stink, the Broncos offense has to be better than the Giants.
I agree. Therein lies the dilemma that I'm having is I understand everything you just said is true. A second-year quarterback, second year in this offense, a little more bona fide with the play caller that is Sean Payton at home.
He's
should
a
have
suitor.
the advantage there.
He's bona fide. He's a suitor.
Correct? He should. That should be the advantage.
Everything should be in the Broncos' favor this weekend.
So why is it still not crystal clear that that is
know.
an advantage?
I got audio that we can get to in just a second. That I feel like, look, I guess I'll just set it up this way. I feel like I'm being propaganded with one guy in particular when it comes to the Broncos offense and Bo Nix, and we'll get to that in just a second. But high school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Justin Adams and Jake Heaps call the action between Cherokee Trail and Grandview on Altitude AM 950 at 7. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chessa.
So you're saying this guy, whatever you're going to talk about, is like...
No, there's one guy specifically in media.
He's specifically what? Pushing crypto?
He's pushing some propaganda,
Crypto,
right?
some crypto.
And it's right in my face. And I feel
hey,
like...
come get the latest meme coin.
It's one of those things where it's... Sometimes when you see people who are political pundits now, you're like, do you believe what you're saying? Because this seems really over the top and not factual.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
There is somebody in media that's been doing this for a while, and I feel like I'm being propagandized.
I know where you're coming from.
So
I know
we'll get
exactly
to this
who you're
in
referring
just
to.
a minute. Stick around. Would you guys shut up? I'm trying to talk to Paul. Circus Sports is available right now in Colorado. You have everything available. Everything available to you, whether it's the NFL, whether it's the MLB playoffs, or college football, hockey, basketball around the corner. Now's the best time to jump on with Circus Sportsbook. You can bet how much of this nanner that Vic will get down before the end of this ad read. But the Broncos this weekend, obviously, it's a game that they want to get back on track, especially on offense. They're 7-point favorites on the Circus Sportsbook. Find that and so much more. Download the app, best odds in the game, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Get that nanner. All right, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. And a lot more to discuss heading into the weekend. There's college football stuff, by the way. I want to talk about Kurt Cignetti a little bit because I think that is one of the most interesting things. It was like Penn State fires James Franklin and Indiana goes, Brinks, truck, time. Yeah. Let's go. But I feel like I'm getting propaganda thrown in my face by one guy in particular.
When I saw what you're about to tell us, when I saw it, I immediately, to be honest with you, because I know the relationship, I immediately just ignored it.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
Isn't that sad? Because I felt the exact same way.
Yeah.
The exact same way I felt it.
Like you can't take it seriously.
Well, you know what it is? Yes.
I don't want to keep leaving people in the dark, by the way.
Please do.
Yes.
Go.
When the local fan base is split on something, I think that makes sense. So, like, there's a lot of Broncos fans in town that will tell you, hey, Bo Nix is fine, guys. He's just a slow starter. It's fine. It's not his fault. It's Sean Payton's play calling. And then when you look nationally, when everybody comes to the same conclusion, I think nationally people look at Bo Nix like, yeah, he's not very good right now. I think most people nationally say that. But whenever Colin Cowherd jumps in front of a mic and talks about the Broncos, everybody who thinks there's an issue on offense is dead wrong. And we know the relationship that he has with Sean Payton. And this is where I feel like I'm getting propaganda thrown in my face. Now, this is long, so we can stop and start. We're probably not going to play the whole thing, but here's just a little bit. Go ahead, Nelly.
I don't think Bo Nix is a work in progress. I think he's a franchise quarterback that I wish would run more. He did last year. He stopped doing it this year. He's highly effective, and I think he should run more. But I saw a story today about Bo Nix. How to make Bo Nix better, read the headline. Well, he's 23 NFL starts in. His completion percentage is 66%. Good enough to get you to a Super Bowl. 43 total touchdowns, 17 turnovers. Pretty good beginning of year two.
Okay, pause. That kind of stuff is what makes me feel like this is both sides of the aisle. Don't freak out, people. But when you feel like the economy's hitting your pocket a little hard and they go, guys, have you seen the stock prices, though? And you're like, yeah, but I'm paying a lot of money for groceries right now. This is what it feels like. He's like, I know that there's this perception that Bo Nix is not playing well, but look at his numbers. I'm like, but are you watching the games? Because I think we all agree here, not that anybody is not believing that Bo Nix can't be a good quarterback. It's not going very well right now, though, right? It has been bad more than good.
Use me as your litmus test and your example. I believe that Bo Nix is a good quarterback. I believe that Bo Nix is going to play better as this year goes on. Absolutely. You're not going to convince me otherwise until I see it over and over and over again.
Over.
And over.
And over.
That being said, I'm not going the Cowherd route. Okay? I'm not going the franchise quarterback. Super Bowl, here we come. I know where it's coming from. It's coming from his buddy. And whether or not his buddy specifically asked, hey, can you throw some love out there from a boy or not, he's predisposed and inclined to throw love for his buddy's boy anyway. Okay? So, Vic, I'm just like you. I take it with an absolute gigantic horse salt lick grain of salt.
I pay no mind to
and say, I know what I know what I see, and that's what I'm going to go by.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be.
This is what it feels like Colin Cowherd is doing.
Did you just take your sock off?
No, it was an extra pair of socks that I had in my
Oh, my
backpack.
God. I thought he just took his socks off his foot, put it on his hand, and started.
No, it feels like this is Colin Cowherd doing his show.
Hey, what was that lady that had the.
Hang on. For the visual people, and if not, Mose, do a play-by-play because that's your job.
Yep.
This is Colin Cowherd doing his show.
Okay.
I am Colin Cowherd.
So is
Hi,
Kane.
I think Joe Flacco played well last night. Here's Colin Cowherd talking about the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix is a great
He's got his hand puppet.
And anybody who
talking
doubts
to the microphone
that is wrong. That's what it feels like
That's
to me.
what it does
Sean
feel
Payton's
like.
just down there.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I agree with you in that regard. So I take it with a grain of salt. Now, listen, I don't know how people.
What wig guy doesn't have extra socks laying around somewhere for a puppet show occasionally?
Yeah.
Come on.
That sounds like something that Vic would have.
Hold on. Let me be transparent.
It means.
we're all subject to a little bit of puppeteering.
I get it.
Yeah, we're all human. We all have our favorites. We all have coaches and players that we like, that we will defend to the tilt, that no matter what people may say, well, you're just defending your friend or whatnot. We're all guilty of that. So the reason I know he's doing that is because I know I'm guilty of that at times. So it's just, again, I hate to use this phrase. I've used it a lot this week. It is human nature.
Where my meter goes off. What didn't Sean Payton call it a bull bleep meter? In regards to, it was like last week, wasn't it? About, the tush push. Mm-hmm. Because that's where my bull bleep meter goes off.
You know, it's the same. I could say the same thing about when, there's some controversy with CU, and you knew the people that were Deion's friends that delivered certainly. You could just, where it's coming from.
But I'm trying to think, have you guys recalled, since Sean Payton took over, a negative thing that's been said about Sean Payton from Colin Cowherd? Like an area that he thought Sean Payton didn't do a great job.
I don't know. I don't watch him that closely or pay that much attention. I don't know.
Yeah. Because if I ask right now, and this is for everybody listening to the show, 303-504-0925.
A week ago, that man had the Broncos as the number 2 team on his power ranking.
Right. Which I think even the most diehard Homer Broncos fan would be like, bro, I don't think we're quite there.
Let me ask. We have some Broncos fans listening here, and most of us are diehards. Would you go as far as to say that the Denver Broncos should be ranked number 2 in the NFL on the power rankings right now? Would you go that far? Would you say that?
There shouldn't be a single person that says yes. That you're saying, like, here's what power rankings mean to me. If you stacked up every team head to head, would the Broncos beat normally?
All but one team.
I think he was third. I think they were third on his list. So everybody but 2 teams. Would they beat 30 out of, or I guess 29 out of the 31 teams left in the league if they matched up head to head? The answer is no. I mean, they wouldn't. They just aren't at that level yet, and that's fine. They can grow to get there. But you can't have an offense that stops and starts as much as them that high.
And I completely agree. Listen, I will get you to top 7 just on the defense alone.
Yeah, maybe.
Just on the defensive alone, okay? Defense alone, top 7.
Texter says, no way, they're not number 2, they're number 1.
Oh, for God's sake. All right, I'm going to fight that person.
Es especial.
I think the good part is right now there doesn't seem to be, a handful of really elite teams in the league. Mm-hmm. Anybody can get their butt kicked right now.
But we all disagree with power rankings. That's the beauty of power rankings. It makes for great fodder on talk radio.
But you've got to have some. Vic, I'm sorry, but reality has to be part of your power rank. You can't just pull them out of your colon and say, I got these power rankings. Believe it or not, the damn Carolina Panthers, coming off that big win, and Bryce Young, this is the week where he throws for 5 bills. No, you can't do that.
But see, that's why people do this stuff. They want to engage. Power rankings are meant just to engage, to get us talking, to get that. Half the people doing these things. We can do our own power rankings. We don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Why do power rankings when everybody's just going to make fun of you and call you an idiot?
No, Moser's right, though. There has to be some semblance of reality there. I mean, there has to be.
God, I feel grumpy about this.
Did you guys see?
Well, you know what could make you less grumpy?
What's that?
If the offense goes out and plays well.
That would be great.
That would fix a lot of different problems. If we just come here on Monday, we're like, dude, did you see the 4 touchdowns that Bo threw and 390 total yards that they put up? Like, that would fix a lot of things. Go ahead, Vic. What'd you say?
John Hollinger, did you see his power rankings? This guy's a pretty damn good NBA analyst. He's very analytical and all that stuff. Did you guys see?
NBA?
Yeah, NBA. Did you see his power rankings in the NBA?
Well, I thought we were talking about football.
We are, but I'm just talking about power rankings.
No, I did not. No.
Do you know where he's got the Denver Nuggets?
No idea.
Take a guess. And again, everybody's going to have.
He's got him 3.
I would have the Nuggets
3?
Certainly in the top 3.
He's got him at 5. You know who he's got ahead of the Denver Nuggets, winning 51 games this year? He's got 2 spots ahead of the Denver Nuggets, the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, he's smoking weed.
Cool.
When I read that, I was like, what? What? He's got the Golden State Warriors 2 spots ahead of the Nuggets this year, the oldest roster in the NBA.
Yeah.
Huh?
And they looked at the oldest roster in the NBA and they said, you know what we really need on this team? Horford.
So, we can play this all day. We could do this all day about power rankings. Just to let you know, and I respect the hell out of John Hollinger. I think he's a great analyst. I really do. Here's what he's got. Here are his top teams, okay? These are his top teams in the West. He's got, at number 6, the Lakers. At number 5, the T-Wolves. At number 4, the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets at number 4 in the West. And then, not 2 spots, 1 spot. Golden State ahead of the Nuggets at 3, and the Clippers at 2, OKC at 1.
That just seems so silly. Unless...
Am I missing something?
So here's the problem. It's guys like, Holland what?
Hollinger. He said the Nuggets in a roundabout way didn't do much to fix their depth. When all they did...
My ass!
Okay, can you check the date on this? Check the date and make sure that this is this year.
Are you sure it's not like...
It was written 2 days ago.
Okay, in 2025.
It was written 2 days ago. It was written 2 days ago.
You can't take this guy straight because what this does, Brett, again, I feel like I'm being gaslighted somehow. Because I trust me... I'll doubt myself on occasion, but I trust me on the Denver Nuggets. I trust me when I look at the depth they've acquired, Vic. I mean, this guy, the coyones of this guy to put him 4th in the West. I know what I know, and this so-called, quote, expert has the geriatric Warriors ahead of him. It makes, I'm mad at this guy for making me question myself.
I mean, there's no question. I didn't question anything about myself after that. I just said, that's stupid.
Dumb. Really, really dumb.
303-504-0925. We're going to lay it down.
Me up, and I'm sorry, it just cracks me up that people keep holding on to this Golden State thing. Do you know how long ago it's been since they were a thing?
Yeah.
They're just holding on to this thing. Let's just hold on to that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hold on for a while.
He must have a boy there. He must have somebody there that he likes. Somebody that he knows. He's got to.
So, it's Bud Light Football Friday. A lot more to get to. I do want to talk about college football here coming up because I have a question and I've long thought this in college football. Would you rather be a good coach, or I'm sorry, a great coach at a smaller school or a great coach at a larger school? Because that's what Kurt Cignetti found himself, that sort of crossroads. At least it felt like it, and he chose the former. And I think he's right. Explain next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So Penn State fires James Franklin, and the first reports that come out is, hey, Penn State's really into Curt Cignetti and Matt Rule. Indiana decides, oh, you are? How about an 8-year extension to the tune of $11.6 per? If he were to get fired without cause, they would pay Curt Cignetti $93 million.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Big fish, small pond. Kind of the analogy I would make here. I think it's genius for a guy like Cignetti to sign this contract. First of all, he's getting paid a ton of money. I mean, that helps. But secondly, I think about this with coaches all the time. Why wouldn't you take the comfortable job that pays you a lot of cash, where you could be a legend somewhere, as opposed to the high stakes and expectations of a school like Penn State that, again, just fired their coach? And I get it. He's disappointed in big spots, but won 2 playoff games last year. I mean, it's not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really smart for a guy like him to stick around in Indiana.
Well, the way he sees it, why in this new age, of this NIL era, why can't he replicate what's happening at Penn State at IU? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's the big deal here? IU's a major institution. You're in the same conference. You have the same recruiting pool.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going from, Hutchinson to Penn State. It's not like you're going from Carnegie Mellon to Penn State. You're at IU.
There is
IU, though, is historically not a football
school. I get
school.
it, but why can't, there have been transitions. There have been teams that historically have not been so-called football schools that have moved in that direction.
I agree. I guess it all depends on what your passion is, what your self-motivation is. Do you want to be a coach at one of the blue bloods and one of the best in the Penn State and Indy lines, or are you cool hanging out in Bloomington with some good NIL bread now and being a hero for life, where you will never pay for golf, you will never pay for a steak, you will never pay for a beer ever again?
You also, especially with how volatile transfer portal stuff can be, if he's gonna go 3-9 next year, Indiana goes, it's okay.
Sorry, you did something we've never done, so keep going.
Go 3-9 at Penn State, see what happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
more room for error.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like I think Mark Few, he had life figured out a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just chill at Gonzaga until I die.
Yeah.
Keep paying me checks, and I'll try and win as many games as I can, but you aren't going to fire me. I ain't smart.
You think the Alabama coach is feeling a little more heat than he did at Washington right now?
Yeah, and
you think Kalen DeBoer feels it a little bit more at Alabama?
And Washington's got expectations.
Yeah, but not like Alabama.
But not if you lose to Vandy. Everybody wants your head on a spike. I mean, yeah, it's not like that. So,
dude, Vandy could be number 1 in the country. And if Bama lost to Vandy, your head's wanted on a spike. That's exactly the way to put it.
Did you see the other story about money? I laughed out loud when I read this. Speaking of cash. So, Moj, let me take you back to last year. I'm sure you're well aware of the situation. Colorado Avalanche had a problem on their hands. Very talented player named Mikko Rantanen had a contract that was about to expire.
Oh, what's his face?
And they wanted to find a number that worked for both sides. And I'll be charitable to Mikko's side, and I'll say this. The Avs offered $11 million a year, let's just say. I'm just hypothetical.
Yeah, it was more, but okay.
Just to be charitable in this. $11 million a year. Mikko wants 14. Separation of 3 per year. Take that over an 8-year contract. It's $24 million. Good chunk of money.
A lot of money.
It's a good chunk of money. Well, just read this yesterday from John Heyman. Tigers ace pitcher, Skubal, really, really good. Excellent. Cy Young worthy. They're in negotiations right now, and Skubal and the Tigers are reportedly off on negotiations by over $250 million.
Couple bucks. So when's he going to become a Dodger or a Yankee?
Dude, if you're off by $250 million, over $250 million, That's not negotiating anymore. That's waving goodbye.
Give it time.
Hey, Moj, I went into the boss's office. By the way, my contract's up, my radio contract, so I'm trying to get this thing figured out. Went to the GM and went to the PD. And they said, I'll tell you what. I'll offer you this amount of money. And I responded to them in kind. We're still negotiating. And I said, you guys are $300 million away from the price that I was looking for. There's no fixing $250 million apart, dude. You lay out a number, and I go, you're a $250 million short on my contract. No fixing that. It's done.
There's no gap to bridge.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
No.
Like,
We aren't trying to get across a pond here. Yeah. You're trying to build a bridge from the United States all the way to China.
you're in San Francisco and we're in Hawaii.
Well, that's why until these guys eventually will fly the coop and they'll go to these bigger paying markets. You got to take advantage of them while they're yours. Milk them for most you can while they're yours because they're going to leave eventually.
Oh, Vic, do you know how much I would die for the Rockies and one of their pitchers to be $250 million apart? Because it means that guy's
you
good.
have something.
Yeah, I how much I would just kill to be $300 million apart from one of my pitchers here in Colorado. Because that means you did good, son. Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, everybody. The Dodgers are 1 win away from another World Series appearance.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Whatever.
Their payroll this year, and I guess I don't want to get into this, Brett.
Hey, the Dodgers are almost there again.
I'll tell you the really interesting thing is that in the Blue Jays and Mariners series, both teams won 2 straight on the road.
Yeah.
That was weird.
I listened to a guy early this morning. This is another one of these guys who's taking a whiz in my boots and telling me it's raining. Tried to convince the listening audience that the Dodgers in their payroll was good for baseball. Because it's
good for the Dodgers.
It gave baseball a villain for fans to root against.
Oh, please.
I thought to myself, I don't know your IQ, brother, but that's really, really dumb. It's terrible for the game. You realize their payroll this year, Brett, was about $322 million. But their real payroll.
Yeah, the deferred money.
Their real payroll per year, Vic, if you extrapolate it out, and I know you love that word, is about $400 million.
No, Moj.
Now, nobody can convince me that when you're able to spend that, and, the A's are at about what? They're in Sacramento, that tiny ballpark, at about 73. We're talking about 300, or what is it? My bad. $330 million difference?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Okay, but here's what's great about that. This is good because you need a villain argument. I think that is the most insanely stupid take that we have in sports is that, every sport needs a villain. Trust me when I say this. I can create one pretty easy. Don't believe me? I was driving downtown to do the watch party last night. The thoughts I had about the people I was sitting in traffic with.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I created about 50 villains in about 3 minutes.
How'd it go?
It was good. It was a great time, yeah.
Did you watch any hockey?
Yeah, hockey game was on along with football. It was great.
Did you talk amongst the people?
You guys have done these things before. I don't know why you're acting like this is a new thing.
Well, I want to know how yours went.
Yeah, what the people say?
They were really fun. They were cool.
Yeah.
Were they cool to you?
Yes.
Did they
Had
know
a
who you
couple
were?
Tullamore dues.
Did they know who you were?
Dew and a brew? No, not really.
Okay. So you got people just showing up to watch the game and like, who's this guy?
Yeah. And I
Who
said,
are
I
you?
got stuff to give away. You guys want that? And they said, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
You want to see a crowd run to you real quick?
Who are?
Do you want to see a crowd run to you real quick? Say this. I got 10 free shots I'm giving away. Watch how fast people get out of their seats. They knew my name then.
Yep.
You're a shot guy.
I don't want to get I'm just so mad about this. I don't want to get into baseball, Vic, but you were so correct. All right, where's Scooball going? Is he going
the Dodgers or the Yankees, the Red Sox, or the Cubs?
I mean, that's it, right? It's one of them, correct? It's
yeah.
I mean, the Mets have a payroll that will choke a hippo. Maybe they fit him in too. I mean, it's ridiculous. Whatever. Okay. Just the way life is, man.
So one other thing, just real quick, and I do want to get back to hockey.
When are we doing Lay It Down?
Lay It Down's going to be at 9:20 today. 9:20.
Okay, because I've got 4 games that I feel pretty good about. And one of them's not even a spread. It's an over-under.
Let's get weird.
Did you guys see, and I'm trying to figure out, is this just people putting on an act or is this real? So the North Carolina thing, the hole's getting dug deeper and deeper and deeper. So it's not just Belichick. Now, a friend of the program, Mike Lombardi, used to be on every Friday with us. He's the GM of UNC, so he's getting a lot of heat because 2 weeks before the season started, he went to Saudi Arabia looking for investors within the UNC program. I have one question about this. No matter how you feel about the Saudi involvement in all of our sports things now. At some point, everybody's doing this.
Comedy festival just happened in Saudi Arabia where a bunch of comedians who...
Like, the elite of the elite comedians all went there.
What's that guy's name? Azran? What's his name?
The Prince?
No, he's a comedian. Aziz
Ansari?
Yes, that guy.
Yeah.
He went there and did it.
Well, so did Bill Burr and a whole bunch
Dave
of different
Chappelle
guys.
and Pete Davidson.
Wasn't Bill Burr the same guy who killed the Live Tour for taking blood money?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, at some point...
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah. What's he doing now?
Wait, Bill Burr, the comedian, the bald guy with the red bald, that guy?
I didn't hear him do that, but sure.
I didn't either.
Maybe he did. I don't know how many times, like, I guess for me, I'll speak for myself. I've just accepted that people are going to do this now. Because every sport has done it.
Wait. Accepted that people are going to make money when people offer them money? Because that's going to happen until the end of time.
Well, that they aren't going to care who the source is what I'm saying. Source of the money.
I'm going to repeat what I've said all the time. Everybody, and I do mean everybody, there's not a soul listening to this show. Not a soul. No matter how self-righteous you think you are, who doesn't have a price.
Well, what I'm
Do you agree with me?
For the most part. What I'm saying about the UNC thing is...
Oh, you know who else was there? Who? Your boy Maniscalco.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. He's into money. He wants money.
Sebastian's got
money.
He's got a little too Hollywood.
He's gone to his humor. His humor is not what it used to be when he was doing comedy work.
Started doing some movies and then
I don't discount that one, but you know it's happening to all of them. Who's the guy that's making all the rounds now? His humor's starting to go. The guy that just came into town.
Once your humor goes, it's all downhill from there.
I went to a show though. Yeah. Hysterical.
Yeah, but it starts to go.
Yeah, you start to hit when a comedian gets too big, it's like gets a little weird. But what I'm saying is, like Pablo Torres doing a Pablo Finds Out thing on UNC going to Saudi Arabia, and I'm like, I think out of all the things happening at North Carolina, it's the least interesting part of what. I wouldn't be surprised if 15 other colleges probably went there looking for somebody.
See, you did. Allegedly.
That's right. Yeah, see, you did.
Hey, Waterbear303 on Twitch says, Vic, you are wrong. Not everyone has a price. Waterbear303. All due respect. I guarantee you have a price. I guarantee you have a price, my friend.
It depends on what you're trying to do.
I don't know. Find something.
I would say this. The price for Baby Jamal K will be very high.
Yeah.
Okay. But yes. I'm just kidding. 303-504-0925. We got a whole bunch of football on this weekend, starting tomorrow. Ole Miss, Georgia at 1:30. Huge game. Ole Miss needs to bounce back from last week, by the way, that Washington State game. Avs and Bruins as well. That's going to be at 7 o'clock as Boston makes their only appearance in Colorado. And I want to talk more about that game last night and how the Avs played, because they got something that I think is totally necessary for them being competitive for a Stanley Cup again. We'll talk about it next.
Man, it's a sad day for rock and roll.
Who passed?
Well, I know you don't care, and I know you don't care either. Obviously, Nelly does care because he recognizes the historical significance of this. The passing of one Ace Frehley.
Guitars for Kiss, right?
Legendary original guitar player for the rock band Kiss.
Is he the one that had the star on his eye?
Yeah, he was a spaceman. No, that's Paul Stanley.
Oh.
Paul Stanley had the star.
Well, they were all costumed up all the time. I don't know who was who.
It's you cannot believe, whether or not you think Kiss is a good band, you like their music or not, the amount of influence that they had on famous rockers is amazing.
Which one had the big shoes? That's Gene Simmons, right?
They all had big shoes, bro.
I want those shoes.
You need those shoes.
I know.
For your bunions. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Get to a little Mas o Menos here in a little bit. But, Moj, the one thing that was really encouraging last night from the Avs, who get this win in Columbus, they start the year 4-0-1. Getting that second line rolling, I think, is incredibly important. We know what the top line's going to do. That combination that they have between the chemistry and the way that those guys kind of like their games gel together between Lehkonen and McKinnon and Marty Nachos.
It's kind of funny when McKinnon doesn't have a point. You're like, wow.
Yeah.
He didn't have a point? You're kidding me. Oh, my God.
This is
it
what
just
you
feels
wanted.
Weird.
This is what you wanted, to have not so much pressure always dictated off of if your top line's not playing well, then your team doesn't. Well, if they're having a night where it's just tough for them for whatever reason, second line has to step up, and Brock Nelson and Val both get on the board. I know Val had 2, but the empty netter at the end of the game. But I think Brock Nelson more important than any, because he's going to be sort of the gear that makes that second line go. And I know Landy's got, 1 point through 5 games so far this year? I'm going to give Landy a little bit of grace. I don't know if it's because he played a couple of games in the postseason last year. People just think like, oh, he's totally back. And I get where that mindset comes from. He's healthy and he's playing. It might take him a few weeks into the season to get totally back in the rhythm, though.
A little bit, for sure. And again, that line, it was only a matter of time before things started to happen. If you can get that going and keep it going the way it did last night, and everybody else is going to chime in eventually. I mean, Colton's going to get his. Drury's going to get a couple. You know that. Victor Olofsson is so close. He had 4 shots on goal in the first period and got stoned by Elvis in that little baby breakaway situation. Unbelievable, this guy. He's got a great shot. He's going to put it in. It's going to happen, Brett.
Yeah.
It's going to happen, but it's not like, here's the thing. Last night was not all about flash and dash and all that. It was about just playing good, solid road hockey, smart hockey. Second period where you start to dominate a team on their ice type of hockey. And by the way, the Jackets don't stink. They're not off to a great start. They're 1-3, but they were 2 points out of a playoff spot last year. And they've got some talent. And you went in there and you played a very, very good road game. Dude, you're holding them down. Your defensive responsibilities are pretty dang good right now.
You cannot ask for a better start.
I agree.
I mean, you could. Technically, you could say you're completely unblemished.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
But practically speaking, you can ask for a better start.
Yeah, you could be a little bit selfish. They lost at home last night, did the Dallas Stars, 5-3 to Vancouver. So that's their first regulation loss. Avs don't have one of those. That's good.
You know, they have a couple things going for them. And I asked you this question earlier, Moj, and I think you're right. Blackwood is working his way back to health. We just had Bednar on the show 2 days ago. Talked about how he's getting closer and closer. He's in Loveland right now doing some conditioning stints with the Eagles. If Blackwood were healthy tomorrow at Ball Arena against the Bruins, would he play? And part of me thinks, like, I think I'd give Wedgwood another game.
Maybe one more.
Like, he's playing really well. I think
take Blackwood on the road and throw him in at Utah. I mean, he's your number one, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I love Scott Wedgwood.
But when somebody's playing this well, I mean,
you might want to ride him. Yeah, you want to ride that horse.
You reward him for playing well.
Agreed. Absolutely. No problem with that.
You don't want to wear him out either.
No, but that's where I just think, hey, you had a couple of days off. Give him another start, and then once you start to go back on the road, like, yeah, do that.
In 4 out of his 5 starts this year, Wedgwood's given up 1 goal. Somebody tweeted at Lee Blair last night and said, new nickname. Wait, what'd they call Alexander Georgiev?
One Goldwood? What is it?
Wedgwood 1.
Oh, I like that. That's pretty good.
Tonight.
What's your face? What are you doing?
Vic, are you frozen? What's going on here? What were you doing?
You look like your computer
that
was
actually
rebooting.
Freaked me out.
That me too. That was weird.
Me. Are you okay?
What happened to him?
Vic did not move for 5 seconds.
No, he went like this.
Like, if you were at home, I would have thought your Wi-Fi crapped out for a second. Why did you look at him that way? And you guys are both... This is like that mannequin challenge that happened back in the day. I don't like this. Why did you look at him like that?
That was so weird. I don't know. It's something like he was rebooting at the time. That's just really, really weird. So that's what
it had that AOL dial-up sound.
Yeah, exactly.
Wedgwood 1.
Wedgwood 1's good. No, we all...
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Wasn't it, Moj? Was it through 5 games last year? There was like you gave up 25 goals or something, or 27 goals,
or
insane. 27. What is it?
It was insanity.
Yeah,
it was.
Well, what they called Georgie Lester 5-Yev?
4-Yev.
Well, you went a little bit higher than that. You 5-Yev?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever heard of 5-Yev, but anyway, the point is that
8-Yev.
What are we looking at here?
Remember when Draymond Green just randomly froze?
Thing.
This is what Vic did. So this is a post-game press conference during the finals, and he just froze. Why did you do a Draymond, Vic?
Wow, that is so freaky when you just...
Yeah, no kidding. I just saw it, Vic.
That is freaky.
2 minutes ago, I just saw it.
I'm gonna. You know what? Just to keep our watchers on Twitch and Altitude TV on their toes, I'm going to randomly do that.
I want you to not.
I'm going to do that on occasion.
You're going to randomly freeze on occasion.
Yes.
That's
great. I would like to have a conversation with a human being.
I have a question for you guys. See if you can answer this trivia question. You know my trivia
I don't know
question.
if that was a question.
What? You ready? The Denver Broncos are ranked dead last in a particular stat. 32 out of 32 teams. What is that stat?
Is it
like a weird stat or is it a normal stat?
Kickoff return.
Kickoff coverage.
Kickoff coverage. I knew it.
Yes, close enough.
I knew it. It had to be on special teams.
Kickoff coverage.
Yeah, their special teams been bad.
I didn't know they were that bad, though. 32 out of 32? Like giving up a ton of yards on kickoff coverage.
Well, the defense is really good. And when you give up a 72-yard kickoff return like you did last week, that's points.
You know, it's kind of interesting.
No matter how good they are.
We were talking about the new kickoff rules and about teams being in field position, and we've heard from several coaches talking about it, including Vic Fangio, the coordinator. And he says, yeah, it makes a difference. You know, some of these teams, they don't give up a ton of yards, but what they are giving up is points. So the yards given up don't necessarily correlate with where they stack up in points allowed. And it's because teams are getting big returns on their special teams, and they're starting with shorter fields.
Yeah.
So they don't have to go as far to boot it through the uprights, right?
Yeah. And how do you at least cut through in an easier way a tough defense? Have a big return. That helps. And that stuff, again, it doesn't matter as much. It almost did against teams like the Jets. It does matter against the Chargers, and it does matter against the Chiefs. Matters against those teams. And that's why, like, we were talking about what kind of offense do you want to see, and it's like you want to see the offense do the little things. You mentioned it earlier, Mo. Play a clean football game. Is that hard? Is that too much to ask for?
No, that is not. That's focus. That's discipline. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, that's the little things, Brett. Vic, that's the little things. Hey, man, you know what? You know what you can't do? Don't false start. How about that? Would that be okay? Mm-hmm. Don't false start. Hey, no illegal motion. Would that be all right? Okay, that sounds like something that should be pretty basic. But Vic, why can't I have a big thing?
What big thing are you looking for?
Why are the Broncos in the bottom third in passes over 20 yards? Why can't I have a little oomph? Why can't I have a little big play from time to time? I'm watching Aaron Rodgers last night deal to this tight end that looks like a Neanderthal. No offense to Pat Freiermuth, but this guy ain't exactly fleet of foot. He's 6'5" and 260 pounds of tight end, and he got loose in the secondary. Why can't we get somebody loose in the secondary?
Ooh, the voice squeak. I love that.
Well, why can't we get somebody loose in the secondary? Anybody.
Well, Moj, with that, I got some questions on what you think could happen with Más o menos.
Man, last week I was all moss, Vic. I mossed out.
Broncos.
I was mossing all over the place.
Giants.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
Denver. The Giants' offense total yards 199.5, más o menos.
I'll say Moss. And right now, there is a fiery debate going on among Giants fandom. They're really mad at the Broncos defense. Nick Bonito allegedly deleted a tweet where he called out the Giants fan base.
Yeah.
What did he say about them?
Well, he said, stay out of my DMs. To that one girl, I saw that.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, Jonathan Cooper was talking about Jackson Dart and said something about, yeah, loves to wear that chain. To which Jackson Dart said, I think a lot of guys wear chains and they dance when they score touchdowns. I appreciate them following my dances.
Moj, 199 yards.
Yeah,
más o
dude.
menos.
Well, they average 329 per game, so I'm going to say Moss.
Bo Nix, touchdown passes 1.5.
It better be Moss.
It
better friggin' be Moss.
Yeah, I want to go on the Moss just to see. Come on.
Dude, it better be. If it ain't Moss, then I'm going to be mad.
Bro, Nix is especial.
Bro, he's my, I believe in Bo. He's my fantasy guy.
I do,
He's
too.
my fantasy quarterback, right?
Hey, listen, it better be Moss.
Let me ask you, would I draft, you know how important fantasy football is to me.
See.
Would I draft my guy, would I draft him as my fantasy QB if I didn't believe in him, Moser?
No, you would not.
Okay, I won last week. I completely obliterated DMac with half a Bo Nix. Give me a full Bo Nix and see what I do.
Broncos rushing yards 129.5, más o menos.
You can't have both. I'll say Moss. I mean, Manos.
190 what? In a what?
Menos, no bueno. 129.5.
Moss.
Alex Palczewski mistakes 1.5, más o menos.
So you're saying penalties.
So
Penalties,
holding,
give up
false start.
a sack. That's
Well, I mean, how do you know it's on him, though? I mean, maybe he has...
You'll know.
Más o menos.
I'll say Manos.
Moss.
Broncos longest play 49.5 yards, más o menos.
Manos. Until they prove to me they can cover half the field in one play. That's a Manos all day. Well, we know it's all day, Brett.
Normally at home, though, they're able to break one out. I'll go Moss.
Cam Scatabu rushing yards 59.5, más o menos.
It's got to be flipping Manos, man.
I don't know. You know what, though? I think the Broncos defense. All right, think about the Broncos defense. What is the one area of concern? What's the one area where they've proven, all right, this is where you can get them?
Inside linebackers against the run.
Running inside. Jonathan Taylor did it. Remember that big run he had late in the game? He started that inside, broke it outside.
I think Cam's a funny little story right now. I don't think he's that good of a back. I think he's okay. He ain't Jonathan Taylor is what I'm saying.
No,
Last
you're
5 games, Cam Scatabu. Scattaboo. Scattabow, Scattabee, Scattaby, Scattabeen. He's averaging 4.5 yards per carry. That ain't bad. Bagged on.
Nick Bonito sacks 1.5, más o menos.
Moss.
I'll say Manos. I'll think he'll get one.
Oh, man, he's going to be all over this kid's bacon. I mean, all over this
Andrew
kid.
Thomas.
And by the way,
Andrew Thomas is a hell of a left tackle.
He is. Move him around. And if it ain't Benito, somebody's going to get fat. I mean, Cooper did last week. Are the Broncos ever not going to have an AFC Defensive Player of the Week?
I know. They got 2 in a row.
I love it.
Broncos total sacks 4.5, más o menos.
Dude, you think on a regular week?
I'm going to say Moss.
I am too.
Yeah, it's a rookie quarterback. He's going to try to hold the ball. He's going to try to run. I think you might have a couple of those sacks where he runs to the chains and doesn't get there.
Yeah, I agree.
Giants points scored 16.5, más o menos.
Menos. They're going to hold them down.
If they score more than that, the Broncos might be in trouble.
Broncos points scored 23.5, más o menos.
I'm going to say, well, it should be Moss. It really should be. I'm going to say they scored 22. They went like 22-15, something like that.
That's not fun.
No, it isn't fun. No, it's not. But until they're showing me that they're going to break
What
out
score
of it.
did you say?
Like 22-15, something stupid.
Yeah.
Those are really weird numbers.
It's a totally weird score.
I mean, why can't we see a score like we saw last night?
Zero fun, sir.
Because you need to play offense well.
If you want fun, bro, stick around for Lay It Down, because I'm going to lay you down to fun.
You going to lay me down?
I'm going to lay you down for fun in my first pick.
Or to be laid down.
Más o menos every week before the Broncos game. At halftime of tonight's Cherokee Trail and Grandview game on Altitude AM 950, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes.
That's it?
That's
all you got?
Greenlaw is supposed to, according to Vance Joseph, Dre Greenlaw could see some part-time duty this weekend.
Okay, so how many plays? What's the Mas o menos on Greenlaw plays?
15? 20?
Did we really?
I mean, they got the number one. They're the number 2 defense, essentially. They're the number 1 defense.
Dre Greenlaw, 12.5 plays, más o menos.
I think they're going to Manos him, man. They're going to just ease him in.
Yeah.
Ease it in.
So again, a lot going on this weekend with the Broncos. There is one thing that maybe you could point to that could make things easier for Bo Nix. We'll get to that in just a second. Stay around.
All right. We're arguing. I want to be transparent.
Yeah, well.
Okay, fine.
I mean, we can. Yeah, he's saying no. Moser said no.
Why?
I've got a good instinct about these things. Trust me.
Okay.
You think it'll cause
unrest? 100%.
Yeah, we'll leave that. We'll leave that off to the side.
I'll just sit here frozen.
Moj, good call. Good call, Moj.
Once in a while, I have my instincts kick in. Very rarely. But
Just for the record, I have no problem discussing it, but I know where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yes. So a few things here, as it is a Bud Light Football Friday. Interesting stat that I stumbled across yesterday. The Broncos, through 6 games, ranked 8th in EPA. It's a stat called expected points added. It just says, are you good or not? It's just a holistic stat, right?
Is there a job, though? Legit question. Is there a job where nerds do some computer programming and say, I've come out with a new stat for football. You need to hire me. It's called EPA.
Fair,
you know what I found?
To be fair, a whole bunch of the Jokic numbers that are thrown out there are things like VORP that I don't understand and stuff like that. And my whole argument is
Chorp.
Watch him play, and you'll know how good he is.
I can't
there
do
you
anymore.
go.
You know what I found for such an occasion? On Twitter now, if you go to the GIFs, is it a GIF?
Yeah.
You'll find Baby Billy's remark.
Yeah, get out of here. I saw you tweet it. Yeah.
So it's now my go-to.
Go outside, nerd.
It's my go-to now.
Yeah,
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins.
Go on.
So I guess the idea would be,
it's perfect.
Why can't I create a Moj? M-O-S-E, Moj. I'm going to make something up. It's going to be called Moj.
Okay, well.
And it's expected.
Can you guys just for a second get away from the analytics are for nerds thing? Because I'm just trying to
feel it down in my plum.
I'm trying to just give you something that the Broncos do well that they should do more.
Go ahead, fire off, nerd.
So, according to True Media, through 6 games, the Broncos are 8th in the league per snap when operating in the no-huddle. 8th best offense in the league in the no-huddle.
Well, see, now, these are legit things. Now, I give the nerds, I give the nerds all kinds of grief at times in various sports. But this is legit. Hey, man, if you do something well, if you're good at no-huddle, then do some more no-huddle.
So here's the problem.
If you're good at play action, do some play action. What's the problem? Why is there always a problem?
They've done it just 39 plays.
See, that's the point. Why not light them up with
the Washington Commanders have done it 217 plays.
Wow.
You would think, and again, we've talked about this, Peyton Manning, when he was operating the offense in Denver, they ran no huddle galore, right? They would that's all they would do. Hurry up. You're playing at altitude. I ask this every year. Why would you not use this to your advantage?
Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has said he likes operating at tempo because it allows him to get into a better rhythm of identifying favorable matchups while giving defenses less time to adjust. All that makes sense. And here's the argument against it, and I guarantee this is what Sean Payton was thinking. It goes back to what Chad Brown told us yesterday. I feel like Sean Payton's calling a very conservative offense to trust his defense. Yeah. And I almost think you can go the opposite. I trust my defense so much that I can take chances. Well, I can run no huddle. I can go for it on 4th and 4. I can do all these different things. And he's operating in almost like, here's what's weird. Sean Payton is what at his core? He's an offensive play caller.
He's a gunslinger.
Well, of course he is.
And he's running this team kind of like Fangio did, which is super conservative, don't make mistakes, let my defense win the game for me. That's how he's kind of operating.
Sure. I do question sometimes when coaches go that route and their offense isn't good enough and it puts all the pressure on their defense. We've seen that here in Denver before where the Denver defense was just tired, right? And by the 4th quarter, they start giving up big plays. We've seen that.
Yep.
This defense has proven it's a better defense, number one. Number two, though, don't you have to credit the offense because of your stat, 8th best in no huddle? Doesn't the stat prove that you should give it more?
Well, I think
Feed
so.
it more?
Again, that's a very small sample size to work with, but the Broncos don't do a lot of things well with large sample sizes, so why not take the thing that's a smaller one and just see? I think they should very much be into exactly what you're talking about, Vic. Use the altitude to your advantage. I think that no huddle is a little bit more of like what Bo Nix was doing at Oregon, which might make him comfortable. But if nothing else, I know what Sean Payton's thinking. We run 3 plays, and it's 3 incompletions, and we waste, 10 seconds off the clock. Then what?
Let's dig a little deeper here. Allow me to dig a little deeper. When you
Go ahead, truffle pig.
When you run no huddle, when you run tempo.
That's one of the funniest things of all time, though, truffle pig. Like, because they really actually do put their snout in the ground and go find a truffle. It's hysterical.
In the village in Italy, my cousins have
a truffle
factory
pig.
For truffle pigs.
I know.
Anyway, dig a little deeper here. If you go no huddle, who's basically operating the offense now? Is it the quarterback or the
It's
play
the
caller?
quarterback.
So what does the play caller do?
Sits back and goes, please work.
Well, I mean, they're still in the headset. They're getting a play out.
But
are
are you as reliant on the play caller when you?
Well, no, the play caller has to. I mean, listen, in the huddle offense, deep breath. All right, what do we want to do here?
Yeah.
Okay, let's think about this. Get the play in time. Don't
Exactly.
get a delay of game penalty.
But
But,
the leash-
otherwise, what you do? The leash gets.
The leash is loosened.
Absolutely,
Right.
because
You
you
go from
call
holding
it
at the collar
You call
to-
a couple of plays in
Yes.
there, and then you kind of just let them run it.
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
It's letting go of a little bit more control.
Let go. Let go a little bit.
Well, again, I asked this question earlier in the week, and a lot of people said I was stupid for asking this question. How much does he trust Bo right now? He says he does. He's never in an answer has Sean Payton questioned the trust or given you reason to question the trust. But I'm looking at actions. A lot of actions tell me there's not as much trust as you would think.
I think deep down, and Sean has reason to believe this because he's an extraordinary play caller. He's proven it. He really is. He's extraordinary.
I think he's very, very, very good.
But I think deep down he believes that if you give him time, he will beat you with his strategy and his scheme.
I agree with that.
And he doesn't want
he
to-
believes in himself.
Yes,
He relies on himself.
And he should, because he has.
Yeah.
But perhaps there is some disconnect between his QB and his play. Maybe his QB's not fit for that the way he thinks he is.
Has Bo Nix looked in rhythm very often this year?
No, I think
It's very clunky, right?
The word that I would use.
He has when he's run no huddle.
I
I'm
guess he
getting
has,
at.
but the word that I've used most often to describe this offense, from what I've seen, is that it's just off time. About that much. It's just out of sync. It's like you've got this beautiful machine, and when it's really tuned up, you hear those pistons pop like a big, big V8, like a big Mopar V8 that's just firing. Blah, 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 blah. But when it's off and it's just like the timing is off that much, man, it makes that Charger sound like a pig. And so that's kind of what you get. Sometimes you get pig. And I don't want pig. I want this thing to fire. And the good part is there's plenty of season left to put that in the garage, right? Get down in there, Vic, get that timing chain correct.
I don't know what the timing chain is.
You've got to
Know your personnel.
We are done with this segment. You got
KYP.
to get the distributor. You got to pull the whole damn thing out.
This isn't helping. This is making it worse.
You could open an engine and say, Vic, pick out the distributor. Would you be able to do that, Brent?
Is this a joke?
Do you think anybody that you're with right now, do you think Nelly, could you pick out the distributor?
Distributor? Hell, I hardly know her.
So try again.
All right. Let's just put in ways you can understand. They're funky at times. And sometimes they're incredibly funky, and it's easy to see the funk. You can smell the funk. You can sniff it and smell it. And that's where you're at. That's where you're at.
With the Avs back in action again, a win last night against Columbus. They take on Boston tomorrow. Moj, how about some?
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Bruins tomorrow, Ballerina Moj. Keys to the game.
Well, the Bruins have lost 2 in a row. They started out winning 3 in a row to start the year. They beat the Caps, they beat the Blackhawks, and they beat the Buffalo Sabres. But they gave up 4 at home against the Lightning, and they gave up 6 last night to the Vegas Golden Knights. I look at the Boston Bruins, and I guess I expect them to be a middle-of-the-pack team, something like that. They give up 3 goals per game. The Avs can easily take advantage of that. I just say, look, man, be better on the power play as well. They only got one opportunity last night against what is in the early going, one of the worst penalty kills in the NHL. They only got one opportunity. Did not score on it, 0 for 1. Get your special teams cranked up. Continue to play that good, solid defensive hockey. Everything will flow off of that, and you're going to win the game.
Just
you're going
keep
to be 5-0-1.
stacking dubs, baby.
100%.
Hey, Vic, just a little primer. I know this is the final preseason game for the Nuggets. Are starters playing tonight?
That's a great question. I failed to ask that question to Coach yesterday after practice. I would be surprised, but they surprised me already. Starters in their 4th preseason game played into the 3rd quarter.
Yeah.
So maybe they're trying to see. I don't know either way. I can tell you this. The only key for the Denver Nuggets in the preseason finale is
health.
Knock on wood.
Yep.
Don't get hurt.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So, it's Bud Light Football Friday. We're going to lay it down here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say, you excited for my lay it downs?
I'm ready to lay it down.
How'd you do last week, by the way?
2-2. 2-2.
So I took care of you on the Flacco one. I took care of you.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, what was last week then? I took care. I won last week's as well. Whatever that was. I'm 3-0 on my portion of the lay downs. I took care of mine.
I don't remember what the picks were last week. I'm pretty sure the Brett Quinn lock of the week got its teeth kicked in.
No, remember, because the point spread in between Cincinnati and Green Bay was 14, and I said there's no way Flacco's going to lose by 14, and he didn't. So you better start keeping track of your lay it down.
I am keeping track of my lay it down. The Rams covered the 7.5 at Baltimore. Buffalo lost. That stunk. It was Bama covered against Mizzou, but it was Arizona at home against BYU, getting 2.5. Mm-hmm. Man, I am so tired of getting backdoored. I am so sick.
It's been happening quite a bit lately.
How often does it happen?
Wow, bro.
I'm just tired of it, man. And these are egregious backdoors too. They're not even like, oh, it's like, hey, man, we're gonna really make you pay.
All right, so we'll lay it down again in about 20 minutes. Stick around.
prevent from the Bengals. They show 3 safeties incredibly deep. Rodgers out of the gun, trips left, single back right, and Gainwell. 3 seconds, down 2 points. Rodgers takes the shotgun snap. He fades. He rolls to the near left. Rodgers steps into it. He heaves a long arcing effort into the end zone. Knocked down by the Bengals, and that's the game. DJ Ivey got up playing deep safety and swats it down. The volleyball finish, and Cincinnati beats Pittsburgh 33-31 in a Thursday night thriller.
Westwood One on the call. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, few things here. When it comes to Cleveland and them trading Joe Flacco to Cincinnati, there's a radio host named Tony Rizzo, longtime host on ESPN Cleveland. And he watched the game last night, as most of us did, and saw Joe Flacco throw for 350 yards and touchdowns and kept hitting Jamar Chase over and over again. Here was his reaction.
Do that, Andrew. How could you do that, Andrew? How could you do it? Why on earth did you feel the need to trade this guy to a division opponent for a 5th-round draft pick? Fireable offense. That is a fireable offense. I want to know how much longer the owner's going to watch this crap, because the fans have had it. We deserve better. You're worried more about your stadium than you are your football team. That's the perception, Jimmy. And you allow these people to do this. You have the worst offense in the league. Your GM screwed this quarterback thing up like I've never seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. Kids that play Madden could have done a better job. Truly. That's not hyperbole. It's a joke. It's a joke. This franchise has become a joke. And I'm sick of it.
First of all, has become. I mean, I like all my Browns fans out there, but
hey, man, Baker got him in.
You've lived in some...
Baker got them in, bro. Well, and they elected. You know what? That ain't good enough for us.
Can I ask you something though? I'm trying to put, like, if the Broncos were in the shoes of the Browns right now, and they had Joe Flacco, which the Broncos did at once upon a time, but your team's bad. They're going nowhere. You drafted 2 quarterbacks. Yeah, they weren't first-round picks, but they were 3rd and 5th. You have the other weird situation of a $230 million quarterback that's just not here right now. What's he so mad about trading Flacco to Cincinnati? What does it matter to him? Cleveland stinks because they aren't winning anything anyway.
You watching your neighbor enjoy something you couldn't enjoy? You couldn't make use of this little toy, but they can?
That maybe I could understand, is that how were they able to be successful like this when we weren't with that same guy? But as far as them winning, I don't think that would bother me at all. Like, who cares? We stink. We're going to be picking in the top 5.
I think the overall frustration is that Dylan Gabriel, Browns fan. We do have Browns fans here in Denver. I guess because we're Denver, Colorado, we've got fans of every damn franchise. I appreciate you people, by the way.
Do you understand?
Are you sure?
Moser, do you understand the persecution Denver has subject Cleveland to over the years?
Mm-hmm. Good.
It's persecution.
Sounds good. I have no problem with that.
In sports, especially football, the National Football
Come on down to Cleveland town, everyone. Take a look at both of our buildings. Look, man, fine with me. Sounds good. Everybody from Brian Sipe to Dylan Gabriel. I made the point a couple of weeks ago that I didn't think Dylan Gabriel was an NFL quarterback. What happened?
Not looking good.
So what happened? What happened on the text line? People went insane.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the Browns fans just got all beside themselves for God knows what reason. I don't think he's an NFL quarterback. So I think when you're talking about Tony Rizzo, whatever. When he's expressing these thoughts, I think it's probably just out of the total frustration overall of what a mess that team has at quarterback and has had. Because Gabriel ain't the answer. They got Bailey Fazee in the wings doing whatever he does. Deshaun's broken down. Flacco's ancient. And you got Shador, whom I would play just to find out what the heck I got in this guy. At least I know he can make plays. It's a mess, so that's probably where the frustration stems from.
I think isn't there? You said Razzie. Isn't that an award for the worst film of the year? Don't they have those awards?
Well, Dylan Gabriel would win it right now.
Yes, it's the Golden Raspberry Awards. They're basically the anti-Oscars, the Razzies for short.
Well, there you go.
Well, let's see for a second. Yeah, I want to look up what some of the worst films. Nelly, give me a list of some of the worst films of the Razzies over the years. In the meantime, you're looking for that audio from Jonathan Cooper on Jackson Dart, Vic. We have this. So this is what Jonathan Cooper said that got a little beef between the two.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. He's, feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something. But we've went against QBs who have ran around in the pocket and have, tried to do stuff with their legs. So ain't nothing we haven't seen.
He's absolutely correct.
To which Jackson Dart responded via the New York Post that he's glad that they're paying attention to his touchdown dances in Denver. So I don't consider that, for those who say, oh, that's bulletin board. What's the big deal?
Let me tell you something about
It's
this
not
New York.
bulletin board.
I got a message for Giants fans out there. You guys need to pump your damn brakes, okay? Chill out a little bit. I know this has been fun. Nice couple of weeks. Giants fans are acting as if they just found their ticket to the Super Bowl this year.
You know what?
And I'm like, how about the little scataboo Jackson Dart thing's cute. It's fun. I will admit it. Like, it's fun to watch. Jackson Dart high-fiving a ref, scataboo ripping his shirt off in the postgame. Yeah, it's fun. Just chill out a little bit.
I'm going to pull the old line from one Vic Lombardi. And I love this line from you, Vic. Hey, Giants fans, remember who you are.
Yeah. You're not that good.
Hey, Giants fans, remember who your team is, okay? You want to have a little fun. You want to go, Vic, what's the next thing? What do you do?
No.
Oh,
that's right. Yeah.
You want to do that? That's great. Hey, remember who you are. I'll tell you, if I was playing a rookie quarterback, I would want to hear this out of the rookie quarterback's mouth. You ready, Vic? Mm-hmm. Quote, we've got a really good defense to go against, so that's what's keeping me up at night.
Yep.
They're already in his head.
Nothing but respect.
Brian Daboll, you know what he said his number one fear of the Broncos is? Their ability to sack the quarterback.
You think?
So I'm telling you right now, they're already, look, and they can't hide it because the Broncos defense is awesome. And they're on pace to shatter the season total sack record for a team. Shatter.
Whoa.
This town's in tatters. We're shattered. I'm just telling you that they are already in the Giants' heads. You're already halfway there.
Do you want to be mind blown for a second?
I would love to have my mind blown.
All right. I'm going to turn you guys into a gazebo.
Please.
Ready?
No doors.
This man right here. Water. Sugar water. That guy?
Yeah. The guy who played that role?
Gomer Pyle.
What? No, it's not
Gomer Pyle from Full Metal Jacket. That's the guy.
Oh, yeah, the guy who plays the bug. Yeah.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, I knew that.
Vic didn't.
Gazebo
over here. Yeah.
Well, makeup does a lot.
Well, I remember when I told you, because I'm rewatching this, because I'm just trying to find something to watch right now. I'm rewatching The Penguin. When I told you that was Colin Farrell, the look on your face was just, it was amazing.
You want to really be blown away? Who is one of your favorite evildoers in television? Can I give you Gus Fringe?
Okay.
Gus Fring?
I was about to come across the table and punch you in the face for saying Fringe. It's Gus Fring.
Can I give you
Gustavo
Gus
Fring?
Can I give you Gus Fring? Right?
What was Gas Fringe?
Right.
Remember that guy?
All right, he's the guy in Breaking Bad.
Yeah. All right, shut up for a second. Do you know that one of his primary roles coming up in acting, you're probably too young for this movie, Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. He played the role of Bugging Out in Do the Right Thing.
Haven't seen it.
Do you ever see that movie, Moshe?
Yeah, but yeah.
Bugging Out, the spaz kid that was spazzing out all the time.
when you said
When-
fringe, I was
I
about
know.
to just
But when I
leap.
heard
that was his role, I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
His name is Vincent D. Onforio. He's done a ton of stuff.
Well, that's Gomer Pyle is who he's talking
That's
about.
correct.
You're having a different conversation right now.
Oh,
Moj.
I thought we were having the original conversation. He
No,
was the bug.
He thought you were going to drop the name of Gus Fringe right there.
Anyway.
By the way, the NFL, according to Ian Rappaport, do you remember that fumble in the Rams game against the Niners where Kyron
Williams got punched in the face first?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, he got punched. Yeah, he got punched right in the head.
And it happened in the Lions game, apparently. So Lions DC Calvin Shepard said the NFL sent out a memo with a tape making sure players are punching at the ball, not at the player, to force those fumbles. Because
how can you prove?
Some of these dudes are just flat out throwing haymakers at guys' faces.
How can you prove that a guy is actually punching at a guy's head?
I don't know.
Because when you go back to Williams, the ball was kind of right there, right below his head.
And
because
the head was in the way.
He's ducking down to try and punch it through that gap, and he got ear hold hard or face hold, whatever you call it.
Could you imagine a guy coming around the corner and a dude just winds up, punches him right upside that helmet ear hole?
Are you allowed
punch
to
on the ball?
kick a ball out of somebody's hand?
No, you can't kick.
Because in
tripping call or
Waterboy,
something.
when Bobby does his Captain Insano in the end zone, you can I'm trying to get the ball loose, man. I missed.
It is a convenient excuse. I know that he's got 17 stitches on the bridge of his nose now, but I really was aiming for the ball.
Tell me if you watch football the way I watch
Listen,
football.
if I was our big boss, Kevin, I would probably be fuming about that because our guy got punched right in the side of the head, but I don't know how you prove it. I don't know how you prove, well, I was going for the ball. I'm sorry, I was a little bit late, and I got him in the
But he
chin.
still got to the ball.
What happens if you punch him and it, knocks him out? Like, you rattled his helmet so bad that he just...
That's why the memo is said. But tell me if you guys are like me when you watch football. When you're watching, and it works both ways, if your team's on offense or if your team's on defense. Let's just take it from an offensive perspective. Your team's on offense. There's a breakaway, or there's a guy gets out in the open field. What are you thinking as you see the guy with the ball in his hands? Oh, my God, take care of that ball, right? Oh, my God, take care of that ball. The converse is true. When you're watching your defense, you're like, go get the ball. Aren't you always saying that? Go get the ball. Punch the ball.
I would say one of the most high-intense moments in a football game is a guy breaks away, and you see that National Geographic footage of the defender who's gaining on him, and you're like, dude, he's going to try and rip at that ball. Just hang on to it.
I'm surprised that more balls aren't stripped because what you tend to see now in the league is when, let's say a guy breaks through and he's kind of wrapped up a little bit, and he's kind of stumbling forward a little bit. You always see a DB or a safety come in and try to rip that ball out, just pull them with their hands as much as possible. I mean, that happens all the time. I am very surprised you don't have more strips.
Coverage of tomorrow's Avalanche game against Boston on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. When we come back, it's another edition where Moj gets to lay it down.
Is it Vincent D'Onofrio?
It's D'Onofrio.
D'Onofrio. Onforio. Fringe to Franiro. Ergawar.
It's Vince DeBagdon, Moj.
Bagdon.
Do you know Gus Fring's name?
No.
Gustavo.
Wait, are you talking about the actual actor or Gus Fring?
That's actually his actual name.
His actual name is Gustavo?
I know who killed Gus Fring, and it wasn't the cartel.
Say my name.
So good. God, that's such a great
I thought you
scene.
didn't watch the show.
The way he did it.
Did you watch it?
Was savage.
No, there's absolutely no way that you watched the show because you would have told me about it when you were 2 episodes in. There's no way you watched it. You saw clips.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, you saw clips. It's the same scene. It's the same scene.
That was wild, man.
So good.
And by the way, the actor who played Gus Fring is Giancarlo Esposito.
Oh, that's a good name.
So again, you're wrong. I'm gonna hit him. Go to break. Okay.
He's lost.
He's
absolutely lost it.
Okay. Pablo Torre, I think, is the greatest journalist who's ever lived now. I really do.
Pablo Torre is the Geraldo Rivera of sports journalism.
You know, I told you this during that little Me Too time. Ronan Farrow was the guy that was busting everybody up on all these stories. If you are in sports and Pablo Torre says, "Would you like to comment?" You're done for, man. You're just screwed. So they just released a video this morning. It's a hidden. I don't know how they got this, but it's camera footage that was given to them of a meeting. I don't know. Well, he's a journalist. He's not going to reveal a source. So it's a game plan meeting. They're game planning for the North Carolina game with Bill Belichick. And in the room is his girlfriend talking about the game plan with him like she's a coach. I mean, you guys, I just showed you guys. Am I wrong on any of this stuff?
That's crazy.
She literally said, I mean, we watched, 30 seconds of it? And there's more.
Said, does that say red zone or end zone?
But she goes, that's for the red zone, right? And she's like, contribute. Bro. Again.
Mixing business and pleasure.
What's happening there?
I think he's lost it.
I think he has too.
I think he's lost it.
I think it's jumped the shark. I think it's over.
I think he's lost it.
Look, if we find out that Sean Payton's wife is sitting, that's not even comparable.
No. Somebody says they're not game planning. It's Belichick doing stuff for NFL Films last year when he was out of work.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I
retract.
Sorry, I saw this
better.
I saw this 2 seconds before we went on the air. So I was trying to figure out what was going on here. Still,
what, dude? With her, hold on a second though. Maybe she's incredibly knowledgeable of the game of football. Maybe she is. Is she the daughter of a coach? She like Goldie Hawn in Wildcats?
No idea.
Because Goldie Hawn was a great coach in Wildcats. You see that? Finch and everybody else. Remember, kept his money in his jock.
Dude, you're talking about movies of the 80s. Calm down.
But she's on the sideline in her North Carolina dress. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's none of my business. I don't care. I'm not a North Carolina fan. I couldn't give a rat's rip less. I just think the only thing I'm concerned about is I think he's off the deep end.
Hey, before we get to your lay it down here, Moj, did you guys see last night? This is what I want to see from my pitchers, by the way. Did you guys see 41-year-old Max Scherzer on the bump for Toronto? Manager comes out to take him out of the game. He refused.
Like, no, I'm good.
He very forcefully told his manager to go back to the dugout. I'm finishing this inning.
Why don't more guys do that?
Well, have you seen the video? And it's out there again. Tommy Lasorda going out to pull one of his. I think it was Rick Rhoden at the time. Do you remember that video? And him just F-bombing him up and down?
Really? What, Rhoden F-bombed Tommy?
No,
the other way around?
Tommy saying, I don't give a... And just blasting him. And it turned out he was mic'd up.
I heard the Curb of Aqua one.
Oh, it's so good.
What did Bob... Oh, man. Bob Uecker tells an unbelievable...
Just not enough of that anymore.
An unbelievable Bob Gibson story about manager coming out to get him. Man, I wouldn't go out to get Bob Gibson. I'd say, Mr. Gibson, you do whatever it is you want to do, sir. You want to stay in? Fine. You want to sit down? Fine.
You know who give us a good Bob Gibson story? The Brewers manager. Didn't even have to be there for it. He can just imagine the story that Bob.
So anyway, Scherzer shook him off and said, "No, you ain't taking me out."
Yeah, shook him off is one way to put it. I think he was about to stab him.
I mean, they had a 5-1 lead, didn't they?
They did. All right, one last thing here before you're laid down, Moj. Is this weird? It feels weird to me. James Franklin was fired last weekend. He's going to be on the College Game Day set this week. Mm-hmm. Is that weird?
For an exclusive interview with ESPN's College Game Day. You know, those contracts...
Wouldn't you take a little bit of time in between this, or... No?
He's got something to say.
I don't know, man. I'd probably be in the Bahamas by now.
I mean, he's got over $50 million guaranteed coming his way. But I wonder how much of that, is you're not allowed to talk bad about your former institution.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Malone did join the countdown desk, but that was
A couple months later.
a couple of months.
Yeah.
I mean, time passed.
It's the best fan base in the world. She's my MVP.
Jesus.
No, Moser's right. That pissed me off, too.
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
I love Michael Malone, but that was
Didn't like that.
It sounded bitter.
Moj?
Hold on a second, Brad.
He's got to get
Moj?
geared up.
Hold on a second.
He hasn't slept much. Hey,
I haven't
he hasn't
slept much.
That is true.
Let him catch up a little bit.
Are we?
Oh. Yeah.
All right. It's one of our favorite new things. Moj?
I'm going to start in college this week because I started the NFL last week. It didn't do me so good. 2-2 with that stupid BYU backdoor. Vic, I had the points. I was getting points at home, and BYU drives down the field, and they score a touchdown with 19 seconds left.
Backdoor!
To go to OT, it's such a bad backdoor beat. It's just so bad. All right, let's get it on. And Vic's going to hate me for this one. But I don't know if the youngins really know that one of the best rivalries in the history of college football, it's not Michigan and Ohio State and Alabama and Auburn, blah, 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 blah. It's USC and Notre Dame.
Are you familiar with this rivalry, Brett?
I remember Matt Leinart getting pushed in the end zone. Yeah.
USC and Notre Dame have played a billion times. And last year, Notre Dame got USC pretty good, but this is a different Trojans team.
I was at that game last year at the Coliseum.
Yeah, this is a different USC team this year. My man, Mekhi Lemon, he's a huge prospect for the upcoming NFL draft, catching the ball like crazy for the Trojans. 682 yards already for 6 touches. USC's getting 9.5 in front of touchdown Jesus. Now, I don't think they'll win the game outright, but I think they'll keep it closer in this rivalry game than 9.5 points. Notre Dame has won 4 straight after a tough start to the year, so they're rolling a little bit. But I'm telling you right now, man, King Miller running the football. He ran for $160 in a win over Michigan last week for the Trojans. I'm taking the Trojans. I'm taking the 9.5 points in front of touchdown Jesus at South Bend, and I'm going to go walk up to the sports book, to the window. I'm going to say, hello, I like USC, right? Here's $100. I'd like to lay it down. Woo!
You know, if I weren't so biased, I would agree wholeheartedly. If there's ever an opportunity to pounce, it's this week because
you got.
Yeah, I'm serious. This one worries the hell out of me too. I don't disagree with your pick at all.
Who is one of our favorite quarterbacks in college football? And we're all on this kid. All of us.
Diego? Fernando?
My man Brandon Sorsby.
Sorsby. Yeah,
for the Cincinnati Bearcats, man, they have some big wins under their belt. They have 1 loss in the season, and they're only getting better. What the heck is Scott Satterfield doing there? Well, they're playing good football. They may be one of the more underrated teams inside the Big 12. They are averaging 6.23 yards per carry on the ground. That's tops in the Big 12, 5th in the country. And then you take that with Sorsby, and he runs a lot, don't get me wrong. He's a 2-time Big 12 Player of the Week. I'm telling you right now, man, Cincinnati is on the road this week. Well, we got a regular tune coming up. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, buddy. I just like the Bearcats. If you guys have been on the Bearcats as of late, you'll realize that, man, they're pretty good. And Oklahoma State is an absolute mess in Stillwater. 1-5. They can't do anything. The Bearcats are laying 21.5 on the road.
That's 3 tutties.
I think they're going to win by 28.
Whoa!
They've won. The Bearcats have won 5 in a row, dude. Take Sorsby. Take that entire Cincy offense. Take your money minus 21.5 and just go to the window and lay it down!
God, that scared me.
There's no way that the Philadelphia Eagles can lose 3 in a row, is there? Is there? They're on the road at Minnesota this week, minus 2.5. Minnesota can't stop the run. They were in the bottom third of the National Football League in run stoppage. The only thing that scares me is that The Vikings are 3-0 at home as a home dog since last year. But both teams have a bye. The Eagles said, what did Sirianni say? We got to have a total reset. I think that reset involves the big, thick, strong, powerful legs of Saquon Barkley.
Oh, yeah.
And if you can exploit that Minnesota defense to the tune of they give up, hey, man, they're 24th in the league against the rush. You ride Saquon like a stallion all the way to the goodness of the good. -2.5. Philly on the road. There's no way the defending champs lose 3 in a row. Can't be. Just take your little change purse. Get that change out of the console of your car. Put it all together in a little knapsack and you take it to the window. And then you look out! And finally.
You know what I love the most?
No.
Is the lead-ups to the lay-it-downs. I know they're coming, but you do
It's
it
still
different
hard.
every time. That one was, yep, yeah,
No change purse. Grammy gave you 20. It's good.
All right, go ahead, Moshe. Give me the last one. Or do you want us to get ours out of the way so you can...
Yeah, please,
let's
please,
do that.
please.
Let's do that. Because I got one.
You got a bread coin? You got the bread coin lock of the week? By the way, crypto's taking a big hit.
Well, bread coin took a big hit last week, too.
I know.
That's why we're going to bring it back this week. We're going to bring that back up in the stocks. And I'm going to do something I don't know if I've done in years. But I think it's different. We're aware of how bad the Jets are.
Well, they stink.
We watched that last week.
Oh, yeah.
The question is, how good is Carolina?
That's it. Well, I think they're schizophrenic. They need to be on meds.
They've won 3 of their last 4. They're going to New York to play the Jets. The Jets, much like the Broncos, opted against the bye week after the London game. Maybe some jet lag problems. Maybe some weird sleep schedules. And the spread in this game is Carolina is favored by 1.5. 1.5 is essentially taking a money line pick. But here's something that Carolina's done consistently over the last month. They put up 30 points on Atlanta, 13 against the Patriots. They got blown out against them. But 27 against Miami and 30 against Dallas. They can score. And I don't think the Jets can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look into some T-bonds from the government.
All right.
Collect them all together.
Do you know what a T-bond stands for?
It's an IOU. I'm going to take those. I'm going to collect them all together. I'm going to wrap it up in a rubber band, walk up to the counter.
Right.
I'm going to see Susie, who's back there.
Hi,
My gal.
Suze. Hey, Suze.
Hey, Susie.
I know last week was a little bit tough.
I have a wad of T-bonds here, and I would like to... Like that! Woo! Vic?
Vittorio.
I got one, but you may not like it.
The unsolicited Vic pick of the week?
We got Moser sent me a bunch of stick picks from Columbus yesterday, so I'm going to give you a Vic pick right back.
Be very careful on this last week because you messed that one up.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, so be very careful. Enunciate.
Yeah. The more that week goes by, the easier this comes to focus for me. And I think sometimes as Broncos fans, we scare ourselves. I know I do. We scare ourselves based on how they played the previous week. I'm looking at the New York Football Giants and I'm saying, yeah, they've won 2 out of 3. They've beaten 2 good teams in those 2 out of 3. They beat Philly and they beat the Chargers. You couldn't beat the Chargers. They did. Hey, Brett, where were those games played? Those 2 wins by the New York Football Giants. The Chargers and
they were in New
Eagles.
York.
They were both in New York, right?
Yeah.
And then in between, they lost a game. Who'd they lose to?
Saints.
Where was that game played?
New Orleans.
This Giants team on the road is not this Giants team at home.
You're damn right.
It is Superman in a phone booth.
You're damn right.
At home. On the road, they will be exposed. The point spread is 7. And I think the Denver Broncos prove something not only to the league, but to themselves. I really do. I think the Broncos blow out the G-Men. I didn't say that earlier in the week, but the more week goes by, the more I feel it. So I'm going to take all the pesos that I have on my table at home, those pesos, those lira, those euros, I'm going to put them all together.
Dude, lira hasn't existed for about 30 years.
I'm going to use those, though. I'm going to put them all together. I'm going to take them to Moser's house, and I'm going to
It's me, Mario.
All right, final one of the weekend here. Let me give you the scores of these two teams throughout their first 6 weeks of the season. How many points they've scored. By the way, the over-under on the Broncos game is 40.5. Contrast that with what I'm about to tell you. This team has scored 23, 20, 29, 25, 38, and 30. This other team has scored 13, 52, 38, 34, 37, and 17. But they can explode. We know that. Their huge is big. Their huge is a big number. The Buccaneers are at the Lions this weekend, and this is going to be crazy time. The over-under of this game, and it appalls me to see it, is 52.5. Whoa! I think it's going over. I think we're going to have a Goffy, Bakey shootout big time in old Motor City. The Buccaneers and the Lions over 52.5. I just see a wild and crazy affair, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to KJ. Hi, Cage. I'm going to borrow $5. Okay, I'm going to go to Nelly. I'm going to say, hey, you got $2 in your pocket? I got one. I got $1 in my pocket. I was going to use it on a soda today.
I got 2 20s.
Okay, I'm going to borrow 2 20s for you.
Grandma came in handy this week.
I'm taking that, driving to Blackhawk, right? Walk up there. Hey, what's up? It's Mose. Yeah, what's up? I got 45, 47, $48. Tampa and Detroit over 52.5. I'm going to take that $48. I'm going to take it to Tim. That's my guy.
Yeah.
I'm making that up. I don't bet, but nonetheless, I'll go, Tim, what's up? There's $48. I'm going to go have a Heineken right now, but first, I'm going to lay it down!
If you do go to Blackhawk, you'll see Bambi tonight on the slot machines.
She went up today?
It's Friday, dude.
Dude, I've looked for her before,
She
and I
owns
can
the
never
slots.
find her.
What's her hit rate?
Quarter slots.
No. On going up or down on these given nights.
Here's the conversation I always have with her. Ma, how'd you do? How'd you do last night? Any action? How'd you do? And her remark is, I always came home with my money. Meanwhile, we'll probably do an investigation. Lost the house.
Does she mean I still have money? Is that what she's trying to say? Like in life, I still have money.
That's funny. Yeah, I've looked for Bambino on a Friday night before. I couldn't find her, man.
She's laying it down.
She's laying it down all right.
I talked to my buddy. My buddy went to Vegas for a
Is,
bachelor.
is she going with your aunt or your cousin?
She goes a bunch of those Dagos go up there together.
My buddy went to Vegas a couple months ago for a bachelor party. And when he got back, I talked to him. I said, how'd you do? And his response to me was, love my kids. That's all he said. I was like, all right. Must not have gone well. Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against OKC on 92.5 will begin at 5:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Final preseason game of the offseason as we head into the regular season.
When does
for the
it start
Nuggets.
again, Vic? Help me out.
22nd,
Yeah,
I think
I was
is
going
the
to say
first game.
22nd, 23rd, right around there.
You talking about the NBA?
The
Yeah.
NBA, I think,
Yeah, the
starts
Nuggets
on
on the
22nd.
23rd.
Yeah, that's what it was. 23rd.
Or no, I think the NBA starts 21st, actually.
Oh, does it?
I think so.
Well, the Nuggets on that Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're at Golden State. That's right.
We're right around the corner. But we get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes, next.
Hey, Brett, the mics are on. Can we raise that question for the public, please?
Sure. Meet me somewhere far away from microphones, and I'll ask you all the same question.
Next time you see Brett, where were you last night?
I was at Stoney's Uptown.
So next time
I'll be at number 38 next week.
Here's the deal. Next time you see Brett at one of these public places, not in front of a microphone, ask him about the proposition we brought up in the last commercial break.
It is an amazing question.
Before drug takes.
It's an amazing question. It
is.
We were talking about what you would do for money. So,
it makes you think.
Yes.
It makes you think.
Anywho.
I thought this was America.
I'm so tired. I'm going to go home and go to sleep. I'm going to get something to eat, take a little nap, ski, get ready for another big weekend. Avs coming up. Nuggets tonight, final preseason game, OKC. I'm just curious to see what the rotation looks like from David Adelman, what they really go with. And then the Avs and Bruins coming up on Saturday night. There's going to be a ton of Boston people at Ball Arena. You know that. And then Broncos and Giants coming up on Sunday.
So a couple things here real quick. First of all, Moj, give us a minute on the game last night. The Avs get the win in Columbus, come back home.
Yeah, Brett, I thought was an incredibly professional win. And, nothing startles this team right now. I mean, last night you have a terrific play by Columbus. I mean, I'm going to give Provorov all kinds of credit. I mean, he came racing in, short side, beat Wedgwood. It was a great shot, and that's 1:36 into period number 2. And the Avs at that point, Vic, you know what they did? They just locked it up, man. They just locked it up, and they knew they were going to get their chances. And then McCarr's goal was beautiful. The Nelson goal was great. Big Val with a perfect deflection. How big is that? I mean, that's a real killer. At the 1956 mark of period number 2, to go in with a 2-goal lead as opposed to 3 goals, though, that's a really big deal. Professional 2-point racking up win last night.
I have that game tomorrow against Boston, the only time the Bruins come to town this year, so that'll be on 92.5, so tune in for that tomorrow.
Final thoughts on the Broncos?
So one thing I did want to mention, because we did talk about this earlier.
I'd like some thoughts, too. I have some thoughts.
Dre Greenlaw might get some playing time tomorrow, is what Vance Joseph said. Who knows?
On Sunday, you mean?
Yes, Sunday. Playing a little bit coy with that. Part of me is just like, if you aren't going to play him, then don't play him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, he hasn't played forever, dude. You can't just waltz into a game and expect to play the entire game.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. Just use this week to ramp up and practice.
20 snaps, no problem. Let him go.
But on top of that, because of the injury to Ben Powers and then the injury to Matt Peart, Alex Palczewski is going to be starting at left guard. So it's going to be your third string left guard in the lineup, which is, I don't know the last time the Broncos used a third string anything on the offensive line.
I think they'll be fine, though. They'll be able to protect him a little bit should he have difficulty. I don't worry about that at all. I really don't. I want to see the offense, though, get untracked here. I just want to see some plays, man. It's not too much to ask for some plays.
So that is the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Yes, Vic?
So tonight, the Nuggets conclude their preseason schedule. They play Oklahoma City in OKC. The game means nothing preseason. I don't know if the starters are going to go. I have no idea. But it does jog my memory. And perhaps this rivalry is just budding. I know there's a rivalry with the Minnesota Timberwolves. You can feel it. And maybe we'll get that going with OKC. Do you guys remember Game 3 of that series last season? The Nuggets won Game 3. They took a 2-1 lead in the series. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And SGA was smiling, and he was hearing it from Nuggets fans, hearing it. Well, that whole that scene was played out on this new show that Netflix is running called The Starting Five. SGA is one of the guys that is being featured. And he, last night, talked about what was said between himself and Nuggets fans during that Game 3.
On my way off the court, a fan is like waving at me like goodbye. He said something like goodbye or it's over for you guys and like some gestures. And I just like couldn't help but smile. I mean, it was funny to me because like I just know there's so much basketball to be played. And he just doesn't understand that, but he shouldn't. He's a fan. You can cheer now and laugh now, but yeah, I mean, we're the better basketball team and it's gonna show.
Oh, he's not.
He
wrong.
was right.
Yeah.
Guess what? I would argue that you guys were the much better basketball team.
If Shea was,
and it went to Game 7, bro.
And you played a Game 7 featuring Aaron Gordon on one leg.
If Shea was
Porter
my
with
guy,
one
though,
arm, and Russell Westbrook with one hand.
if Shea was on my team, I'd love him.
Yeah, but he's not on your team.
No,
Yeah.
so I don't dislike him.
I don't know if I would.
I just don't want him to be good.
I don't mean like on a personal level. I think that's his
The
style.
brand of
play.
basketball?
Yes. I don't think I'd like that style.
I mean, but Shea, Dort, Jalen.
No, they're really good.
Holmgren, Harden.
Really, really
yeah,
good.
but then you look at the Nuggets. The
Nuggets got better.
Yeah, they certainly did.
The Nuggets
I'll take the
now
Nuggets
have some
starting 5
answers.
against that any day of the week.
The Nuggets
no
now
problem.
have, they have a back. The Nuggets have some answers. Okay, Caruso, you want to pull that stuff? I give you Bruce Brown.
100%. Yeah, you
Come
and your
on, man.
bald
You can't
head.
get beat by
Hey,
Lou Dort.
Hey, you want to go with two bigs? You want to go with the whole?
Bring it on. Hey, bring it on.
Where's Big Val?
Let's go get some. Yeah, we're going to get you some.
So, before we get to drunk takes, just quickly here, Vic has already said he thinks the Broncos are winning by a touchdown. Moj? Mark Moser?
This
What?
is a
I said-
speaking medium.
Oh, sorry, I was reading something.
I said Vic already said he thinks the Broncos are winning by a touchdown.
I do too. Well, I think they win by 10. I think they're going to make poor Jackson Dart's life miserable.
Yeah, I don't see a rookie on the road
Miserable.
against that defense getting a win. But I will say I am again in the category of I want style points. I want this offense to look better.
I do too.
I need this.
I don't want to be
offense look
greedy,
better.
Brett, but I completely agree. In week 7, you got to do it.
I want to step in here on Monday and say the offense played good. And
You're
that's all
damn
I'm saying.
right.
Not even
Yep.
great, just good.
Factor this in too. Do not discount this. This weekend, they will honor number 88, Demaryius Thomas, in the Ring of Fame. With Demaryius, his presence being felt, the Super Bowl 50 team will be there. What is that Super Bowl 50 team known for? It's defense, correct? There's going to be some conflict, debate. Ooh, that's the better defense. You don't think this year's team is going to feel that? And
Probably.
I guarantee they're going to play out. They're going to show out with those boys in attendance.
DT was such a good dude, man.
So,
he was such a good dude.
a lot to look forward to this weekend. Let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
I have a bony wrist. I just noticed that. Look at that bone. Big old bone just hanging out there.
That's a pretty big bone hanging out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine's covered.
Talking about bones?
What? It's your wrist. Oh.
Remember your weird-looking wrist?
You're built like a freak.
Gangly is what they call them.
It's that movie with all those guys that live in like a nuclear war zone. The Hills Have Eyes. You look like you were born in The Hills Have Eyes. What's next?
You can't micromanage me if I'm not built for this. I'll give you an example. Yesterday I stacked the car wash. What's that called? The dishwasher.
The dishwasher.
Whatever.
A car wash.
All the same crap.
Yeah.
Talk about my wife trying to tell me how to stack the car wash.
Yeah, exactly. What's next?
Yeah, it's going to be 75 today.
Nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
Who you playing with?
Myself. I play with myself a lot. So I have no problem, going out there just banging the ball around. I play with myself a lot.
Yeah. It was a fun 2 days in Ohio. What's next?
Well, this beyond fish. This is alien crap. So, here's your ear, and then there's an eyeball here looking that way.
Hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark.
Hammerhead.
Yeah, whatever. Hammer, shark, it's all the same. Yeah.
Hammer shark.
It's
a hammer shark.
That sounded so stupid. Hang on, play that one more time. One more time, just real quick.
That way.
Hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark.
Why does that make me laugh so hard? Hammer shark. There's a hammer shark.
So stupid.
Oh my God.
I just love when we went. Yeah.
Yeah, hammer shark. Hey,
Hammer shark.
everybody knows hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark.
All right. Last one. Go ahead.
Marty Natchez tooled around with it a little bit, and he's like, this thing's crap. I said, yeah, I know. And so I gave it to Malinsky, and he shot a couple wristers with it. Then he took about 4 slab shots, and on the 4th slab shot, it exploded in his hand. It broke in half.
Oh, that's Moser's stick exploding in Sam Linsky's hands.
It went to the garbage can in Columbus, Ohio.
You brought that stick on the plane?
Donnie done. Donnie White packed it for me. Yeah.
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 Hammer shark.
You know why it's funny?
Hold on.
It would sound like a stupid conversation among guys. Just
I know.
Hammer
shark.
Yeah.
Hey, this is
Hammer
Tyler.
shark.
Here's Tyler. Hang on a second. Tyler I just saw this. My first time on the YouTube feed today.
All right.
Tyler Schaefer. Moj, thanks for all the kind words and attention you gave my son last night. Sorry he threw up after seeing you. Nothing personal, I'm sure.
Oh.
That's the dad of the baby.
You
Yeah.
got a cute kid. Cute kid, buddy.
Yeah. That's a really cute kid. We enjoyed putting your kid on TV.
Yeah.
Right on, Tyler. Anytime, man.
Hammer shark.
Hammer shark. Just tell your kid don't grow up to be a hammer shark. That's all.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Continues with the morning sprint. Have a great weekend. We love you. See you.
Hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark.
It's a hammerhead.
Yeah, whatever. Hammer, shark, it's all the same. Yeah.
2:31 to go fourth quarter. Rodgers out of the gun. 4 wide, 2 and 2. He fades back near left hash. Runs out of a hit. He fires deep, wide open. Caught 36, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Steelers! The second of the night for Pat Fryermuth. He goes 68 yards. What a strike! It ties it at 30, and an extra point could have been a Steelers lead.
Snap good, hold good, kick good.
Prevent from the Bengals. They show 3 safeties incredibly deep. Rodgers out of the gun, trips left, single back right, and Gainwell. 3 seconds, down 2 points. Rodgers takes the shotgun snap. He fades. He rolls to the near left. Rodgers steps into it. He heaves a long arcing effort into the end zone. Knocked down by the Bengals, and that's the game. DJ Ivey got up playing deep safety and swats it down. The volleyball finish, and Cincinnati beats Pittsburgh 33-31 in a Thursday night thriller.
Our thanks to Westwood One on the call as the Bengals snapped the Steelers' 3-game winning streak last night. Cincinnati over Pittsburgh, 33-31. 74-year-old Joe Flacco, 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. Welcome to a Bud Light Football Friday, and welcome to the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Bertinoli, Coach Mike Sanford, and KJ Granderson coming live from the Packers Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice. My passion is football, especially old man football. We had Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco. Man, listen, I got to stop calling people stupid because I get in trouble when I do it. I should say what they have done is stupid, but they are not stupid. But the Cleveland Browns are just stupid.
Dumb.
Just stupid.
Stupid.
Dumb, man.
They got a 4'11" Hawaiian playing quarterback for him.
Yeah, and the dude they just traded to their division rival, their hated division rival.
Who does that?
Just got him a dub last night.
And how about Mike Tomlin spoke it into existence,
Yeah.
did he not?
Yeah.
He was so afraid of Joe Flacco that I think he actually used his microphone in his weekly press conference to tell his own team, yeah, pretty much we're going to lose because I'm terrified of Joe Flacco.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And guess what? Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, like Tomlin right now isn't angry at the Bengals. He's angry at the Browns. He's angry that the Browns even made that trade. He's angry he had to face that quarterback last night.
How long is Joe Burrow out for?
Well, that's a good question. I thought it was more than half the season, but because it's the turf toe, right? And that you never know. Wait, is it 6? Well, let's see. Joe,
original prognosis was 3 months.
3 months? Okay, let's see. Well, yeah, so the Bengals are reporting Joe Burrow on track for a mid-December return. You're going to be done by mid-December.
Yeah, but if Flacco can get him, I don't know, 4
you're
wins?
right. All he needs to do is win a couple, because now you're 3-4 with Cincinnati after that win. You snap, listen, you had a 4-game losing streak going. Joe Flacco snaps you out of that. Now you play the New York Jets. That's a dub. That's a dub for old man Flacco, right?
I think so.
Right? I don't think the Jets are going to go 0-17, but I don't think they're going to win 5 games.
Moser would say,
lay it down. Is that put your money down next week when the Bengals take on the Jets at home.
Yeah,
then they face
I'm
the
looking
Bears.
at Moser right now in the other studio. He's got his backwards ball cap on. That's an American flag striped hat.
Moj doesn't know this, but the man sitting right next to him is super angry that they're doing this right now. Moj, this is something that Moj was supposed to do about 2 hours ago, and he forgot.
Oh, that's a Moj. You know what I learned about the Lay It Down segment at the end of Fridays for Moser, Lombardi, and Kane?
What is it?
Why is Moser the first guy? Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Why would
I don't know.
To me,
I don't know.
I mean, the most important guy on that show by far is actually Steve Nelson, who doesn't even get a letter in the acronym.
Right.
And then second it's Kaner.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd give it to Vic. I mean, what does Moj do? He shows up 2 hours late to get work done.
Yep.
So what I learned from the Lay It Down segment, you know where he got that whole energy from?
Where?
It's from the John Gruden videos, those little snippets that he does, where he's got the what's the rap song that he does at the end?
KJ,
feeling nicey. And this right here, this has got me feeling nicey. It's the same energy. I promise you that Moser stole the lay it down.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
From John Gruden's feeling nicey.
We'll corner him and ask.
Oh, he's going to deny. he is.
I don't even know. Does Nelson keep track of this? Because I bet you Moser's not good at it. Right? Well, I mean, I don't know whether he is or isn't. I don't know what his record is picking games. But it can't be ideal. Not in the NFL, man. Picking games in the NFL is hard.
He might have that Jim Harbaugh football idiot savant syndrome where he's so dumb he's brilliant.
Yeah. Maybe
there might be a little of that.
I don't know.
Apparently, I'm too smart for my own good, or maybe I'm just purely dumb. Because everybody said I'm the best fade on the radio. I tend to disagree with it. Listen to my college football tapes.
Right. Some of those are on the money.
Kind of know what I'm talking about there.
So, what do you have any takeaway at all, or what from that Bengals Steelers game?
It was fun.
Other than, well, yeah, they were racking up touchdowns in the second half of that game, and especially in the fourth quarter, where you're like, man, this is a little bit more offense from these two teams than I expected. They combined for 64 points, and Aaron Rodgers he had 4 touchdowns, but threw 2 picks. He was 23 of 34, 249 yards, 4 touches. 2 picks. The Steelers now are 4-2, but they're doing just fine.
I'll tell you that what my takeaway is established veteran know what to do quarterbacks, even if they're 57 and 30 and 59 years old respectively. You know what the combined third down complete conversion rate was?
Oh, was it something silly? What was it?
It was unbelievable. It was 14 of 24. That's well over 50%. That's crazy. Yeah. A good percentage in the NFL is like 40%. I mean, do you see what the Broncos are right now?
I'm sure it's still pretty bad, right? I mean, it's bad. They have problems on third down, especially third and long. So I'm sure it's not. Do you think it's at 40% for the Broncos on third down?
So what did I say? They were 14 of 24.
Right.
Was the combined old
for
men.
Steelers Bengals last night.
Okay, number 1 in the National Football League right now is 52%, and that's the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, okay. I guess I would have been a little surprised by that.
Your Denver Broncos are 37%, and they are 24th in the National Football League. And guess what? Who's paid handsomely? What position is paid handsomely to convert third downs?
Well, that would be your quarterback.
Be a quarterback.
That's what Bo's got to do. You know what was crazy to me? After the game, Joe Flacco's getting interviewed, and Joe Flacco said that half the time he didn't know what the play was when he got it. That's how he was like. He's like, yeah, we were doing things on the fly. There was a couple of those play calls that I got in, and he was like, I didn't know what those plays were. And I was like, and you still ended up winning the game? That is all right, Joe. That's great. Just whatever. But he was breaking down that, especially like in that fourth quarter in the second half, he was like, we're just playing a little more easy. And even though I didn't know some of the play calls, I knew where those guys wanted the ball. And I was like, man, I mean, how long has Joe Flacco been there in Cincinnati? Like, how many days did he get to figure this stuff out? I mean, this is his second game.
3 days after he arrived?
Yeah. Yeah, he showed up. They threw a uniform on him, and they're like, get on out there.
Didn't they fly him on a Legionnaire?
Something like that, right?
Take Spirit,
but
the yellow bus.
I tell you what,
in the sky.
Whenever Mike Tomlin leaves Pittsburgh or gets fired or moves on, he is not going to take a job in that division again. You know what I'm talking about? Because he hates Cincinnati and he truly hates Cleveland. He probably, I don't
think he loves Lamar Jackson and the Ravens either historically, right? They haven't been too kind to him.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why he hates Joe Flacco so much.
Right.
That's how long Mike Tomlin's been there.
Right, because he was there for those glory years. You're right.
53-year-old Joe Flacco was like a rookie against Mike Tomlin in Mike Tomlin's 19th year coaching for the Steelers. It's wild, man.
So, yeah, the AFC North
division is inbred.
AFC North is drunk because you got the Steelers at 4 wins. You've got the Bengals now in second place in that division at 3-4 because both Baltimore and Cleveland just have 1 win each.
Dude, what is going on?
Weird division.
And it still seems outside of Cleveland's, maybe Cleveland's defense scares you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's scary.
Yeah. Yeah, because, it's always scary when Myles Garrett is running after you.
Yeah, if you got Myles Garrett healthy, there's some other good pieces on that defensive unit. But, man, that division looks, at least feels like it's a scary division.
Right. It should be.
It is buns.
No, it's trash.
4-2, 3-4,
1-5,
1-5. My gosh.
That's so
That
bad.
is so bad.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm assuming, you know what? Hold on. Who is Cleveland playing this week? I think I know. Who is Cleveland playing this week? I want to know when I get to. Oh, it's the Dolphins. Oh no.
That's some bad on bad crime right there.
Oh no. Am I going to guess? Is this the week I get to see Shador? Is this it?
I'm feeling it in my bones.
Or is it next week? Because it's got to be soon.
I called the Jets game. When's Cleveland versus the Jets?
I think it's not. I think they have a bye after this week, and then it's the Jets game. But
That's the one I called
check
where the Shador
sketch.
Sanders experience
Oh,
begins.
no. It's Miami, then at New England, then the bye, and then is that game against the Jets that you think
That's when
Shador
I think it's
is-
going to happen. We might get some Shador mop-up duty.
Okay.
If the Dolphins, see, the thing about Miami is they can, every once in a while, they can put it together and score a gang of points, right? That could happen, and all of a sudden, Dylan Gabriel. Does Kevin Stefanski want to get fired?
It seems like it, man. He's certainly doing everything in his power to get fired.
I mean, that path has been pretty lucrative. That whole path of, I want to get fired. You hear about James Franklin?
Yeah. Wait. I know that he's owed $50 million, but he's going back to work for ESPN
This
or something?
weekend.
See,
dude,
man,
you didn't
all
even
you
let
coaches have got problems.
the body's
man.
not even cold yet.
No,
man.
but it's that you guys got way too much hustle, man.
It's not hustle.
Is that what
for
the
James
hell
Franklin?
is it?
You know what
It's
James
something.
Franklin? You
It's
want
a
to know what
never
he's
stop,
doing?
never stop stopping.
No, James Franklin is so excited to control. That's the word.
Oh, control the messaging?
The messaging, control the narrative. Now, he will have some stuff contractually that he cannot talk about.
He can't go out there and just bash Penn State. He can't just
unless,
throw them in.
unless his agent worked out the coolest deal ever. Where,
Right. There's
where you
probably
can
a
disparage
clause
the
in there.
university.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this. I bit my tongue pretty hard for a while there. You got to be who you can afford to be, right?
Man, right. You got to, whatever it says on the dotted line on that contract.
But what I guarantee you that James Franklin's going to do on College Game Day, he's already going to be lobbying for the next gig.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to do. He's going to be classy. Gosh, and everybody's going to feel sorry for him.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
James
like, you know
is
what,
such
that's
a
a
good
great
guy.
guy.
I love watching this happen because I know all these guys. They're all jerks behind the scenes. They're all awful human beings. They're megalomaniac narcissists, and then they play the victim card when they get fired. They do.
No. I mean, I'm going to see what he has to say. It should be interesting because that's the first.
He's going to talk about like how incredible the experience was. He's going to talk about what they achieved, what they accomplished.
Nothing, huh?
He's going to point to some of the challenges of Penn State coming out of the Sandusky and Paterno world, that era. Bill O'Brien, he kind of was in and out so quickly that there was a cultural shift. And then he's going to talk about how thankful and grateful he was to everybody at Penn State. And guess what he's going to end up being?
A head coach again next year
At the University of North Carolina.
Oh, listen, man. Listen.
The perfect place for him.
That whole
Seaboard.
situation seems crazy. All that stuff that's going on in UNC right now, I don't know what Bill and Jordan and Lombardi are doing, man, but it's
not good.
It's not good. And you know what? Here's what's crazy. There's film of that. All that stuff is on tape somewhere, right? And it's going to get out eventually.
Oh, we have some.
Well, I saw that. I didn't listen to it, but him and Jordan got caught on a hot mic talking some nonsense.
For that documentary that they were making that got canceled.
Right. The Hulu documentary.
And of course, who got it? None other than our guy, Pablo Torre. The same Pablo Torre that figured out NFL collusion between owners. The same Pablo Torre that found out about the tree contract for Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah. He's just out here hustling too,
I'll tell you what.
He's just hustling
my man,
too.
Pablo.
I seriously want to know if the NBA is ever going to do anything about the LA Clippers situation, or if they're just like, make it go away, make it go away, make it go. But we'll see. Coverage of tomorrow's Avalanche game against Boston on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We'll roll on with a Bud Light Football Friday next.
In Colorado, we have the height of college football, NFL football, Major League Baseball playoffs, and we get the triumphant return of the Denver Nuggets in quest for their second title in 4 years. And I can't wait for it. But if you want to throw a little coin, just a little coin on some of your favorite sports action, well, the place to do it is at Circus Sports, based in Las Vegas. It's a great property, great hotel and casino that you need to visit. They're in Old Town Vegas, right there on the Fremont Street Experience. Brand new property, beautiful, the best stadium environment to watch football and sports and basketball and hockey from the pool, called Stadium Swim, the largest outdoor sports betting environment in the world. But also check out Circus Sports Colorado. It's an app that you can download right now wherever you get your apps, or you can certainly visit circasports.com today. One line that I wanted to make everyone aware of is my alma mater, who's struggling this year, Boise State, is hosting UNLV, and Boise State is 4-2, playing against 6-0 Dan Mullen, formerly of Mississippi State and Florida. UNLV and Boise State is a 13-point home favorite. Do what you want with them, but I have not been very impressed with my alma mater. So check out Circus Sports Colorado. Download the app or visit circasports.com today. Reminder, you got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, outrageous. Nah, physical. He's a physical player. He's looking for contact. Young running back, so you see it a lot in the younger guys. The older you get, you realize that you probably shouldn't be ducking your head you might want to run out of bounds every now and again. But, young guy, full of energy, full of juice. And, truth be told, that running style is the reason that they're playing the way they're playing, because, he's a good player. He's getting them going. And, you run a couple people over, you get a little momentum. And, momentum is a game changer.
Boy, crazy as hell, man. He just be trying to run everybody over. And it's not just DBs, linebackers, it's D tackles too. So, man, you got to give him credit. He's a tough guy.
That's JFM and Nick Benito talking about Cam Scatterbo and the New York Giants coming into town. But at halftime of tonight's Cherokee Trail at Grandview game on Altitude AM 950, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes.
That's a little Aurora tilt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are both those teams Aurora teams?
A-Town?
I believe so. I know they're east of Denver teams.
I think
Springer
go to Grandview? I can't
Cherokee Trail for sure is in the Cherry Creek district.
Yeah.
Then they play in that really cool stadium right next to Cherokee Trail High School. I like that place. I can't remember what it's called. Neat place, though.
I don't think I've ever been there, but there. I want to ask you this. So we just heard JFM and we heard Benito, but I want to talk about beef between players and New York Giant fans getting a little cocky. So it seems like, remember when Jonathan Cooper earlier this week had comments about Jackson Dart? Feels like Giant fan and maybe even Giant player didn't appreciate that too much.
Well, there's been some beef.
Yes.
There's been some escalating tensions between what I think to be one of the more obnoxious sports fan bases in America, the New York Football Giants.
Right. Well, that's what Benito tweeted out last night before he deleted it, but obviously
I used to think they were really cool. I like their uniforms. I like their logo. I didn't dislike them until I had an experience supporting one of my former quarterbacks, Jordan Love. And my wife and I had a glorious little East Coast trip. We go to New York City around Christmas time. I think it's 2-3 weeks preceding Christmas in December.
How was that welcome?
And we go to Monday Night Football at MetLife. Take public transportation to MetLife get there, all excited. Man, this is going to be a great environment. First off, that's a terrible venue. I hate it. I hate everything about it. There's like no tailgating because it's like every public transportation. You just wait in lines to get in.
Is that the whole thing?
It just kind of gets shuffled in. You feel like you're in one of those, like in Japan when you see those, waiting to board trains and people are literally using prods. They're prodding you in there.
Yeah, you're just sardines in a can.
That's what the environment was like. It's not really my jam too much. But anyway, so we get there, and of course, it's Jordan Love, Green Bay Packers, tons of Packers fans there just enjoying, a bunch of semi-overweight Scotties. I joined the party and there's, oh, yeah, this is great. Oh, it's going to be fun to watch Jordan Love play today.
Yeah. What do Giants fans have to say about that?
Well, Tommy DeVito was born that day.
Yeah.
And it was hey, Capiche said Tommy DeVito, he's one of us. Hey, what you talking about? And I'm not kidding. There were 15-year-old girls sitting next to my wife and I. And they look over at me about fourth quarter and they give me the Tommy DeVito that put your thumb and gather it right there with your pointer finger, your middle finger, your ring finger, and even include your pinky finger. And they said, hey, capiche.
Capiche.
They said, you like that? How you like them, huh? You like that, huh? And from then I was like, these Giants fans, they love a gimmick.
Yeah.
They just want a gimmick.
Okay, that's true.
They want something that's temporary. And
you're right.
You want to know what the current gimmick is right now? It's Anakin Skywalker, the stupid north-south facing eye black.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Last time I checked, eye black went underneath your eyes to prevent glare.
Right.
You moron.
Right, Jackson, that's it. The way you're wearing it is just makeup, bro. You're just playing football with makeup on, which is fine. You live your life, man, but...
And you know what else? This stupid fan base that loves a gimmick because they're New York and, the New York Post, it's awesome. Yeah. They love Cam Scatterbo, and they're all going to be running around. Yes, they're all going to be running around like idiots, banging their heads into objects, like their favorite player. So it's just going to be boom, boom.
I miss the sports hate. Like there used to be all kinds of sports hate between fans.
This week is back.
Right. It feels like it. Feels like it, right?
And you know how many Giants fans are going to make are going to take
be
the
a good
Hajj?
chunk. Yeah, there'll be a good chunk.
They're going to have the Hajj to Mecca because you know how many degenerate New Yorkers are just looking for a good opportunity to get out
to get out of there.
To get out here to where the beer flows like wine and the chicks flock like the salmon of Capistrano. And you know what else they're coming out here for?
What?
They want that good.
Oh,
they love the Colorado
that's
good.
Yeah,
it hits different than their New York good. And they love coming out here, and they'll be like, oh, and I get to come out there and watch Camp Scattaboo bang his head into a microphone.
Do you think, were Giants players, it's bullet board material is what they said. They're like, bullet board material, man. We put it on the bulletin board. We got a big bulletin board here in New York. I don't know, my accent's not great.
It's not great, but it's not bad. Mine gets weird.
But because
all my accents turn into John Gruden or Jim Harbaugh at some point.
Oh, here we go. So I didn't realize. So they went to Jackson and told him about Jonathan Cooper's comments. And Jackson said, I think a lot of guys wear chains and dance when they score touchdowns. I appreciate him following my dance touchdowns. I will say this. Giant fan was hitting Bronco fan with yo, our rookie quarterback got in your head already. Why should you, what do you care, Jonathan Cooper, that our dude is dancing around and doing whatever? But that guy's going to get murdered this weekend. You really want to give this pass rush more ammunition, man?
Oh, man, this is great.
You're going to get killed.
Shout Mazda text line. I don't know if this is one of our loyal texters, but Paulie right here says, Giants fans love gimmicks? Ever heard of Tim Tebow and Bo Nix?
No, listen, you can't put Bo Nix in the Tim Tebow.
I completely agree.
I was here for Tebow Mania, and it's so hard to explain that because we were all like, damn, this dude can't play quarterback. Let's go. Let's
keep playing him at quarterback.
Yes, it was insane.
That seems like a smart idea.
It was insane. People were Tebowing in the middle of the street. You could just walk downtown and randomly some dude would hit the Tebow. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, and I was like, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. But yeah, I don't think you put Bo Nix in that category. Man, I'm not putting Jackson Dart in that category either. But Cam Scattaboo, I will. How about this question, Coach? We had a whole conversation about meatheads yesterday, and I don't want to get into it again, but I do want to know this. What is the right meathead to football ratio on a football team?
Are we going back meathead?
I'm just saying.
I thought it was just a meathead Thursday. It's a meathead Friday,
I just want to know, do the Broncos need another, do they need a meathead, or do the Giants need to get rid of one of their meatheads? You know what I mean? What is the correct ratio of meathead to normal football player on a team?
Well, the scariest thing as a coach is that when you go through your roster and you don't have anybody that you can say that's a meathead.
That's a meathead? Yeah, you need to have at least one.
I went through my roster after we basically blew hot gas into microphones for 2 hours about meatheads in sport.
And you're like, how many do I got?
I actually I was encouraged.
You're like, you know what?
I was fairly encouraged.
You got a number? You gonna give us a number?
I think I have
more or less than a handful.
I got double digit meatheads.
That's a good thing, Coach. That's a lot of meatheads, man.
We might not get there yet, but we're gonna get there because we got some young meatheads too. My freshman class has got so many meatheads. They got in trouble for something that's as meathead as it gets, and I'm not even gonna repeat it on these airwaves. It's that bad. It's so silly, dumb meathead stuff.
Can you imagine in 3-4 years what those dudes are going to be doing out there on a football field? Just meatheading it up, man.
But you can't have 70. 70 meatheads.
You can't have 53 meatheads on a 53-man roster.
70 meatheads, you got a better chance of winning a championship than a team that has 0.
Yeah, I agree with that statement.
Because how's the game won?
Yeah.
Physicality.
Yeah.
Having a screw loose, man. This is not the thinking man's game across the board.
How
there are positions where you got to be a thinking man.
How violent is this game going to be on Sunday? Because
highly.
The Giants offense wants to hit you in the face, and that's all the Broncos defense does.
The craziest thing too is as bad statistically as the Giants are on defense, their front seven is kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
Brian Burns is only one sack behind Nick Bonito, and they got a young Abdul Carter that's I think he's playing out of position. He's playing interior defensive line until third down, and then it's just, I don't know. And then you got the freak show of Kayvon Thibodeau too, and I don't know how healthy everybody is. I don't know exactly the status of everybody, but those three players, if you were to just say Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, Abdul Carter, choose your fighter between those three, and I would say historically, like not necessarily right now, but say before last season, if you would have said you've got those three in your front versus Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper, you would pick the Giants crew.
Yeah,
in terms of their draft
30
stock,
sacks, yeah.
their reputations, both in college. I mean, the Broncos.
I love Thibodeau, man. I love Thibodeau.
The Broncos trio is a bit of it's a case study in really good evaluation and development because, I mean, Nick Bonito wasn't he wasn't a household name in college.
They're all low profile.
Zach Allen was mired in anonymity at Boston College. And then kind of he was a fairly anonymous player for a while in Arizona with the Cardinals. And I wouldn't say that Jonathan Cooper, when was he drafted? 7th round?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah,
I mean, granted, he was a good player for the Ohio State Buckeyes, but Kayvon Thibodeau's he was like a no-brainer first rounder. Abdul Carter was the toast of college of college football last year defensively. And then Brian Burns is kind of that guy that's really played himself. And I'm forgetting right now Dexter freaking Lawrence.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He led all interior D linemen with sacks last year.
He's pretty good.
That's a terrifying defense.
I get it, but they're 2-4, man.
I know,
they're
they're the 28th best defense in pro football.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you think they have something for Bo Nix this weekend? Because, listen, there is now hope for the New York Giants. You know what I mean? There's hope with that fan base, but more importantly, there's hope in that in that front office with the Giants and with Dable. Although they asked Dable, they're like, what's your takeaway from this Broncos defense? And he was like, they got a lot of sacks.
Dude, what is going on with the Giants defense?
Why aren't they murdering?
Did I just list arguably what felt like a Pro Bowl starting defensive line?
At least yes, especially compared to the talent they have on the offensive side of the ball.
Let's talk here, Larry. Total defensive yards average per game right now, they're 26th in the league at 371.
See, that's weird. Hold on, let me look at their schedule. Have they played a bunch of world beaters?
Success rate versus the run, they rank 31st in the league. So they're the second worst rush defense in the National Football League. They are 31st in the NFL in third down conversion rate allowed.
Wow.
They're the second to last. And yards per allowed on third down, they're dead last at 6.4.
That's kind of crazy. I think part of it might be some of the big numbers these opposing teams put on them. Dallas, I think, currently owns the best offense in the NFL, like yards-wise and scoring-wise. And they put 40 on the Giants in that overtime loss. They gave up 26 to New Orleans of all the teams. You're right. When you look at the personnel, that kind of personnel would scare me if I didn't look at their record and see what they've been doing this season. I don't know. I mean, you tell me what's the game. Well, you know what? We got to take a break. How about we discuss the keys of the game and the game plan and what the Broncos are going to do after their upcoming bye with these teams coming into town. We'll get to all that coming up as we roll on with a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
Well, they got like 4 werewolves in there. And, yeah, it's a challenge. I mean, and even the guys that are not, the big names are real solid, good players. So, yeah, it's going to be a challenge. It's something that, we pay close attention to, and the way we set up our plan certainly takes all that into account. But, yeah, it's impressive watching them on film and kind of get caught just watching how good they are. But we got good players too, and it'll be a good fight.
That's Joe Lombardi talking about the Giants D-line that's going to be coming for Bo this weekend. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. And we're coming to you live from the Back Shaker Studios. If you want to be part of the program, if you want to text in and say hi to Coach, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person hours, 303-504-0925. All right, Coach, what are the – let me ask you – well, let's take it from the opposing side first. If you're the New York Giants, the newly revived, refreshed, renewed New York Giants with Jackson and Cam, what is your game plan against the Denver Broncos this weekend?
Am I their offensive play caller?
Yeah, let's go offensive side. Let's go offensive
First
side.
off, my gonads are in my throat.
Because they're coming.
Because they're going to be pinning their ears
You
back.
just keep showing Jackson video of all these quarterbacks getting crushed this season. You're just like, all right, man.
Oh, yeah, here's the Super Bowl champ. Jalen Hurts getting hit 15 times against this defense.
Here's Justin Fields running for his life.
Yeah, one of the best athletes in the history of the position just got sacked 9 times against these guys. So, yeah, other than my gonads, I think the first part of game planning for this Broncos defense and what I know they're going to do against the rookie quarterback is I'm going to remove my gonads from my throat and try to breathe. Okay? And what I'm going to try to do here is I want to use Jackson Dart's – I want to use his athleticism.
Okay.
So the way that I want to get after the Denver Broncos, who are going to blitz you, they're going to play man coverage, is I want to get Jackson Dart to read one of their front players. I know that you're probably not going to be playing the long game here, but if you can just create maybe 2 early first downs in the game by running zone read, Q power read, trying to find an edge that you can get to formationally on a play action bootleg, which I call a naked. West Coast offense, old school. Shanahan calls it a keeper off the outside zone play. I'm trying to get Jackson Dart to be able to utilize his legs early to move sticks. Because guess what that might do? It might freak out Vance Joseph and say, oh, I can't play man coverage and blitz this guy back to the Stone Age. I need to get to a little bit of zone coverage. Then I can get Vance Joseph and this defensive front to play 2 high shells, shell coverages. I like my ability. Jackson Dart's he's not an experienced enough player to just say, go beat man coverage with your arm.
Right.
He's got to do it with his legs at least to start to soften him up. So that's
if he does it again this week against the Broncos, it'll be the first time any Giants quarterback has ever done that. And I was like, that seems a little wild. I thought you know what I mean? Like, I did not realize that no one has done it before unless Jackson does it this week. 150 yards passing and at least 50 yards rushing in back-to-back games.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, it's a little surprising that Daniel Jones didn't do it because he was running around pretty good, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty decent athlete, the quarterback position. But really, if you think about the history of the Giants franchise, Eli Manning wasn't going to be rushing the football.
Phil Simms ain't going to be.
Phil Simms ain't taking off and tucking it
for 75
Jeff
yards.
Hostetler.
Man, that's a name. Jeff Hostetler. Yeah.
I want to hear some more New York Giants quarterback names, man.
Oh, yeah. No. There is, let's see, Kerry Collins,
yeah,
baby.
he was the most. Kerry Collins might have been the most immobile quarterback in the history of the game.
Do you think so? Well, I mean, he was certainly a big stiff. Let's see if we can go some old school with it. Let's go back to the 19th. Y.A. Tittle.
Ooh, he could
Y.A. Tittle. Fran Tarkington.
Ooh, I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that either. He played 5 seasons with the Giants. Craig Morton.
Yeah.
Our old friend Craig Morton.
Just a 2-year guy. I mean, really, they haven't. Danny Cannell.
They got Danny Cannell. That's an old school one. They got
really
lucky with Phil Simms and Eli Manning because both those guys were there forever.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that the Giants franchise, when you go back to 2000, really, you've passed the torch. This is almost Green Bay Packers like.
No, you're right.
Not quite.
This is, yeah.
But Kerry Collins passed it to Eli Manning, who passed it to Daniel Jones, who it appears is passing it to Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
That's essentially 4 quarterbacks over the course of a century.
Man, the Broncos would have killed for a quarterback like this during the 2010s. You know what I mean? Where it's just consistency. But
I don't remember Kurt Warner, the New York Giant. Do you?
No.
Started 9 games as a New York Giant.
And then Eli came in and replaced him that year. Is that when was Eli a rookie that year? That was his rookie year when Kurt Warner first started that season.
No, was Kurt Warner? That was.
Man, look at that. Look at Jesse Palmer still in the league back there in 2003. But yeah. Kerry Collins to Kurt Warner to Eli Manning.
So ironically, Kurt Warner, he had his 5-6 seasons and the Rams, and then
it seems so much more than that because he was such a dominant quarterback. You know, the greatest show on turf for that span of time. But you're right, since he was bagging groceries before he hit the NFL, right? That's famously his story.
Oh, Kurt Warner as a Giant is a really strange image. KJ's pulling up. Look at Kurt Warner as a Giant.
Yeah, this is weird.
Does anybody else remember that?
This is weird.
I
barely remember. Yeah.
I mean, I remember him as an Arizona
I do like those
Cardinal.
Giants unis, though.
I like
the
all
gray pants.
The Giants have a great, I mean, I love their color scheme. I love the gray pants. I love the NY, the old school NY. I didn't love the script Giants when it was going, but now that they pull it back out and you can kind of see the old school. When you think about the New York Giants franchise, who is the number one player that you associate with the New York Giants? And I think this is something that has to do with age.
I associate it with Lawrence Taylor because
me too.
But everybody else is Eli, right? I'm assuming because I was just a kid when Lawrence Taylor was out there absolutely decimating everybody. You know what I mean? Like, and my man Lawrence had some issues, but he's one of the all-time greats. One of the all-time greats. But that's what I think. What about you? What do you think of when you think the New York Giants? Is it Lawrence? Is it
You ready
Eli?
for this one?
Oh, it's gonna be something weird, isn't it? Who?
Dave Meggett.
What?
Tech Mobile.
Oh, are you sure? Hey, listen, man. Listen, that's the first time I ran into Bo Jackson's Tech Mobile, right? Yeah. That's some old. Yeah, I don't remember Kurt Warner.
You know what's funny? You want to hear something crazy about
Lawrence Taylor's the greatest player in the history of the New York Giants, right?
Dave Meggett, 1989 to 1994. In his entire career, he rushed for just 1,684 yards, but I remember him because he was the starting running back on Tech Mobile. And that's what I started my love for football as a 7-year-old.
You know what? Here's a name. Like, I should when I think of the New York Giants, I should think of this name, and I don't. And it's Michael Strahan, right? Like, he broke right. I never think of Strahan when I think
of that.
And he has the sack record. Like, he was great for that team. And I can't now. Now I don't. Yeah, it doesn't even enter my brain that Michael Strahan dominated in that team.
Dave Meggett was a big-time pass-catching he was like I don't even know what position. He was a running back. How about this? You want to talk about a wild career? Dave Meggett played in the National Football League. He ended up playing in 146 games, and he only had 1,684 yards rushing for 4.2 yards per carry. But he ended up having 336 catches for 3,038 yards as a running back. He had double the receiving yards that he did as a running back. As a rusher. It's crazy.
He was also sentenced to 30 years in jail.
Oh, Dave Meggett's he's in the clink, huh?
Yeah. Let's see what he did.
Yeah, not good.
Sexual misconduct and burglary. 30 years in prison. He was sentenced in 2010. So, he was sentenced when he was 42. Yeah, he still got some time left. I had no idea. No clue. Yeah, my man's 59 now. Dave Meggett. Yeah, he played, born in 66, played for 10 seasons, and now he's spending 30 years in jail. That's not ideal at all.
That's wild.
But, yeah, me and KJ think Lawrence Taylor. You think Meggett. I should think Strahan, and everybody else thinks Eli Manning, right? He's the most recognizable name from the New York Giants, but that's the way things go. What is it going to take for Jackson Dart to get there? Well, a lot of at least 3, right? You got to get more than Manning. You got to get more than Eli. You got to bring 3 there, right? I don't even know. Is Phil Simms still beloved by that team? I mean, Phil lives and works there, right? Still in New York. But either way, let's do this. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we are going to take a look at the Broncos injury report and the Giants and compare and contrast. And we will take a look around the NFL as well. That is all coming up next on a Bud Light Football Friday.
a lot of excitement on Greenlaw being out there in the practice field, but you kind of have to tap down that excitement a little bit because he has missed so much time.
Yeah, I think if he returns this week, it's got to be in a part-time role. Maybe we'll see. We're not sure that's going to happen this weekend or next, but he's in good spirits. He's worked hard. He's in the right mindset. So we'll see how Sunday plays out. But once he gets out there, we'll feel him. Everyone will.
Has he done enough? Have you seen enough from him? Whenever Greenlaw comes back, has he earned snaps?
Absolutely, he's earned snaps. Absolutely. It takes everyone, obviously. Leggy. He's played so well. It's going to be a package for him to play, moving forward. So I don't see him not having snaps on Sunday.
Sean Payton won't talk about him, but VJ will. Just ask. If Sean won't answer your question, just go to VJ about Greenlaw and ask him what's up. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Bud Light Football Friday. Let's check out the injury report. Powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And I have the full report right here. But I guess the first question I have for you, because we've been talking about Greenlaw all week now that he's back at practice. Do you just, you think the Broncos just throw him right in there? Limited time, so. Limited snaps, or just like, all right, man, if you feel like you can play, then let's go. Then let's get it on.
My prediction will be that Greenlaw will play in base. So what base would be is when you play match personnel versus either 2-back offense or 2 tight end offense. So 12 is 2 tight end offense. That means there's 1 running back. That's what the 1 and 12 means.
And it's a very popular formation in the NFL right now.
Well, it's kind of, everybody says it's like brand new. Like,
it's like, isn't this
I ran
OG?
that when I was in college at Boise State back in 2000. 99. It's not new, football's cyclical, right? There's always evolutions of personnel. There is a lot of 11 personnel and 10 personnel even, which is the absence of a second back or the absence of a second tight end. That's a little bit more new, what I would say in the college or in the pro football game, because everything trickles uphill schematically. And the RPO game, the zone read game, the tempo game, the empty game, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It is weird. But where are all these players coming from, A, and B, where they're being developed in terms of scheme, comfort level, and most importantly, what's the most important position on the field?
Yeah.
Quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback.
And quarterbacks are accustomed to playing in these.
I guess there is a lot of young
RPO
coaches
systems
in the NFL right now. There's not a whole lot of like Sean Payton, Andy Reid's left, right? Maybe is it a 50-50 split? I guess
less than 50-50.
Yeah, you think? I guess we can look it up.
It feels like the only division that has a bunch of old heads is the AFC West.
Yeah. Yes. You're right. Man, and we got the oldest of the old heads, right? With Pete and Sean and they're all
Jim. Jim ain't no spring chicken.
Right, and Andy's old as hell. So you're right. Yeah, we got the experienced, cranky.
The AFC West coaches convention is one where they go and hang out and they hang out in the country club locker room together.
Right.
And they're all leg up on the bench.
All leg up, butt nude.
Yeah, they're
smoking cigars.
Yep, with they blow dry their nards.
Talking about like, remember in '84 when blah blah, and yes. So
for those at home on your out of town scoreboard that are taking score, that is 3 days in a row where I've talked about old men and gravity.
But they know exactly what we're talking about. Oh, let's see here. Let's see. I got the list right here. Let's see. Oh man, this is tiny. Wow. So how about this? In the AFC South, coaches age 39, 40, 41, 41. Well, Callahan's no longer there, so you get nothing. Let's see AFC West. 61, 61, 67, 73. Yeah, man, that's all kinds of experience. But yeah, it looks like the average age of an NFL head coach is late 30s, early 40s now, man.
Look at the NFC West. Those guys are youngsters. Kyle Shanahan.
Wow, he's the oldest dude. He's the
Kyle
oldest
Shanahan
head coach
looks like
in that division.
looks like a little kid still.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that Sean McVay's been the head coach for like 17 years, and he's not 40 yet. He's right. He's like, or he's just about to turn 40 or something ridiculous. Like, yeah, he's 30, whatever. Yeah, but you know what? I've never considered it from this perspective when you just see the ages next to each other, and it's like in the NFC South, there's like 37, 44, 49. Todd Bowles throwing off the whole curve at 61.
Oh, he looks good for 60.
Yeah. Listen, man, and then like Brian Daboll looks like a spring chicken at 50 years compared to the coaches in the AFC West. Yeah, I mean, that's some stupid experience in this division.
Daboll, he lost about 100 pounds, didn't he?
Man, well, I mean, that's just being a coach, right?
No.
You think it's the stress?
I think it's the jab.
Oh,
he
really?
got that good. Yeah, he was on that. He was on it.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, maybe that makes you a better coach. I mean, you're not carrying around as much weight. You're light on your feet. But yeah, that's crazy. I had never really considered it like that. The age of NFL head coaches at the start of this season by division, from youngest to oldest. So the youngest is the AFC South, and the oldest by a country mile is the AFC West. The average age of head coaches in the AFC West is 66 years old. The average age of the AFC North, the division that's right ahead of them, is 50. Yeah, that's crazy. So the AFC South and the NFC West all have head coaches who average 40, 41 years of age. Yeah. So, yeah, there's 20-plus more years of experience in this division than any other. I don't know how that translates, but you are right that means that we have almost no old school. We have like 6 old school coaches left. Oh, man, he lost a ton. I didn't realize he was hella big. I didn't realize he was that big.
Dude, he was a house.
Yeah, that dude is a brick house. You're right.
Okay, so this was a while ago. This was over a year ago.
That he lost all this weight?
Yes. And it was right around the time. Remember when the Giants were on Hard Knocks? It was the offseason.
Right. And everybody's making fun of him because they were talking trash about Saquon and all that stuff. And then he
was heavy Daboll there. And he credits his weight loss. This is from a tweet from APC Football. He credits his weight loss to his rigorous Pilates routine this offseason. It's called DTR Pilates in Wyckoff. I started going first few weeks. I was not too pleased with it. I was pretty sore. Listen, man.
No way.
Pilates ain't going to lose that much weight.
No. Not at 50 years old.
Nah,
maybe
man.
if you're 27.
Doing ballet sitting down, bro. You ain't losing a hundo.
Listen, man, you can just say it. Just say it. We ain't going to care.
We don't care,
We don't care.
Brian, you're good, bro.
Like
we
your
love
team
you.
Does right. Yeah,
we're
just
good.
Say it.
Get a good endorsement deal from it's okay.
Do you think he survives this season in you? Well, you know what the Giants don't fire
look at the second comment on this tweet.
Yeah. They knew. Ozempic.
We know.
What is this? Best head coach in the league. All right, Giant fan, bring it.
It's different looks, same old Giants. That's so good, man.
But I had not thought of it as age of head coach. I did not realize that the AFC West is just everyone is hella ancient and has been coaching football at an elite level for decades. And maybe that's the reason. Is the AFC West, I mean, would you consider the 4 teams in the AFC West, do they play the most old school brand of football of anybody else in the league? Or have all these 4 coaches embraced the new style of NFL football? I don't know. What do you I guess I would consider him to be the most old school of teams in this league. But I don't know. Matter of fact, I don't even know what we solved with that with that whole conversation, what we figured out in that thing. But back to the injury report. The Giants injury report is much longer than the Denver Broncos. Matter of fact, the only one, there's nobody you're really concerned about on the Broncos, especially if Greenlaw is able to go. For the Giants, there's a whole lot of names on this list, but nobody who is going to completely change the outcome, whether they be in the off or in the lineup or not. But I guess I'm surprised. The Broncos are one of the biggest favorites of the weekend, right? Like of every team. Let me see. The Broncos are -7.5, and I can't find another spread. Oh no, yes there is. There's one that's much bigger. But that's it. There's only one game that has a bigger spread, and that is the Raiders at the Chiefs. Chiefs are minus 12.5 of that game. Man. Well, listen, I know the Raiders are banged up, and you're probably not going to have Brock Bowers and the crew still, but man, 12.5, that's a mountain of numbers for one game. But the Broncos are the second favorite team in the NFL this season. I mean, as a coach, do you like it when you go into a game that you're favored in, or do you kind of like a little edge where you're like, I don't know, fellas, this is going to be a tight one this weekend?
Want to know the honest to God answer?
Yeah.
They all suck. Because you have no idea what's going to happen until you play, man.
Yeah.
It's interesting, man. Like, high school football is such a new stimulus for me in terms of preparation, because there's the drop-off between, like, the top 3 teams in the state and even, like, the 6th best team in the state or 7th best. I just 6'7" there. It just keeps coming up.
Somebody was doing the 6'7" dance last night in that game. I saw that cut. Somebody scored that.
Mm-hmm. I did it with Rocky the other day. And
did you really?
Yeah, me and Rocky
that's right.
did
That's right. You were
6'7",
telling me. Right.
cool.
When you were at Ballerina.
My daughter was highly embarrassed.
I'm sure that's not a.
Yeah, I
sure
put it
that's
out
an
on social
everyday
media, and she's like,
occurrence.
"Dad, that was a big air ball." Thank you. I'm like, I'm a dad. It was a joke. It's called a dad joke.
Dad joke.
It's supposed to be an air ball, kid. All right, kid.
Right. You'll know one day.
All right. Who do you think you are? But all games, man, you don't know how they're going to play out until they play. And it's interesting. We played against a team last week, and I know this is the NFL, and I'm sorry I'm comparing to high school, but we played against a team last week that it's a good team.
Mm-hmm.
But on paper, we would, quote unquote, be expected to win. I mean, I was terrified going in.
Yeah.
And we returned the opening kick for a touchdown, and you're like, oh, this is going to happen.
All right, I feel much better about the situation.
But that play, like, if it just think about it, if our if our KOR specialist, the returner, if he just trips at the 20, at his own 20, it's probably a completely different game. Because you don't have that massive momentum swing for a team that maybe is looking for a little bit of life, a little bit of hope. Like, I'm playing against a team today with an unbelievably legendary head coach, and big shout out to Jay Madden, a legend at Pomona High School, and then he coached at Broomfield Legacy. He started Dakota Ridge High School with Ron Woe, Coach Woj. Those guys are both on that staff, and the offense coordinator, defense coordinator, two of the best coaches in Colorado high school football history. I mean, on paper, the people would say we should win the game, but I'm watching this film. I'm like, these dudes, and they fly around. And so any football game can go at multitude of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And as a coach, you're sitting there like, gosh, man, okay, do I mitigate the damage or do I just go for it?
Yeah.
And if you sometimes, I've been around it where I just go for it. And then all of a sudden you do something stupid.
Yeah. And then
throw a pick six, or you like this trick play and it goes awry fast. And all of a sudden it's, oh, wow. And guess what the other team gets? Hope.
Yeah. And then you're in trouble.
So as a coach, I think the best thing to do, man, is just approach all games like they are just a really good football team. Even if they're the number one team in your division or in the state or in college football, you treat them like they're a good team and you're preparing to play a good team. If they're not the number one team, you prepare that you're playing a good team, and you put your best, most sound game plan together and you just do what you do. And so I would say that coaches probably don't, like, the insides of all of us coaches, I think that we get grumpier when we are playing against a team that we're supposed to blow out.
Oh,
because
yeah.
we do the opposite, right? Coaches,
Right.
It's the Nick Saban deal. It's the Bill Parcells deal. Sean Payton comes from that same tree. In games that you're supposed to win, you go out of your way to build up that team. You hype them up like they're the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you see anybody looking complacent or acting silly or goofy, you're like, oh, we're going to get our balls kicked in this week.
Do you think can the Denver Broncos beat the New York Giants? As good as the Broncos defense is, can the Broncos beat the Giants if Bo Nix and the offense play like they played last week?
Yes.
Yeah, you think so? Even, like, if the Broncos score 13 points, you can still beat this Giants team this
You
weekend?
want to know why? Because the one thing that the Denver Broncos defense isn't statistically doing well right now, which makes zero sense, takeaways, creating turnovers. That's just, to me, just a strange outlier, Because if you're sacking quarterbacks at a 5 per game clip and you're hitting quarterbacks at roughly a 15 per game clip, it's just a matter of time before there's errant passes and balls in the air and helicopter. And I think you're going to start picking up some takeaways in bunches here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jackson Dart's the perfect guy to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, he might.
All you Florida Gators know, it's an if you know situation from last year when he just handed the abysmal Florida Gators four turnovers. He's due.
Well, yeah, we'll certainly find that out here in just a few days' time. Coverage of tonight's Nugget game against OKC on 92.5 will begin at 5:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. We got KJ's NFL news and notes next. It's time right now to take a look around the NFL with KJ's NFL news and notes. What you got?
Well, let's start off with the New York side of things because Brian Daboll was asked about what in the world is going on with this beef between the Giants and the Broncos, and how did we get here, and what is his message to his team? And he talked about it, but he talked about it in a very Russell Wilson-esque way, and it's showing me that Russell Wilson is slowly starting to implement his style into the culture of the New York Giants.
I haven't really seen that from the Giants in quite a while. Is that a team that has more confidence now? Is that a team with a little bit more personality and edge than in years past?
Yeah, like I said, right, I think the biggest thing is going out there and playing well on Sunday. And doing the things you need to do during the week to be ready to play a game against a very challenging, like I've talked about on Wednesday, good football team. And that's really the most important thing.
Is that something you address with your players, or you just kind of do whatever they do?
Yeah, we talk a lot about a lot of things, but the most important thing is how we practice and how we play on Sunday.
What do you think of the Broncos players being dismissive of you guys and your fan base?
Yeah, I just say this: that's a really good football team. None of that really matters. What matters is how you perform during the week and how you play on Sunday, Pat, as you know. Again, we're in a competitive industry, an emotional industry, but the most important thing is doing your job leading up to Sunday, and then ultimately going out there and playing well on Sunday. Making tackles, taking care of the football, communicating well in a loud environment, being productive on early downs, trying to stay out of third.
Who was that? That's Brian Daboll. That's Brian.
Coach Daboll.
Ozempic. We know.
Coach Daboll.
What was that question in the middle? Did they say the Broncos players are dismissive of you? What did that reporter say there in the middle? They said Broncos players are being.
Most important thing.
Is that something you address with your players, or you just kind of do whatever they do?
Sunday.
Yeah, the next.
What do you think of the Broncos players being dismissive of?
There you go. Dismissive. Are the Broncos players being dismissive just because Nick Bonito called your fan base a bunch of chumps?
Well, I mean, Jonathan Cooper did.
Yeah, well,
He
yes,
kinda-
you're right.
he kinda-
You're right. He was kind of dismissive. You're right.
Yeah,
Maybe you're right. Yes, Cooper did kind of be like, yeah, the dancing and the chains.
I'll be honest. I'm actually really excited.
Yeah.
For this game, and I think it was psychologically a great decision to try to put a little bit more spotlight on the rookie quarterback.
Okay, yeah. Maybe Jonathan Cooper knew exactly what he was doing.
I think it was 4D chess with the psychological game of a rookie quarterback playing on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Really in front of is this really Jackson Dart's first real significant road challenge?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so, because the
This
last two
team has been
games were
buns at home.
Well,
or on the road.
I mean, I don't know. Playing in New Orleans, do we call that a challenge against that Saints team?
Spencer Rattler. He's doing really well, though, guys. He's you know what? You don't want to know why he's doing well? Because his team's always down by 28 points, and so his stats are against shell coverage.
All right, KJ, what's next?
I don't know what it is about your face, but I want to deliver one of these right in your suck hole.
And I think that's how a lot of Broncos country feels right now in regards to Darren Rizzi. We had the coordinator step up yesterday. We heard from Vance Joseph in the last segment in regards to his defense. Here is Darren Rizzi trying to explain what's going on with their kickoff coverage right now, because currently it is ranked 32nd in the NFL.
Yeah, it's kickoff coverage more than, we've given up 2 plays, Mike, and, you go back and you look at the entire season. We've actually, percentage-wise, done better than, more plays than not. It's the 2 big plays, one against Tennessee, one last week. In both instances, we had some missed tackles, right? You watch the play, there's some missed tackles. And that's really what we're finding out in this scheme is, one guy out of place, one guy misfit, one guy missed tackle, and then there's these big plays. So, going back and looking at it, I think one interesting thing we got to keep in mind is you look at last year, right? The first year, the dynamic kickoff. Last year, the Broncos were more of a touchback team. We covered less than 20 kicks here last year. We've already covered more kicks in 6 games this year than we covered the entire season last year. Marvin Mims already has more kick returns this year than because everybody was kicking touchbacks. So, for a lot of these guys, it's the first time playing the play, if you will. And so, there's going to be some growing pains there.
Well, yeah, the pressure's on you. If the Broncos lose this game, it's not going to be because of the defense. It's going to be because either the offense couldn't get it done or the special teams made mistakes again, right? Like, that's the only path to success I see for the New York Giants. How do you feel? Like, we are going into Game 7 of the season. How do you feel about the Broncos special team so far?
Not good.
Not great.
It's the most consistently bad unit in this football team by a long shot. The offense shows signs. Man, I hear Darren Rizzi there talk about if I heard him correctly, he said this scheme.
Mm-hmm.
So he's implying new scheme. It puts more pressure on the players to be perfectly in phase and make tackles in the open field. Well, first off, isn't that all schemes?
Yeah.
Both defensively and in special teams.
Does maybe is he making excuses or something?
And if his scheme puts more pressure on the individual player to be in the right exact position and make the open field tackle, then maybe that scheme stinks.
Right. What's the benefit of that if you're making it harder?
I would like it if there was a scheme where you get 3 people to the returner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely said this scheme.
That's weird, man.
Right.
It's
maybe
yours.
we should say my scheme.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's yours.
You're right.
Bizarre,
it does
man.
feel like he was kind of trying to distance himself from his entire unit.
I want to be careful because Benny, this guy's Benny that played for the Broncos, was receiver.
Benny and the Jets?
No, Benny Fowler.
Ben Fowler.
I coached a guy named Benny Sapp, so I always want to say Benny Sapp. So Benny Fowler, I was on CBS Colorado with Romy Bean, the Bronco Blitz that airs Saturday nights. You should tune in, 10 o'clock this coming Saturday. And Benny, I talked to him on the air and off the air about Darren Rizzi. He's a big fan.
He likes him?
He loves him. He played for him in New Orleans. Thinks he's a big time special teams coordinator.
That's why.
And a great
Sean
dude.
Payton loves him, obviously.
But for what? I said it to him. I was like, okay, like we've all had special teams coordinators we love, and I've also been an offense coordinator that a handful of people that I've coached love me and swear by me. But then there's been times where my offense wasn't great, and guess what happened to me?
Yeah, you got.
I got. And that's the nature of the industry, man. It's like, what have you done for me lately?
Right.
And right now, it's not good because I'll say this. I actually liked Ben Kotwica, the special teams coordinator a year ago.
Yeah.
I thought that the whole arrangement was strange with Mike Westhoff as like this, legendary old special teams head that Sean Payton had used early on his career at the New Orleans Saints and seemed to really overly rely on him as this analyst mentor. So I don't even know if Kotwica had the true autonomy to run the special teams unit the way he wanted to. Right. And then he got fired for it because of the blocked field goal against the Chiefs that should have won the game.
And then you bring in Rizzi, but listen,
this special teams unit, like special teams guys comes down to coverage units. And when you're not covering kicks and covering punts with consistency, and you're giving up explosives.
Yeah, you got problems.
You're going to get got. I'll tell you what, man, there are NFL head coaches that would fire their special teams coordinator for one explosive return.
Well, Sean's not going to do it. But here's the problem. The one thing I have with Sean's hiring practices is that and it's exactly how I would be if I was a head coach, which I would never be. And that's he hires his friends. You know what I mean? And that's great. That's fine, but they got to be good. You know what I mean? They can't just be your friend. They have to be your friend and good at it. And it feels like Darren's his dude. That's why you bring him back on in. You worked with him for years, but that doesn't matter if he's not performing what he needs. That's if he's not stepping up to the plate and doing what you need to do.
Do you find it interesting that the coaches that maybe right now with the Denver Broncos are most revered don't come from the New Orleans staff?
Yeah, you mean like Vance? Ooh, you breaking stuff again? Breaking stuff again? Yeah, like my man VJ and the crew.
So Vance Joseph, Jim Leonard, not from the posse, and Davis Webb.
But they're the only ones though, right? Everybody else is old school from the crew from back in the day. They just been hanging out. I mean, how long Lombardi been around,
man.
Sean? Right. And once again, that's great, man. I'm all for Joe Lombardi,
well,
even if he's your homie, but he can't just be your homie.
It's also guys that you know and trust, and that's okay. Like, everybody has this for sure. But, man, you look at it. Joe Lombardi, Saint. Zach Streif, Saint. Pete Carmichael, Saint. Kerry Colbert, pretty sure he's got some Saint to him, did he not?
I mean, half the roster used to play in New Orleans too, man. Like, it's crazy. I mean, I get it. You want to go with the people you trust. But at the same time, you just can't be hiring all
Kerry Colbert, receiver coach, not a Saint.
Okay, there's one. We got 4 now. We got 4. And not only that, let me tell you this. If this Denver Broncos defense continues to do what they do and they end up with 90 sacks and it's one of the greatest defenses in the history of the sport, you know what's going to happen? Some team somewhere is going to give Vance Joseph another shot at head coach, and he's going to be gone next year. Then what are you going to do? Because, right? I mean, Vance's first time being a head coach was here in this city, and it didn't go well, and it didn't turn out well. But, man, now he's got the experience. I'd probably hire him as a head coach. You know what I mean? Just to fix my defense, man.
I'll tell you what, man. There is only one Saint on the defensive side of the ball.
Is that why that unit's so good?
and it's. I think he was there if it ever went bad. And it's Joe Vitt, who entered his 44th season in the National Football League.
Oh, man.
Began his coaching career in 1979. Do you want to hear what the team he coached for?
What coach?
The Baltimore Colts.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And he worked, he helped 6 franchises reach the postseason 14 times, including the Broncos and the Saints, who made the postseason on 6 occasions with Joe Vitt on the staff.
Okay.
So that's his one guy. His Joe, hey, Joe, keep an eye on those guys.
Keep right. I don't know. He never played with me in New Orleans, so I don't know if I trust him. Keep an eye on him. You're right. All right, KJ, what else you got?
I don't know what it is about your face, but I want to deliver one of these right in your suck hole.
Well, the game you could have heard last night right here on the station, specifically AM 950, was Thursday Night Football's absolute thriller between the Bengals and the Steelers that ended with the Bengals kicking a game-winning field goal and winning 33-31. Joe Flacco was 31 of 47 for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. So he was absolutely on fire. But all of a sudden, Joe Flacco is trying to be made a sympathetic figure. And ESPN on NFL, their account posted this from Joe Flacco's press conference last night.
Hey, Joe, that was the wrong answer. You want to know what the right answer would have been?
What's the right answer?
Joe was asked, what's the lesson that you want to teach to your kids? All Joe had to say is, excuse me, did you say my kids? You mean my adults? They're all married with children.
Right, they're grown, man. They're grown.
You're talking about my kids? My son is 38 years old.
Did you add that music, KJ, or was that the NFL? It's like,
no,
let's put some sad music under Joe.
They did that, which is why I'm just like, what
it's
is
not
this?
It's like his funeral, his last game in the league with that kind of music.
I don't know what happened. Did we win the Super Bowl last night?
What the hell was that all about?
What is going on?
Like, I get it. I mean, Aaron Rodgers lost that game. He had a massive stat. He had 4 touchdowns. He threw 2 interceptions. Although, did you see one of his when Aaron, one of those touchdowns or one of those big plays, his offensive lineman came up and hit him a little too hard in celebration, and it didn't end well. Aaron was about to kill that dude. I thought he was coming after him, but all right, KJ. Anything. KJ's NFL Newts is sponsored by Newts. Your Newts are sponsored by
Newts
what?
and Nits.
My who?
Newts and
What are
Nits?
your Newts sponsored by,
This is
KJ?
this is the Swedish version.
My news and notes are sponsored by Mountain High Appliance because they are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. On the way out the door, news came out of Dallas this morning that Trayvon Diggs will not play due to a concussion because of an incident that happened in his home. So we were kind of speculating, what exactly could that incident be? It was confirmed by Josina Anderson that it was not due to a dispute. So
he just tripped and fell and smacked his head on something?
This is one of the sillier
Trayvon
things
Diggs,
I've heard, man. I'm like, I don't know how this happened.
I mean, that is crazy. That's crazy. You hardly ever see something like this. This always happens to like Major League Baseball players. You know what I mean? I'm missing 2 months because I fell down and hit my. Yeah, but there's Trayvon Diggs doing weird things. And that was KJ's NFL Newts. I did it again.
Whoa!
I did it again. NFL Newts. High school football at Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Justin Adams and Jake Heaps call the action between Cherokee Trail and Grandview on Altitude AM 950 at 7. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSA.
I love it. Jake Heaps. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Friday, October the 17th. Say Bud Light Football Friday. KJ, where's all this Bud Light at, man? It's a football Friday. I know that for sure, but I don't see where's the Bud Light at. We need some Bud Light up in here.
I've never seen any Bud Light here on a football Friday.
That's true.
Yeah, it's around the corner and up the creek. That's all I can tell you.
You know what they do? They do keep that big fridge in the back locked. I do think there's some things might be in there. All right. You know what? We're gonna be popping some tops here in just a little bit in this final segment. But Coach, I do want to ask you about a couple of games in college football this weekend, because we do have some interesting ranked teams going head to head, and a couple in the SEC. But I'll start. Actually, let me start with this. Let me start with number 10 LSU and number 17 Vanderbilt in the SEC. There in a tight one in Nashville.
Inject all the Diego Pavia into my veins that I can possibly ingest.
Are you a fan of that QB Nussmeier there
He's
in
good.
LSU?
He's solid.
This is a big dude, right?
What he reminds me of is a long-term NFL backup.
Oh, okay.
His dad is an offensive coordinator, actually right now for the New Orleans Saints, if you didn't know that.
Oh.
It's kind of nice, father-son in the same state.
Interesting. I did not know that.
One working for Kellen Moore. Yeah, Nuss, the dad, Doug Nussmeier, and Garrett the kid. You know, he's a great coach's kid. He's got good pedigree. I think he's very advanced mentally. There's just nothing about his physical game that's just off the charts, insane good.
Well, it's not like
and I'm
he's
just
6'7".
I'm not really buying stock right now in Brian Kelly's LSU Tigers. Their season has been a little strange.
Okay. I mean, they're 5-1 right now, 2-1 in the SEC. I mean, if they beat Vanderbilt, they're going to move up even more. Their one loss was to Ole Miss 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so they beat in the opener. They beat Clemson by 7. How's Clemson ended up being?
Yeah, not great.
So that game was billed as a top 10 matchup.
Right, and now they're 3-3 or whatever.
Yeah,
Clemson's like
they're buns.
Yeah, that ain't
LSU beat the Louisiana Tech. Name the mascot for La Tech.
La Tech? Oh, I have no idea. What is it?
You got to know. It's the Bulldogs, man.
Is it?
The La Tech Bulldogs just by 23-7 beat Florida, who is Florida's not been great. 20-10 has beaten Southeast Louisiana. You get into the directionals, not always great.
The Lions.
And then lost to Ole Miss and beat South Carolina by 10. And South Carolina's having a dreadful
season. Look at their next
season.
3 games, Coach.
Yep. Moment of truth is coming for the old
Are you right? This
family.
Is like, hey, LSU, are you for real? Because you get Vandy, Texas A&M, Alabama. Bam, bam, bam. And you got to go on the road for 2 of those. Yeah, well, yeah, that might be a tough stretch. But you come out of it with some daylight, and things might be pretty impressive. You know what? How about number 5, Ole Miss, and number 9, Georgia? This is going to be a good game, right? 5, Ole Miss at number 9, Georgia. KJ, what is that? No, I mean, who's favored in that game? I haven't even looked. Like, I'm assuming it's at Georgia, right? Yeah, it's right now. It's Georgia minus 7.5. Yeah, they're in Athens, Ole Miss, and Georgia. Is Georgia going to hand Ole Miss their first loss of the
Georgia's
season?
been disappointing this year, haven't they?
Yeah, but I thought they'd be better than number 9 in the nation. They only had that one loss, but it was to
They've
Alabama.
been a little bit disappointing.
Bama game.
You know, I don't know, man. I watched Georgia this past week against Auburn and just felt like they were just playing with their food, hanging around. It was 20-10 was the final. They won. And Ole Miss, also a team that you see. You know, I watched that game fairly closely against Washington freaking State. They almost lost. The Cougars are terrible. I think Ole Miss loses to Georgia.
Ooh, interesting.
It's just going to be a kind of a mid, just an SEC football game that's just okay.
Mm-hmm. Indiana just handed their head coach an 11-year deal, right? 8 years.
8 years
at 11 million. No, I can't remember.
8 years, $93 million.
$93 million. There you go.
It's a pretty good deal, right?
Yeah.
Would you take it right now?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So this is the we're all in the wrong industry, right? I used to be in the right industry.
Well, when they announced it, Signetti made sure that people knew that before he made this big contract, he was like, "Man, I was only making $100,000 or whatever, or 2 years ago."
Yeah,
he's like,
James
"Now,
Madison."
Yeah,
yeah, but you know what else? Frank Signetti and his agent which I think are the same person as James Franklin's agent, are very, very thankful for James Franklin being fired.
Yeah.
Because Cignetti has deep roots in the state of Pennsylvania.
And they were like, and Penn State, that's probably one of the top names they thought of, right? And that's why they had to lock him up. I didn't think about that. That's probably exactly what they had to do. We've got number 11 Tennessee at number 6 Alabama.
I got Alabama.
Okay. Yeah.
Kalen DeBoer's done a really nice job, man. And I was questioning what his ability. Now, the problem is with Kalen DeBoer not being a Southerner, having a bad first year, following the guy, the one loss that he has going forward, it'll feel like the sky's falling and the world is coming to an end. So, I mean, you do carry that pressure.
I mean, he knew it when he took that job.
He did.
Knew it, but I guess you don't really know until you experience it, until you're in the middle of it, until those fans turn against you just because you lose one game and they're like, let's move on. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like Penn State, they were chanting Fire Franklin, right? That last game, they started at halftime or right before halftime and carried on the entire second half. The entire student body was Fire Franklin, Fire. And you're just like, man. So it's the word. But yeah, he knew exactly what he was getting into Alabama. And as long as he can hang on. All right, so now I have to ask you about this one. This used to be an old school rivalry. I don't know what you'd consider it now. Number 20 USC and number 13 Notre Dame playing at Notre Dame. Now, Notre Dame's got 2 losses already. Do the Trojans hang a third on them at home this weekend? Because, I mean, Notre Dame lost their first 2 games, and they've won 4 straight since. The 2 games they've played against ranked opponents, they have lost. They lost against Miami. They lost against Texas A&M. Both those teams were ranked at the time.
What about USC?
USC is ranked right now, and they're
well, I'm saying, but what's their path then?
Well, USC is kind of the same, right? Let's see. They've only
lost to Illinois.
They lost to Illinois, and then they beat some chumps like Georgia Southern and Missouri State. So, but they do have that big win over Michigan last week.
Is Michigan any good, man? Really?
You're feeling Notre Dame smacking them, huh?
No, I feel like it's in South Bend.
Yeah, it's in Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's gonna beat SC.
Okay. All right.
It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a good game.
It's going to be a tight one.
It's a great rivalry in football.
Yeah. I mean, it used to be legendary. I don't know if we can still consider it legendary. All right. Speaking of legendary, we have a comment here from Colin Cowherd, who seems to agree with Sean Payton that Bo Nix might just be the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Young quarterbacks are tough to judge. Sometimes they shock you how good they are right out of the gate, Jaden Daniels. And then some shock you how good they get quickly in, year 2, Drake May. Some are a work in progress, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, and some say Bo Nix. I don't think Bo Nix is a work in progress. I think he's a franchise quarterback that I wish would run more. He did last year. He stopped doing it this year. He's highly effective, and I think he should run more. But I saw a story today about Bo Nix. How to make Bo Nix better, read the headline. Well, he's 23 NFL starts in. His completion percentage is 66%. Good enough to get you to a Super Bowl. 43 total touchdowns, 17 turnovers. Pretty good beginning of year 2. Passer ratings, low 90s, 92. I'd rather have it at 97, 98. But he's 14-9 in a division with Spags, Jesse Minter, and now Pete Carroll. Max Crosby, Chris Jones, Khalil Mack. Great edge rushers, great top of the league defensive guys, Jesse Minter and Spags. He's 14-9. And, my takeaway is Michael Penix and Caleb Williams are a work in progress. Drake and Jaden and Bo Nix, they work.
Man, you're already crowning Bo Nix as a franchise quarterback. Sean Payton is paying his homie some money, isn't he? Or something. I don't know. Or he's just calling Colin and just doing the I love my cue and then hanging up and stuff. I mean, coach, what do you think? He's already been franchise quarterback. We've a year and a half of this, and we know franchise quarterback.
Well, this Colin Cowherd clip there is making me realize that we need to pop tops here pretty soon because I think that Peter from the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, perfectly defined what just happened from Colin Cowherd.
What is that?
And the text goes, Sean Payton's friend says Sean Payton's QB is great. ... News.
Exactly. That's almost exactly what it is. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's pop some tops. Colorado football is back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Buffaloes. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes, sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. What you popping the top to, Coach, this week?
I'm popping a top to Big 12.
Ooh.
Football.
Ooh, Big 12.
See, Buffs have themselves a little bit of a BYE, but who doesn't have a BYE is BYU and the Cougs. They're hosting the evil,
the
big
evil
city dwellers in Salt Lake City, Utah. The Utah Utes and the Holy War.
Uh-huh. Yeah, up there in Provo. What do you think?
6 o'clock p.m. and in honor of the great state of Utah. We all should pop several thousand tops for the Holy War, one of the great, strange, quirky rivalries
BYU
in all of sport.
Things going to happen.
And I got the BYU Cougars winning the football game because, well, my wife's brother coaches there, and I love my wife's brother. He is one of my best friends.
Yeah, you're obligated to cheer for BYU now. You're by blood.
Well, yeah, they got
blood.
a bear and a tiger on their team, and their last names are Bachmeier.
Oh, I like that, man. I'm down with
They
that.
need a lion now.
Yeah.
Actually, they do. Their quarterback coming in is named Ryder Lions, so it's going to be lions and tigers and
Bears.
bears.
Oh my! I'm popping a top to the Nuggets preseason game tonight because I don't want to do that thing sober. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, the Nuggets play their final preseason game tonight. You can hear it right here on the station at 5:30. It means nothing. It's a preseason game. But the last time the Nuggets were in OKC was Game 7 of the second round. This is the first time they're meeting since the Thunder eliminated the Nuggets. But I have no idea.
I got one last one here.
Oh, yeah, hit me with it.
Hey, for all of you out there that I want to honor right now that are popping NAs, non-alcohols, got a couple coming in studio that are going to be popping NAs, which is a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect place to pop NAs is before a 7 o'clock p.m. Friday night.
Yeah, okay.
There's high school football, and don't let the cold weather dissuade you from getting out and supporting your favorite local high school football team.
Friday
Just get
night
out
lights.
there.
Friday
Wherever
night
it may
lights,
be.
baby.
I don't care where it is. If it happens to be where I coach, awesome. Come on out. Plenty of seats available.
Final score of the Broncos game this weekend.
It's going to be 30-14 Denver Broncos.
Ooh, I like where your head's at. That makes me
And
feel
Jackson Dart's eye block is going to be sideways.
good. Over
not
under
up and down.
9 sacks.
Under.
Okay. All right. For Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Bertinoli. Thanks for tuning in for the morning sprint. PhD is next.
Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. See what they got on the Thunder Vision down there already?
I did.
Bad take, though. If you look down in the little smaller cap, Broncos rushing. See, they tied it into the running game.
Oh, is that how you took it?
Look on the bottom script of it on the screen.
You got to read. You got to read.
The screenshot you sent us.
Mile High City.
Right there.
I think it's coincidental.
Serious rushing yards. See, they got it tied in with rushing.
Oh, that's how you took. Oh, because it says season rushing yards there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So ABC might still have some hope.
No.
Good.
So you didn't. That's why when I sent you back the response to that picture, you're like, what the hell is he talking about? Didn't you?
We'll you right back. Hold on a second. I'll see.
So you're a half step behind today,
Scotty. I did notice, for whatever it's worth.
The uninspired and power field game ops don't get creativity. I just thought you thought the Orange Rush thing was the ripoff. I didn't think that.
They're tying it into running. And that's the catch. That's the cat. That's the hook.
Gotcha.
It's about the
pass Orange Rush.
It's about the pass rush.
So there's still hope for the ABC. Here's what it is. I did screw up a little bit because the ABC, that doesn't make sense. What you need to say, it's the ABC D. And then somebody else pointed out you really could say the ABC D E F.
I literally suggested that yesterday because that combines DJ Jones and the defense.
Perfect idea.
What is wrong with you?
Now it's a good idea. The ABC. Oh, it's your idea. I'll give you credit for it.
I don't want
Tyler's
that.
Tyler has a great idea.
No,
Tyler has. I'm sorry,
sir. I got nothing to do with this.
Tyler's idea, I supported 1,000%.
I apologize. I take it back.
You obviously want credit for it.
I was trying to improve your terrible nickname, but there is no improving it.
You've vastly improved it. So now it works. It doesn't matter.
I got maybe one way that if you want to try to salvage it a little bit, Dan,
let it go.
Dan has a little something possibly for you.
It's always a collaborative effort.
You still want to call it the what again?
The ABC.
You have a little
D.
Michael Jackson.
Well, you're making it even better. Always be closing. It's simple, like ABC, like 1, 2, 3. ABC 1, 2, 3. Blah blah blah. You and me.
Oh, there you go.
And then
we're on the same page, Scotty.
You throw in a Nick Bonito sound sack right here.
Oh yeah, hit.
Is this another great idea from you?
Terrible idea for me.
I'm just a music man.
Tyler had the better idea anyway, so it's true.
Tyler tried to improve a terrible idea.
And you did. Significantly.
No.
To the degree that I think we could call it Tyler's idea.
What you're saying is when Dan did highlights yesterday, he should have put this song under the highlights.
That would have actually been pretty awesome. And now the ABCD, when they take their photo of Alan Bonino and Cooper, they can be dressed up like the Jackson 5.
Oh,
bell bottoms and the
big fros,
suits and the hats, and the one guy's on base, the other guy's,
I'm Tito.
Was Tito your favorite, Jackson?
No, Tito. All I know is Tito, Jermaine, Randy, Michael.
Tito, here's a handkerchief. Here you go, Tito.
I don't remember all of them.
Jermaine, Michael, Tito, Willie.
No.
Fred.
Bill.
Janet, LaToya, Shirley.
Janet.
And Janet's in there too. So all we need now, Dan, see it gets better and better, some football and some Tyler's idea. Tyler's idea.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
I couldn't get it over the finish line, but Tyler was.
I want nothing to do with this terrible nickname.
Tyler was there like in his underwear, just like Ricky Bobby running over the finish line.
Yeah, you kind of brought an ugly date to the prom, and Tyler's going to put some
just put a little makeup on it, but she's still
nice dress.
But she's still ugly.
Yeah, but now she's your date.
That's a good one. Okay, that's a good one. Right there.
See, it's catching some fire.
I didn't even catch the rushing thing. I apologize for that, but you're right. So, all right, we'll see where it goes. You guys feeling good about the game, or where's your heads at here today? The morning show is super cocky about this game. Like, wow.
I felt
right.
good about the game all week long. I really have. I mean, part of it's because I'm tossing the Jets game out. I'm just making it an anomaly. We're about to find out whether that thing was the real deal or not, because you're going up against another relatively not very good football team. Put it that way. And so, yeah, I think the Broncos are going to handle it. What's the spread?
I don't know. I would guess.
I'm going to guess 6.5.
I'm going to say 4.5.
Let's see.
Which
I would
is
say
pretty
it's
healthy.
under.
No, it's got to be more than 4.5.
It is 7.5 Denver.
7.5.
How about that?
Wow. You know what?
That's a bigger spread than last week against the Jets.
They'll cover the spread.
Wow. All right. I'm glad you're feeling so good about it. I'm not. So I got them winning by 4, and I'm just going to stick to that. And low scoring too, something like 2016. But hey, welcome to it.
Well,
I'm 24-13 Denver Broncos.
That'd be awesome.
I'm waiting for the offense to click. It took a little time last year, whatever that means and wherever they got to get to, but it's got to get better. I still throw the idea that you're not going to win a lot more games this year if you're only scoring 13 points. I'm not sure you're going to win this game if you only score 13 points.
Last game of the season that you might be able to do it, though.
Last what?
This might be the last game of the season that you could win by scoring 13 points.
Might be.
I fear the special teams return coverage is going to let you down a little bit on this one.
I just think your offense has got to start getting better. I'm going to show you this comparison. I thought about this. I texted Andy late in their show right before they got off at 4:30.
Habs hockey. They're rolling.
That was a fun game to watch.
It was a fun game, yes. Agreed.
If this offense doesn't step up and it becomes, give me a spectator type of an offense for the next year or two, can you relate that to what we've seen the last 2 years with the Nuggets with what they put around Nikola Jokic? Because is this defense not, if you go back what you said and what Nate said earlier in this week, that this defense is primo and super special, if you don't give something to accentuate it that actually puts points on the board, are you wasting a great defense?
Yeah, we said if you could just have average offensive play, you'll probably win 9 or 10 games, right? If you get above average offensive play.
Get to the playoffs and like in the NBA and maybe get the second round, maybe not get the second round.
Get above average, you might have a chance of winning 11, something like that, you know? Right now, we don't have average. Right now, it's ugly. So Bo Nix's got to get better. The offense has got to get better. Sean Payton's got to get better. The whole deal's got to get better on offense.
Zach Seegers, good dude, retweeted this guy, Matt Williamson. You know those charts that show Jokic just like whatever the XY charts are, and he's just off.
He's now to the point where I watched a Bill Simmons with one of the other big national writers, speakers, ESPNers. He's now on national broadcasts. I mean, he has topics on major podcasts around the country, which I think when you start doing stuff like that in today's, you're now there, aren't you?
Oh, he's so there. And that chart. Well, look at where the Broncos defense is. Maybe you can see it. It's small, I know, but I'll just show it to you. They're Jokic land. You know what I'm saying? Like it's pass rush to sack ratio. And they're in a land by themselves. There's nobody even close to them.
So it's a good comparison to say they're playing right now kind of what Nicola's been the last few years.
Yeah, the disparity, the difference between their pass rush to sack ratio, it's in a different universe than the rest of the teams in the league. It's uncommon. So that's historic. You know, when you talk about, like Pat Surtain said, well, we're going to have a historic defense, well, you got to have something to back it up. Well, here you go. I mean, if that stays up, and this is what Nicola's had for the past few years.
Well, the defense is feeling themselves. I mean, we're taking shots at the Giants fan base. We're taking shots at Jackson Dart. I mean, we're providing bulletin board material, and you know what? I'm down for it. I am. I don't think these boys have to shy away from being good. Like, this to me is not like the same thing as Sean Payton spouting off before the season about how good his team is. No, our defense, like, they're feeling themselves because they're doing it.
Well,
like they're actually out there doing their thing.
We'll get to the specifics of it. It's Jonathan Cooper. It's Nick Benito. It's I think Thibodeau on their side. Yeah, there's a little
Jackson Dart responded.
Jackson Dart responded in a snarky way. We got a little something going on. We got a little
for Game 7 of a 17-game series against an Eastern Conference team, a Western Conference team, an NFC, AFC. This shouldn't be anything about bulletin board.
With all proper respect to Nate and Andy and their jazz flutes and Twitter beefs, we got some of that. We'll show you what it is coming up next.
do you think of the Broncos players being dismissive of you guys and your fan base?
Yeah, I just say this: that's a really good football team. None of that really matters. What matters is how you perform during the week and how you play on Sunday, Pat, as you know. Again, we're in a competitive industry, an emotional industry, but the most important thing is doing your job leading up to Sunday, and then ultimately going out there and playing well on Sunday. Making tackles, taking care of the football, communicating well in a loud environment, being productive on early downs, trying to stay out of third and long, trying to get them in the third and long, playing good on special teams, tackling Mims. Those are the things that matter.
Okay, boy, talk about this coming out of nowhere. Great jersey band, by the way. Best jersey band? Bon Jovi better jersey band than Springsteen?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Bob Papa, who's been the voice of the Giants forever, will join us in 8 minutes so we can get his take on it.
Is he related to Greg?
That is a great question. It's an unusual last name, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know.
I did a hit with them the other day, and on my phone, I got a call from a New York area code, right? And it says New York Giants on my phone. And I was like, oh, I better answer this one. Maybe they're calling me to come out of retirement on this sucker. I really, because that used to be like the rush, like when you'd be a free agent or whatever, and all of a sudden you look at your phone and you see a team is calling you, it says their name, you're like, oh, yes, here we go, man. It gave me a quick flashback.
It wasn't that, though. They weren't asking you to play.
I just want me to talk.
All right. So I guess it all started with Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. He's, feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something. But we've went against QBs who have ran around in the pocket and have, tried to do stuff with their legs. So ain't nothing we haven't seen.
Okay. So asked about it yesterday, Jackson Dart goes, quote, I think a lot of guys wear chains and dance when they score touchdowns. I appreciate him following my touchdowns, my dance touchdowns. Abdul Carter, rookie, tweeted, put your 3D glasses on in response to Jonathan Cooper's remark. Then Kayvon Thibodeau tweeted, this is all on Twitter last night, by the way. Hold on, what'd I miss? Then he responded to that. I don't have the exact quote, but he responded to that. And, I think Nick Bonito put something out there and deleted it. Like it was a whole thing going on there.
So who shot the first fire across the bow?
We did. I guess it was Jonathan Cooper.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, listen, you shoot one across the bow, you better be ready
I'm down with it,
to
boys.
swing over and get on the first boarding party, getting on the ship, don't you?
I actually think this team needs something like that right now. Like, we're trying to figure ourselves out. Our defense has got plenty of reasons to be confident. Okay, talk a little trash. Now go out there and back it up. No big deal. I mean, it is going to be bulletin board material in a game in which there was about zero chance of there being bulletin board material, but I'm down. Let's go.
Yeah, and Benito was, quote, I've never seen such delusional fan base.
But this was in response because the Giants fans have been getting all over Cooper for saying what he said.
Yep. What does put your 3D glasses on mean?
So you can see better, I guess.
What does that mean?
Like so you can see better?
No, okay. So you don't understand what you're saying? Like put your 3D glasses
make sure
on.
You're looking at this better, I would assume.
All right. Okay.
And actually, if you look at the quote, he's a young guy. He's feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something, What's so bad about that?
Well, it's kind of the tone, the dismissive tone of like, yeah, you're a cute little team, but, wait until you see mom and dad come home. As Cooper and Benito are back-to-back defensive players of the week in the NFL.
Hey, 2015 defense wasn't shy about talking trash.
True.
Does trash talk matter before games? Can it?
I don't really think so, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, have you ever prepared more or less for a basketball game, Scott, because somebody said something? Like maybe little personal battles. It gives you a little extra ambition to go out there and perform a little bit better. But I don't know, man. I mean, a football game's a football game. They're all tough. You prepare the same way for them all.
On one hand, you're like thinking, as I said a while ago, you've got an NFC team, an AFC team, two different divisions. both young quarterbacks. One's second year, one's a rookie. Okay. Maybe some paths work in the same direction. Hey, you're like, why is there any beef at all? I mean, there shouldn't be any beef at all. You won't see these guys again for 3 years, right? 4 years. And yet with social media and what it is, I'm surprised there hasn't been more beef every single week in the NFL.
I think Jonathan Cooper's saying the same thing I've been saying all week long. Like, yeah, Cam Scatterboot, it's cool, man. But he ain't all that. He ain't that good. Like he's going to run through a tackle or two, but we're not exactly terrified of Cam Scatterboot. Jackson Dart. Okay, the dude's got good feet. Yep, he's got really good feet, and he's going to run around. He's going to pick up 2 or 3 first downs with his feet. You know who we've already played this year? We played Justin Fields. We played Jalen Hurts. Contained those guys pretty well, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, the Broncos are definitely.
But when you're a team that's trying to figure themselves out in your Animal House,
yeah,
you're getting ready to wreck the parade. And what they want to do, we are now at the last scene of the movie, and the Animal House is trying to wreck the homecoming parade.
A futile and useless gesture is how it was put in the movie.
Yeah.
And who's better to serve up a futile and useless gesture than us? So there was nothing about wrecking the parade that changed anything. It was a futile and useless gesture that you led the band into an alley so the trombone smashed into a wall, and that you knocked down the stands where the mayor was with Dean Wormer, and that you took Dean Wormer's wife home, apparently, which happened in the movie. It didn't matter. It didn't change anything. It was a futile and useless gesture.
Which is what this could be.
Which maybe this is what the Giants season really is, in all honesty.
Maybe they should have told Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboot, fat, drunk, and stupid's no way to go through life.
That's right.
Yep. You just hope that they don't come out and ball and get up 14-0, and then Sean Payton's over on the sideline going, "Stay calm, all is well."
Because the golf ball may end up in a soup, and then a food fight starts, and then, Akeem Talib's on the field snatching a chain away from Jackson Dart.
I'll say this, see if Tyler agrees. If this is real and this just isn't, modern day Twitter battles that everybody, you can find a Twitter battle if you search hard enough every single day, or 10 or 100. But if it gets chippy real early, like in the first 5 or 6 minutes, you start seeing some chippiness, then maybe these guys took it more serious than we thought.
All right, cool. I mean, that'll be fun. I think that'll be fun to watch.
I'm hoping Nate and Andy put some jazz flute to it later this afternoon and put their spin on.
What they did yesterday?
That's what they do. That's a great bit that they do. They take Twitter beefs and they put the jazz flute from like Anchorman or something underneath it, and they just go through the Twitter beefs. It's hysterical.
I don't know. These boys got me feeling a little bit more confident, too. Giants aren't scoring more than 14 points in this game.
Okay. We all got the Broncos winning this one. I guess it just depends what the margin is. We'll talk to Bob Papa. That's a good question. In just a second. It's time for the injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Yesterday, the only person that did not participate was Jonah Ellis. Dre Greenlaw, according to VJ, like a pitch count sort of thing. That's what VJ was more or less saying. Maybe not just for this week, but for the next couple of weeks.
Right.
So I think Greenlaw could go, just like we've been speculating, but they're going to be careful with it.
Is the last time he practiced the first practice, dual practice that was here in Denver? Didn't we have a dual practice in Denver?
No, he came back after that a little bit and then re-aggravated again. He re-aggravated it twice.
But he actually played in that little scrimmage.
He did.
Dual practice.
Yeah, you're right.
And then was hurt the next day.
He did participate in that.
Yeah.
Bob Papa from the voice of the Giants and Sirius Radio joins us. Hey, Bob, thank you for being on with us. Yeah, we look at the Giants right now. We've been calling them Delta House, like Animal House, recently for the past couple of weeks because we got Cam Scatterboot as Bluto 0.0, and Jackson Dart is the president of the fraternity. How do you guys like that comparison? Can you take that as a compliment, or is that an insult?
I think considering what the Giants have been like basically over the last decade, with the exception of 2016 and 2022, I think any description is a good description at this point.
What? All right, give us what's the vibe there, especially with Dart and Scadaboo. I guess that's that's got to be the
those are the
battery.
energy starters.
Yeah, I guess. You got other good players too, obviously, but those two have everybody's attention.
Well, I mean, they've energized a dormant football team, right? I mean, you watch the Sunday night football game against the Chiefs. It was a gettable game at MetLife Stadium, and then Russell Wilson is throwing the ball out of the back of the end zone on 4th and goal. Yeah, I mean, and listen, Russell Wilson was a great player, for a long time in this league, but Father Time is undefeated, unless you're Tom Brady or Joe Flacco. But, it's one of those situations where you look at it and you just say, hey, it was time to inject a little life. And Jackson Dart has been a very robust figure around the team since the minute they drafted him. He had that personality at Ole Miss. A lot of people said he had that Pied Piper where all of his teammates, not just the guys on offense, but defense, gravitated toward whatever that it is that he has. And look, the results are pretty good, right? When they played the Chargers in Week 4, the Chargers were 3-0. They had 3 division wins. People, they had that incredible win against the Broncos, and everyone was talking about, hey, the Chargers are one of the better teams in the league, and the Giants never trailed. They beat them wire to wire. Then they turned it over 5 straight times in New Orleans and lost to a winless team. And then in primetime, they beat the Super Bowl champions. And Dart and Scadaboo have a lot to do with that, not only with the energy that they bring, but they're pretty good players too.
Bob, I respect the hell out of Cam Scadaboo. I mean, he's so much fun to watch. It's just like, that's football, right? That's the way the football is supposed to be played. And I hate to add to the bulletin board material that's going on this week, but I'm just not convinced he's that good. I'm not convinced that Jackson Dart is that good. They're like Energizer bunnies that have provided a spark plug. But tell me why I'm wrong, or do you disagree with me on that? I just can't tell how good these guys are, or if they're just pure energy.
Well, I mean, Scadaboo was pretty good last year at Arizona State. I think the thing that everybody misses about Scadaboo is, and hopefully you'll get a chance to see this a little on display on Sunday, or maybe if you're rooting for the Broncos, you won't. But he's got a lot better vision than people think, and he's a lot shiftier than people think. And in the open field, he's a lot faster than people think. Like, he's a pretty darn good back. Now, am I saying he's Jonathan Taylor or Bijan Robinson? No, he's not. Or Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey? No. But I think he's got above average skills as far as being a runner in the National Football League. And everybody falls in love with the battering ram and all that other stuff and him fighting for extra yardage. But take a look at sometimes how he gets to that spot when he gets to that second level. He's a little shiftier than people think. And look, Jackson Dart, I mean, the Giants took him in the first round. There were some other teams that really liked him. That's why the Giants traded back into the first round to take him. All I know is this. He's one of only 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that have over 50 yards rushing in his first 3 career starts, Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson. And since 1978, there's been only 2 quarterbacks that have led their team on an opening drive touchdown in their first 3 starts, Jackson Dart and Patrick Mahomes. And that's going back to 1978. So I think it's a little bit more than energy. I think it's his ability to use his legs, extend plays on. Hey, if you watched that Eagle game the other night, if Russell Wilson's in there, the Eagles have 7 sacks. And he's able to make, one of the things that he does well, which Bo Nix did very well last year, is when they're on the move, their eyes remain downfield to make plays. And I think Jackson Dart will just continue to get better and better as a player. And, obviously the energy he brings is one thing, but he's also not a dummy. I mean, he's a student of the game. He's been well coached by the likes of Lane Kiffin and Charlie Weiss Jr. And I think he's just in the right spot at the right time.
And Bob, you've talked about it too in the tough years that the Giants have had. And we've talked about on our show. We went an 8-year, drought trying to figure how to get even to the playoffs. You get a quarterback young, you may overdraft him a little bit, who knows? But in this league right now, you're really not going anywhere if you can't find a young quarterback that can hopefully turn into a franchise guy for you to really change your fortunes for the league. And you guys are hoping that's Jackson Dart, like Denver's hoping that it's Bo Nix.
Exactly. I mean, the Giants thought they might have had that in Daniel Jones. And look, he had an unbelievable rookie season. Pat Shurmur was his head coach. Pat Shurmur gets fired. Mike Shula was the OC. He gets fired. Then Joe Judge comes in and a new offensive coordinator. And then the offensive coordinator gets fired. And then a new general manager comes in and a new head coach and another new offensive coordinator comes in. Like, it's hard for a quarterback to develop. And, with Sean Payton there in Denver and Bo Nix, you have the opportunity there to develop this guy and maybe take a guy that's a 70-30 chance of being a top-line player and increasing the odds even higher by having continuity and a legitimate guy. And the Giants are hoping that, Jackson Dart with Brian Daboll can be that recipe where they can build upon what they're doing right now as and hopefully he gets better and better. All I know is this. The last 3 games since he started, they're averaging 156 yards rushing a game. They're hitting their third downs at 51%. And they've scored 7 of their 9 red zone touchdowns since Dart was put in the starting lineup. And again, it's against the Chargers. I know the Saints, and it's against the defending Super Bowl champion. So it's not like he got to play Tennessee 3 straight games. I mean, it's against a couple of good teams that he's done that against.
How are you feeling about the offensive line of the Giants in terms of pass protection going against the Broncos, D?
Man, it's going to be brutal. I mean, look, since Andrew Thomas got back and healthy after his foot injury, the offensive line has been a lot better because you don't always have to help your left tackle, and you can play it a little more straight up. To me, it comes down to, will the Giants be able to run the ball effectively enough on first down, or short pass game to the backs, to the tight ends, try to get, if you can get 4.5 yards on first down, all right, now you stay on schedule, and now the playbook's open to you. But if they get behind the chains, I don't know how you hold off that pass rush because it's not one guy, right? It's not like when you're going against the Cowboys and it's just Micah Parsons. It's across the board. It's interior. It's the 2 edge rushers. It's the inside backers. And even the safety's got a sack. So, everybody joins the party. And if the Giants are playing in 2nd and 9 and 3rd and 8s all game, it's going to be a long day.
What's that?
I said, well said.
Yeah.
And especially you're talking about a young quarterback now. Not only the 3rd and longs against his defense is tough. Now you're talking about a young guy. How quick under duress can you actually pick and choose and find the guys? And by the way, you still got 2 pretty good corners that if you do go man-to-man, pretty good man-to-man players.
I was reading here, Bob, this is the biggest Giants game since they went to the playoffs. Do you agree with that? Is this the biggest Giants game since then? The biggest test they've had? The biggest spotlight on the Giants?
No.
Okay.
No, I would disagree with that. I mean, the biggest one was last Thursday night. Since Plaxico Burress shot himself in the leg in 2008, when the Giants were the dominant team in the NFL, they were the defending Super Bowl champs. They were 10-1 or whatever. They beat the heck out of the Steelers in Pittsburgh. They were beating everybody. He shot himself in the leg. He was the matchup problem for the Eagles. Since Donovan McNabb and the Eagles went into Giants Stadium in the divisional playoff round and beat the Giants that day, when the Giants were the number 1 seed, the Eagles had beaten the Giants 27 out of 34 games.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
I mean, it has been like they have owned the Giants. So last Thursday night in prime time, the Giants since 2018, before that game, were 3-20 in primetime games. To go out there and beat the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles, that was the biggest game. Now, this is big. This one has become big because of what they've done in 2 of their last 3. But as far as the Giants fan base and the Eagles and the division and the hatred, that was second to none.
Is Eli Manning a Hall of Famer?
Ooh.
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're there every day you see what you see, and you know what you know. And I understand the career numbers. I mean, when you start looking at numbers, that doesn't always tell the complete story about what a guy meant for a team and a franchise. But like I tried to tell the people in the Giants social media department when he was up for the first time, I'm like, dude, he's not getting in. It's going to take him a few years. And there's going to be some guys like Drew Brees that are jump the line guys that the first year of eligibility, their numbers are so off the charts, they're going to get in ahead of them. Listen, I'm good friends with Shannon Sharp. I was in his hotel room with he and his brother the first year that Shannon was eligible to get into the Hall of Fame. And I think at the time that he retired, he had the most receiving yards and receptions of any tight end in the history of the sport.
Yep, Tony Gonzalez hadn't caught him yet, yeah.
He didn't get in his first ballot. Strahan didn't get in his first ballot. And I said, it's not Eli's fault that the general manager in the organization failed him because he was 32 when they handed him a second Lombardi trophy. And then they just neglected the offensive line. They drafted horribly, and the thing was a mess. It wasn't his fault. But the record is the record. So it's going to take Eli a few years to get in, but I think eventually he's going to get in as more time goes by.
All right, well, Bob, enjoy your visit here to our city. It is the 10-year reunion. Tyler was on the team of the Super Bowl 50 champions. They have 140 alumni, 40 or so players from the team, including the no-fly zone. So here in Denver, the juice for this one is pretty high. I got to be honest with you. It's a big one in terms of the excitement for this game.
Yeah, I mean it's an unbelievable history, and it's pretty cool to be able to be there to see it because I think that's going to be pretty special. Those were some great teams, and I'm really into all the Hall of Fame stuff and the voting and everything. And is it not just absolutely an embarrassment to the Pro Football Hall of Fame that Mike Shanahan is not in?
Thank you.
Yep, you're right.
We talk about it every year.
With all due respect to Don Coryell, who I know there's a lot of lobbying that goes in with former players and stuff, but you please tell me how Don Coryell could be in the Hall of Fame before Mike Shanahan, before Tom Coughlin, before Dan Reeves. Please explain that to me.
Well, Bob, we're going to welcome you with open arms right there. That's the way to butter yourself up to us right there. No doubt about it. We appreciate your time. Have a great call.
Facts, man.
We got it. We're not disagreeing with you. We got it. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
See you, Bob.
There you go, Bob Papa. He's been doing that a long time. Good argument, man, right there.
Yeah.
I don't think they're quite sure. They like it, though. I think that's the vibe. They don't know. They don't know if this is all for real.
No,
but they've been starved for any kind of excitement with that team for a long time.
But so were we last year. Aren't they kind of
yes.
on a parallel track to what we were last year? Did we find something? Is this going to be real?
Do you realize how lucky the Giants are right now that they've got Jackson Dart for their fan base with what Daniel Jones is doing in Indianapolis?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if they didn't have hope from Jackson Dart and they got to watch Daniel Jones do that?
All right, we'll have more on the Broncos and the Giants as we roll. Nice win by the Avs last night. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, if you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I know it's the weekend, and a lot of you guys go car shopping over the weekend. I don't want you to waste your time driving all over the state of Colorado looking for a vehicle. Go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, and they already have the vehicle of your dreams on their lot. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. Give a test drive to that Ford F-150 Lightning, the Ford Mach-E Mustang. Incredibly fun, incredibly fast electric vehicles. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Relationships matter. That's why I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Quick throw. Higgins inside the 10. Higgins in the end zone. And a Cincinnati lead.
Call it what you want. The Icy Hot Bowl. Geritol Bowl.
Dude, the Electricity Bowl.
Great game, Bowl.
Unbelievable game. Unbelievable game.
How freaking cool is that?
It was, every part of it was amazing to the degree where I was like, hey, man, this is the end of the Joe Flacco movie. You might as well just walk off into the sunset.
Yeah, this could be the end of it.
Like, I'm not exactly sure how it gets any better than this right now. You in a Bengals outfit with Bengals fans chanting, "Thank you, Cleveland," as you're talking about how, like, play calls were like, I don't know, so I'll just run with it. That's what he said. Like, something was supposed to happen, and then he was like, whatever, I'll just go. And it was amazing. Well, and you lead your team, this new team, to a comeback, and then T. Higgins screws me over in fantasy football by not running in.
Me too.
Right?
What a smart play.
Smart play. Screwed us over in fantasy, though. Dude, if we lose our fantasy games by like 6 points, I'm going to be pissed.
Dude, I was like going, oh, it's T. And the Warden and I are watching.
Same thing.
And then he slides down. I'm like,
what are you doing?
And I went, and she goes, why would he do that? I go, well,
it's a smart play.
They know they're going to get the field goal to win the game. They have 2 timeouts, and it would have been like a minute 39. You probably don't want to get Aaron Rodgers a minute 39 and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he didn't need a minute 39.
Yeah.
Can I give you something else, too, which is wild? His Hail Mary throw, Rodgers.
70 yards.
Jeez.
The longest air yard throw in the NFL this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
He chucked that.
41.
At 41 years old, I mean, you just watch 2 guys go out there and play nearly perfect football. I mean, give Joe Flacco a couple wide receivers, and all of a sudden the dude looks unbelievable. I mean, it really wasn't just the receivers. I mean, the ball placement was insane. He was dropping little tear ducts in there. Aaron Rodgers was on fire. I still can't. Is this the weirdest that you've seen Aaron Rodgers in a different uniform, though? Like, his body seems weird. It seems weird to me. Like, the whole thing just looks different in a Steelers uniform.
Hey, what did you think was up with his offensive lineman, like, tackling him?
Oh, that was hilarious.
Okay, so do you think that was just a klutzy move by the offensive lineman, or was that do you think there was anything else with that whatsoever?
Oh, I don't know what else would have been to it. I mean, I think the offensive lineman was just excited and forgot that I weigh 318 pounds.
Okay.
And Joe's 41.
And I jumped on my quarterback's back, and he's like, hey, I can't barely take a sack, yet alone a blindside hit from my own offensive tackle here.
Okay, so not friendly fire, just kind of a big klutzy bear right there.
What, do you think he was trying to take him out on purpose?
It was a weird celebration, man. I mean, he's jumping on his back. He's wrestling him down by the neck. He's ripping off his helmet. It was
Let me
weird.
ask you guys if you guys had this thought watching that game, though. And were you not thinking a little, because Joe Flacco spent a year here, were you not thinking, boy, were we so screwed up that we couldn't figure some way to...
We didn't have a single Joe Flacco game that looked anything like that.
No.
But Flacco let us know in his goodbye press conference when he said, come on, what are we doing here? Not going for it. We're 3-6, and what are we doing here?
Yeah.
He said what was going on.
How about Joe Flacco's zone read that wasn't even a zone read? You know that he just totally improv that thing? Joe Flacco, of all quarterbacks, gains, 13, 14 yards on the zone read. He said that he just saw that play breaking down. The defensive end was crashing so hard. It wasn't a called zone read. He just kept that sucker and took off.
No one's going to expect him to run.
I know.
Yeah, he's still new to the system, and things just didn't go on that play. This is what he said afterwards. You know, to me, when I'm listening to him afterwards, you know what you got there? That's a guy who just doesn't give a flip. Like, whatever, man. Like, there's no pressure. I don't think Joe Flacco is feeling any pressure whatsoever.
But I did love the stories he talked about. Man, I was talking to my dad and my brothers this week. He said, you wouldn't believe the receivers these guys have. You know, he was like tripping out how good those guys were.
23 targets to Jamar Chase. 23.
Well, he had 16 catches, and then T. Higgins had 9 catches. You had 25 catches.
It was unbelievable.
To your top 2 guys, and yet a couple of the big plays with that third receiver, right? Number 8 was it 80 who had that one right down the middle.
Darnell Washington.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 or 3 monster plays to that guy.
80's Ios Vias. Ios Vias. I don't know how to say
all
his
I know,
name,
man, is
Yosivas.
That
Yosivas.
didn't look like a 2-4 team, did it?
No.
The Bengals are now 3-4. They do get Joe Burrow back. That division is in shambles. I wouldn't write the. Boy, that would be a hell of a story.
Well,
the Bengals can come back.
I mean, I'm not writing off the Steelers. I think the Steelers are a dang good football team, and I still think that they win that division. But this is exactly why they made the trade. Cincinnati just said, "Look, all we need Joe Flacco to do is to get us into the season. If you could just keep us in position here, we're gonna have a fighting chance at it."
Did you see the stat they had? I think Tomlin spoke at halftime when they did the sideline interviews, whatever. The little stat they put down there. And this was at halftime, so this was before the game's over. Tomlin in his career at Pittsburgh is 2-9 on the road on Thursday nights. As great a coach he's been, never been below 500. He is now 2-10 on Thursday nights on the road.
Interesting.
That's an interesting betting stance you'd probably want, right? I mean, if you're a gambler, right?
All right, we're going to catch up with the Avs. The Nuggets have a useless game tonight. Hopefully everybody stays healthy. But we have to make a little bit of a decision around something's happening that we were joking about, but now is really happening. So we gotta figure that one out. And we'll go back to New York as we have a game. We have a game here today for you guys. You win nothing, but we got a game. It's Giants football player or Sopranos character. Dan's never seen The Sopranos.
What?
And he's had access to HBO, and he's chosen not to watch The Sopranos.
Yeah, you need to do that one, Dan.
I rewatched Game of Thrones instead. I rewatched Game of Thrones instead.
He has chosen.
I'm thinking about doing that too.
You know what? I should rewatch Game of Thrones. That's one of those, like, you pick up on so much more the second time around.
There you go, Dan. You got some help there. But he's ignored The Sopranos, even though he's had access to HBO. I didn't know the song. Didn't know the intro song.
Which is a great song.
We'll hear it coming up.
Great song.
High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight. Justin Adams and Jake Heaps call the action between Cherokee Trail and Grandview on Altitude AM 950 at 7 o'clock. It's high school football powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. Where are we going? DT being honored. I know a lot of your teammates are coming back, Tyler. I didn't realize just how many alums, period, are coming back. 140.
Biggest alumni weekend in history of the Broncos kicks off today at 4:00. I gotta scram after the show.
So Shanahan's.
Are you showered?
Easy.
What? Are we secrets? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, everybody run over there at 4.
Oh, get rid of it. I didn't know it was a big secret. I thought it was pretty well known.
What do you?
All right. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. Big thing today.
It's a great happy hour place in the tech center.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know where the tech center is. Well, have you heard from anybody? Is there anybody in particular that
I've been chatting with a couple of the folks. Got Evan Mathis rolling in today. He's one of my better buddies, so looking forward to connecting with him. And I'm not sure what's going to happen tonight because the program tonight, I don't even know what the program is. There's a program. So I don't know if we're going to go through highlights or what's going on, but there's a program from 4 to 7. And then after 7 o'clock, I would imagine we'll maybe go hit the town or something and have some fun with the boys. So
I'm assuming Coobs will be back?
I would imagine, yeah.
I hope he is.
Yeah.
Because he's not.
I don't know what he's doing.
I mean, he's been consulting, but I don't know if he's
Who's he consulting
actually
for?
Coaching or anything anymore, is he?
I don't think so.
I have no idea. He just got honored at A&M, by the way, a couple weeks ago.
At A&M?
Yeah, I'm ring of, I don't know what whatever A&M has, he goes down as one of them heroes.
Well, where's his son? Isn't his son offensive coordinator somewhere?
2 sons.
One's the OC in Seattle.
I think that's one of them. I think it's Clint.
Clint was he was in New Orleans, and then he went to Seattle.
Yeah, and his other son's doing something too, but I forget what it is. But yeah,
he's with the 49ers. He's the offensive coordinator. He's actually got the offensive coordinator title.
Okay, well that's pretty good, obviously.
Wow, that is cool.
Why am I trying to blank on his name?
Yeah, I am too.
Bill.
Clint, I got.
Which one played at CSU?
Oh man, it really
was Clint.
Clint played at CSU.
Played at CSU.
Yeah.
Linebacker,
he was the safety.
Safety.
We can just guess.
No, I knew he played football there.
Tom Kubiak,
Bill.
Clint, and
I just call Bill. Whenever you look for a name, my throw in is Bill.
Guess who Clint's senior offensive advisor is out there in Seattle?
Bill.
You should be able to guess this.
Senior, his dad.
Nope.
I have no idea.
But I mean, you're
Polly Walnuts.
Think like one layer removed from dad.
Mike.
Rick Dennison.
Oh, okay.
No wonder.
Oh, so Rick's got a job.
Rico's got a job.
Okay.
Rico was down in New Orleans with him,
Wow.
and then he went out to Seattle with him.
Man, Rico just pops.
Rico latched on to dad. Now he's latched on to son.
Holy cow, Rico. Man, you get in that loop, man. You get in that NFL loop. It's a powerful thing, man.
It's very incestuous.
Well, I'll tell you what. All right, well, we look forward to hearing whatever stories can and can't be told
Klein.
as it goes on. Klein. That is correct. Correct. Klein and
Clay.
Clint. Sounds familiar.
Clay Kubiak.
Clay. Are there 3 of them?
I don't know.
Clay.
We could probably look it up. It'd be the easiest thing.
Yeah, but it's better to sound stupid on the radio.
How about Bill? He's there.
Bill Kubiak.
We could play at any point if you guys want to play soprano character or giant player. And we could do it with a audience member. We have no prizes or anything.
Even better, you win absolutely nothing.
You win absolutely nothing. You want to throw that out there?
The best gift that we've got.
All right, let's get a couple guys on the line. We have somebody who can play with Tyler and somebody who can play with Scott.
Clay and Klein.
So there are 3.
Clint, Clay, and Klein. All of them KLs.
So we'll get a partner for Tyler here, 303-504-0925. Get a partner there for Scott. You guys can partner up with your teammate. And we'll play in about, Dan, we'll play after the break, like, 120 or so. It was weird, like Dan, has never seen The Sopranos, so he's like, he's given a list of
So like Polly Walnuts.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, there's minor characters in The Sopranos, but Dan's like Christopher Malsatani.
DC.
Yeah, Johnny Sacramone. Like he's listed like the major players of The Sopranos. Ralph Cifaretto. Like, I mean, Or we're going to go deeper than that. Or there's deeper characters to go. We'll make it somewhat challenging. I'm surprised Dan just didn't list Tony Soprano.
Head coach.
But there was the guy, Sperano, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, Soprano.
Gets a little confusing. All right, we have a decision to make, sort of. We were all just really joking about the Nuggets coaches playing the Muggles. The
After
media
we
people.
saw the broadcast or some film of the Boston coaches destroying 57-4 the Boston media.
Yeah, so I threw it out there to Adelman, and he kind of laughed it off. Yesterday, the Nuggets PR sent out, they're doing this.
Nice.
They are doing this. So Tuesday, after the practice around 1:30, they're having a mini training camp for the Muggles, led by Nuggets coaches, and then a game. Is this something you guys want to do or not?
No.
Because
are you asking to participate in the game?
Well, this is a Scott and Tyler very specific question, as it's 6'10" and 6'8", which obviously is the two, like, you two are the tallest.
I mean, I've never showed my face at a Nuggets presser, so that'd be a little bit weird for me to just join in the media game.
Oh, so you don't think you qualify?
I don't think I qualify for Nuggets press. No.
Oh, you agree?
Well, I mean, I could see his arguing.
Oh, so you're saying it's got to be somebody who really does cover the team. It can't just be somebody in the media.
For sure. The people we've seen covering the team.
You got to be a regular around there.
First of all, if you just said they're going to have a training camp coached by the coaches for the Muggles first, I'm like, well, that's going to eliminate about half of them to play in any game.
Dude, I'm looking around the room and Adelman's talking about it. And I love all these people, okay? I've hung out with them all a bunch. But I'm looking around. There's Vinny from the Gazette. There's Matt Moore from, I don't know, the internet.
Well, he was with CBS for a while.
With CBS, Matt's a great guy. There's Ryan Blackburn. There's me. I mean, it's a joke. I mean, we're talking about this like it's a real thing. But if the front line was Scott Hastings, Tyler Polumbus, and Adam Marisay from DNVR, he's got to go 6'5".
Hey, Adam can hoop now.
And Adam can hoop?
I've played with him. That dude can hoop.
So we got 6'5", 6'8", 6'10". Then we put Dempsey out there with his popcorn muscles. You know, he's 6'2", can bench press a house. Katie can play, I would guess. You know, Vic's going to run around the best he can, I would say. There might be some other hoopers out there. And all of a sudden, I'm like, well, this ain't a bad team.
Harrison's supposed to be able to shoot a little bit.
Harrison won the MVP last time they did this. And who knew they even did this before? Listen, in terms of me.
This is more like a DMac thing for sure.
No, hold on. It's too intimidating. There's too many good Muggles. I wouldn't even fit with the Muggles. It's too good.
I think.
No, but this is right up your alley.
Well, the only thing that I would do, as soon as I would touch the ball, I'm shooting it. I might only play 2 or 3 minutes in the game, but I guarantee you, as soon as I touch the ball's going up. I am the no, and maybe it goes in. Mostly it's no. But no, I wouldn't even fit in on this. There's too many. I'm telling you, in Denver, there's too many good guys who can hoop.
I think Tyler and I stay here. We keep the airwaves clean. You go out with a live stream, live mic'd up. Get your little GoPro on your chest.
I won't even make the team.
And we'll just sit on the bench.
No. Listen, this is a you and Tyler. This is the big guy sort of thing.
I've already bowed out, so I'm out.
You're out.
I'm done, so.
Right.
That'd be weird. I've never showed my face over there.
So you're out only because you don't think you qualify.
Well, that I don't really want to.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a more honest answer.
Me personally, you lost me when you said, and then they're going to run you through a training camp.
Well, you wouldn't have to
I've
do
done
that.
Too many.
You got to go through stretch lines,
Yeah,
Scotty.
I'm not doing.
You're the
active dynamic warm up.
Yeah, no.
You're the experienced dean of Nuggets basketball. You don't have to do that.
I stopped playing basketball a few years ago when I took a 19-year-old kid and body slammed him in a rec league game.
So take the money and run. Could hoop a little bit.
Well, he thinks he can.
He can hoop a little bit.
He thinks he can.
Have you seen him?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, for a media member, he ain't bad.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
A little uncoordinated left-hander.
Yeah.
Now, he'll shoot it every time.
All right, so you
Zach
both.
Bike's pretty good.
Well, theoretically, they're working. I don't know. I don't know if they can work around whatever they're doing.
No, I think that's a wonderful idea.
But you don't want anything to do with it. Well, we had it all planned out, pick and roll, this, that, the other thing.
I know, but
if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it.
But
It's fine.
it was really your deal.
This is never my deal. I wasn't ever going to be anything
Did
in
we
this.
not have a conversation when Tyler said he could go back and play in the NFL right now?
Yes.
And about delusion.
So now that it's a reality, what's
once the
happening
reality comes up there, listen, yeah.
Like do I really want to line up against Micah Parsons?
And no knock. Adam Morris, he can really hoop. You're delusional. He can't play. He can't play.
All right.
Take the money and run. He's pretty good. No, he's not.
Okay, I mean, listen, when we're
good.
talking about a comparison to NBA coaches, of course you're right.
Okay, well, that's what it is. Wow, they called our bluff, and we just backed right off.
Well, you know what? It's kind of like those. You see those videos with the moms? They bring the moms or dads out there, and the kids got to run through them like in an Oklahoma drill. And the parents, about 9 out of 10 times, are just trucking their kids.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
So you guys,
listen, and I'll be honest with you.
You want nothing to do with it. I get it.
I'm 65. I don't really run well anymore. My foot hurts. Blah blah blah. I got all excuses. But you hit me once, I'm going to come alive, and I don't want to be that guy.
Well, I thought you could, like we had it figured out. You said a pick for a high pick and roll, and you just pop out and hit threes.
Listen.
Okay.
First of all, this ain't free.
What does that mean?
That's what
you got to get paid to be on a basketball court.
Oh, well, you know.
Okay.
Is that free?
No, sir.
Yeah. Did you get that for free?
I did not.
Come on.
This is free.
So don't wait. You want to wait? You want somebody out there to wake you up?
Maybe. I do kind of want to get woken up one more time in my life.
You want some video
like
coordinator?
Like
come
one
over?
more time in my life, I want to get woken up.
You want a video coordinator come up behind you and hit you?
Well, what about J.J. Barrera running through him?
Well, he
could kill J.J. Barrera.
He played 3 years ago.
I want a media member to jump on my back like what happened to Aaron Rodgers so I could just deck a media member.
All right.
Yeah.
I hear it. You guys are out. I mean, without you two, there's
listen, they have no
that's
chance.
kind of it.
They have no chance if Tyler and I both play.
It's about how much you
they
would
have
lose by.
Zippo chance.
No. It's always about what you would lose by.
Well, I love all the Twitter people because I got on Twitter and follow some and said, Adam Morris is going to light him up for 14. No, he got
14?
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
If they don't want him to score, he ain't going to score.
The Nuggets media scored, the Celtics media scored 4 points. They lost by 53.
If Adam is your big hope, and I love Adam, but if he's your big hope, if they don't want him to score.
Well, who do you think the best player on the Muggle team would be? If it's not Adam, who
according
is
to Twitter and DNVR, it's Adam Murray. So
he's tall and he's played in college.
D3, he's killing people.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the best you got.
Exactly. But I was reading on Twitter, Adam will get 14, 8, and 6. I'm like, no, he won't. The dog.
All right.
He might not score if they don't want to. And I can't remember the cat's name, but he's a young guy and he's an up-and-coming coach. I guarantee he'll play. He's out there scrimmaging against Aaron Gordon and all the players and pushing them, getting them ready. If that cat don't want Adam to score, Adam ain't going to score. Adam ain't going to touch the ball.
15-minute game. I don't know how long it is, but if it's a 15-minute game, can the Muggles lose by less than 40?
But they got a running clock?
I don't know.
I mean, are you playing a 20? And the court is shorter. I mean, that
court, is it really?
The practice court is not 94 feet.
I did not know that. Okay.
I don't believe that's 94 feet.
Okay. Can they keep it within 40?
No. Not if the coaches are actually trying.
If the coaches really try?
No, but I'm sure they would.
No, like legitimately, if they tried, I would be shocked if the media got more than 6 points.
All right.
I mean, you might luck in a couple jumpers here. Rodney,
I'm going to say this. Without the two of you, forget it. I mean, it's probably going to be if the two of you aren't going, then who's going to get a rebound?
If Rodney listens to the show, no, I'm saying this with love, brother. You've gained a few pounds.
Oh my God.
Well, he is.
With love.
He's gone from a 3 stance to a 4 stance kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was in shape, Harrison Witt ain't touching the ball.
Without the two of you playing, nobody's going to touch a ball. There's no hope without the two of you guys playing.
Yeah.
The only hope was the two of you guys playing.
If you get out there, they might have a
Who,
little
me?
help. Yeah.
No, I have. They're not going to be able to get the ball up the court. The thing was to throw to one big guy who could throw to another big guy, and that's it, and go from there.
You know what? And I'll be honest with you. Here's my fear. I've already lived in a boot for 2 months with tearing my right Achilles. I really don't want that left one to blow up.
Okay. I was told that
I do have a PCL going on from my hiking experience over the weekend. You know,
oh boy,
it's holding me back right now.
Wow, Dan, can you believe these guys tapping out like this? I mean,
potentially an MCL as well.
I thought these guys
fracture in my left foot.
Patella tendon's not doing great. Holding on by a thread.
Holy cow! Okay, it's just a moment for the two of you.
Although I think I could make my game look a little like Valanciunas.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's keep it going. Your game is strong like Valanciunas.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
All right, well, you got till Tuesday to figure out if you change your mind.
We gotta get Adam them on there.
Get Adam Harris on the sure. Hey, Dan, can you
why don't you coach the team, Scott?
No, because I got a job. I'm dedicated to this. Yeah. This what matters to me.
This is what matters. Because it's right in the middle of the show.
Some pickup game against fat coaches.
Uh-huh.
Let's
Dan, see if you can't rile up Adam sometime after 2:30, okay? And we can go through this with him. Because they seem to be taking it more serious.
We ought to see if we can get an assistant coach on too.
Okay.
That might play in this game.
All right, well, the game's Tuesday, so sure. Who do you suggest?
See,
we could get JJ on. See if JJ would come.
Nuggets coaches might get a little bit competitive with the Boston coaches. When they won, what did they win? Like 54?
57-4, including draining a three from the logo as the buzzer.
So Nuggets coaches, their goal is to put up a 60 spot and keep them to 3 points or less.
Yeah. Well, without you guys, that's a possibility if you two aren't playing. But we'll get Adam on and see how he can
Well,
sketch it
how
out.
about this? The Boston coaches scored 57. And Sam Cassell didn't play. Who's two-time NBA champion.
We got to take a quick break. We got Matt and Kelly on the line. We got Sopranos character or Giants player. We got no dumb questions. Big question of the day with the game. And we'll see where this path takes us. But it's really happening. We were just joking about it. I didn't think it was really going to happen, and it's really happening. So stick around. It will be quite the drama over the next few days. PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can be the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED, you don't need that. It causes all sorts of stress, anxiety, undue hardships, and that is going to, in fact, impact everything in your relationship and perhaps even damage the relationship permanently. Okay. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got you covered when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's $99. Get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we're going to be joined by Paul Dottino. He's a Giants reporter. We'll get him in a few minutes of perspective from Animal House East. We have 2 listeners. You win absolutely nothing. And we start with Matt. Matt, do you want to be Tyler's partner or Scott's partner here?
Tyler's partner.
Good choice. Excellent choice.
All right. Wow. No hesitation there.
Yep.
All right. Hang on a second. Then we go to Kelly. Kelly, you're stuck with Scott.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. So we're gonna just go. Well, we'll start with age before beauty. We'll start with Scott and Kelly here. And hang on, Matt. You'll get a shot, and we'll just see how you guys do. You ready to play? You win absolutely nothing, by the way. It's a Giants player or a Sopranos character. Frankie Ferrera.
Ooh.
Frankie Ferrera. Now, you guys can talk, Kelly and Scott. Try to get it right. This is where you talk to each other. It's you and Kelly are a team. You guys are a team. You talk to each other.
Kelly, I'm not big on the so-called minimal characters, but I think it's Italian enough to sound like it might be a coach. What's your thinking?
I know nothing about The Sopranos.
He's going to be a lot of help.
Although, how many coaches are listed in the program as Frankie?
Frankie Ferrara needed an answer.
Sopranos.
Kelly, you good with that?
Yep.
He is a defensive end who played for the Giants between 2001 and 2003.
You've already broke your rules.
What?
You said coaches or Sopranos. Now you said he played.
Players. I meant players. Players. Oh, my God.
No.
Oh, my God. You want the do-over?
No do-overs.
Because
we all know what he meant.
Is there any coach out there that's lists himself on the program as Frankie?
Well, no, but we're making everybody a little bit
But
more
you said-
Italian.
you
I'm
said-
going to make
We
everybody.
all knew what he went. I'm sorry that you guys went first. You weren't smart enough to figure it out.
You said coaches.
Tyler and Matt. They're players.
Matt, let's go.
Well, now
Matt.
it's player.
They're related to the Giants.
Now it's players.
All we got to do is be smarter than these dum-dums, Matt.
Hey, far be it for me to correct you guys on the air, but I'm like, I'll let it roll.
All right, here we go. Habby Baldondano.
I'm sorry, what's the first name?
Habby Baldonado. Habby Baldonado.
That sounds like a Sopranos guy, doesn't it? Is he tricking us?
I mean, first off, Matt, that sounds like a chick's name. Okay, so Habby, that's dude's
they
name?
had ladies. They had ladies, not chicks.
Habby is
They had
short.
ladies.
Habby is short for his full first name.
Habby is short for the. Can I get the full first name?
It's Sopranos.
This is like the spelling bee. Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
Can we get-
Habakuk.
What?
That is his first name.
No, listen, Matt. I'm not saying I'm a Sopranos expert here, but that is ringing no bell to me. I think that's a player. I think that's a player.
Player. Oh, I forgot players.
I'm gonna defer to your judgment.
That is indeed a Giants player
Let's
who
go.
is signed by the
Let's
Giants
go.
in 2023.
Yep.
All right, so we
You're
go.
welcome, Matt. I won you absolutely nothing.
We go back to Kelly, and we'll play one more round.
Oh, we got more rounds.
Well,
we
we
got
had,
one
we
more
had a
round.
disputed.
Paulie Germani.
Kelly?
Sopranos.
There you go.
Paulie Germani indeed was Sopranos.
Was that Paulie Chestnuts?
Little Paulie Germani, supporting character, protege and nephew of the Dimeo crime family. Paulie, and he got killed.
Wasn't there a Paulie Chestnuts in Sopranos?
Paulie Walnuts, very close.
Walnuts.
All right, we'll go one more with Matt and Tyler. Joey LaFada.
Golly. I'm going to go with Sopranos again, and just because I don't know anything about either of these.
You know, Matt, I'm smarter than this to defer to you because my gut is telling me that that's a Giants player again. But because I got to choose the last one, I'm going to defer to you.
Did they get the last one right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shoot. So this is to win nothing.
This
Yes.
is to win.
Yeah, this is
That's
to win
exactly
the
right.
whole ball of wax.
What's the name
of
again?
nothing.
Joey LaFada.
Joey LaFada.
Oh man, I feel your gut, man, but I'm like, what the heck, man? We're not going to win anything anyway. Let's just go for it. Let's call it Sopranos.
Okay. All right.
It is a Giants linebacker from
dang it,
47 through
Matt,
49.
the worst team I've ever had in my entire life.
We go to a tiebreaker.
All I wanted to do was win absolutely
You're already
nothing.
killing
But,
yourself.
Here we go.
But we had a chance to win it in regulation there, and my teammate just blew it.
Last one, Kelly and
Aaron
Scott.
Rodgers said.
Larry Barisi.
My brother, what are you thinking?
Giants.
Yeah, it's his game. I already got nothing.
He is a Sopranos character who is.
Can I just be clear that Scott has contributed absolutely nothing as well to his partner?
All you need one more.
I purchased the gifts.
Matt and Tyler, you only need one more to win. You ready?
All right, let's go, Matt. Lock it in. Lock it in, Matt.
Carmelo Soprano.
Yes.
All right, and on that note, we move on.
Way to go, Matt. I'm
Congratulations,
happy for you, buddy.
Guys, went absolutely nothing.
Wait, can you give us a real one?
Do you just want a real one for
Yeah,
fun?
I mean, I want to win for reals.
All right. Okay.
Is Matt still there?
All right, here we go. No,
we still
he's
got Matt?
gone.
We
Andy
hung up on Matt?
Rubatelli. Andy Rubastelli. Rubastelli.
Andy Rubastelli.
Yeah.
Boy. I mean, we must be going deep cuts.
We're going
on the,
deep. Yeah. We're going deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a fun one, actually.
No, you know what? I'm going to be that dude that's going to say that it can't land on black 3 times in a row, and it's going to land on black 3 times in a row. So I'm going Giants player.
He is a Giants player.
Let's go.
56 to 64. Let me give you one more fun one. Noah Tannenbaum.
Tannenbaum?
Noah Tannenbaum.
Is that GM's son?
Oh.
Is that related to the song?
Oh. Noah Tannenbaum.
Doesn't sound real Italian, but it might be. I don't know.
He actually was kind of a prominent character. Really? He had a role that was interesting.
Well, so
I just gave it away.
I would say soprano. He's a soprano.
Yeah.
He's a punter for the Giants. Sorry, I screwed that one up. He was Meadows' boyfriend, and Tony didn't like him for a variety of reasons. Yeah. So there you go. All right, there you go.
So who do we got next week? Cowboys?
Cowboys.
So next week we can
gotta figure it out, right?
Next week we can do rodeo stars.
Yeah.
Or Cowboys
player
management.
We could do that.
Yeah, we need to just make this a weekly bit.
Bucket Broncos star or whatever. We go to Paul Dottino. Oh, that's somebody who could fit on with the Sopranos
Paul
right there.
should have crushed this game.
Paulie. Does anybody call you Paulie? Paul?
Oh, it happens all the time. I don't have the white wings on the side of my hair like Paulie Walnuts does, but I am a Jersey Italian. And by the way, my house was supposed to be in The Sopranos. The scouting service for the series rang my bell, came to my house. They wanted my house to be Gloria's house. As you remember, she was the guma for Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
And the famous scene where she throws the steak across the living room into his face. That would have been my living room had I decided to vacate my home for at least a week while they decided to do all the filming.
Wait. Did they offer you a nice chunk of change for this?
We never got to negotiations because my family was not too keen on vacating for a week, so we never agreed to do it.
Wow.
Paulie, this is perfect.
Maybe say, hey, send us down to the Bahamas for a week and go at it.
Hey, Paulie, is Scatterboo and Dart more Sopranos or more Animal House?
Oh, I think Scatterboo's probably a combination. Because he's got a lot of crazy, fun-loving attitude to him, but he's also tougher than nails.
Yeah.
So he's got a little of both. Dart is interesting because he's just a dude. You know, he's not a party-loving maniac, but he's very energetic. He's very positive, and he's just a dude. He's the kind of guy you want to sit on a bar stool with and watch a game. And, grab some hot dogs and popcorn and peanuts and just enjoy a game with. He's just a really cool dude.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you what, fellas, he doesn't play like a rookie, and he doesn't act like a rookie.
I don't believe you that he's not a party-loving maniac. Like he belongs on Jersey Shore. That's where Jackson Dart belongs.
He's from Utah,
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean,
listen,
I don't know if it's Jersey Shore.
They got a lot of pent-up energy out there in Utah.
I know, but he's a blonde and he's got the Anakin Skywalker nerd crap going on there, Paulie. I mean, I don't know. Is he a Jersey Shore guy?
Have you seen the chain?
So
the chain.
I can honestly tell you, since he's been here, he has been so buttoned down. You know, the paparazzi people are just pull out their hair because they can't get anything on him. He's not partying. He's not hanging out with the famous people. He's not dancing. He's not going to concerts. The guy's working on his craft 25 hours out of the day. I'm going to tell you something. Look, I'm in my 43rd year of covering this football team. I have never seen a rookie quarterback, and there have been a few of them, including Eli Manning, who were this advanced coming right out of the box.
Daniel Jones?
This kid is legit.
Daniel Jones?
No, nobody. I'm telling you, nobody. Now, I started in '83. Phil Simms was already a few years in, so I have to disqualify him from the conversation. But you know, there've been a bunch of draftees at quarterback for the Giants. Not too many ones, obviously. Jones, Manning. Clearly now Jackson Dart. But no, I have never seen a rookie quarterback this advanced, up close and personal, like I've seen Jackson Dart. The kid acts and plays like he's been in the league for 5 or 6 years.
Paulie, we had Bob Papa on a while ago, and I asked him the same question. This batch of rookies, you got the right batch at the right time for this franchise?
Oh, no question. I mean, look, you guys know, even though you're all the way out there, you know, on the other side of the mountains, the heat in New York that was bubbling under the seat of GM Joe Shane and Brian Dable was getting hotter by the minute. I mean, when your co-owner, John Mara, says at the end of last season, I need to feel a whole lot better about this team this time next year, or there's going to be a problem. I mean, could you spell it out any brighter with a skywriter in the sky?
Right.
I mean, we all knew what was going to go on here if they didn't get something going. And the fact that Scatterboo and Dart and Abdul Carter, who is getting a ton of pressures, even though he's only got half a sack, he has been very, very impactful. When you look at what those three rookies, I say right now they are the most impactful trio of rookies in this year's NFL class of any team in the league. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind about that. And they have basically, what the best way I can describe this for you fellas, they've gone into a square dance bar and done a John Travolta discotheque dance. That's how much they have changed the environment and the attitude and the atmosphere around this team the last 3 weeks in particular.
So you're saying they're Jersey boys, but they got a little Brooklyn in them.
Hey, man, whatever it takes, right?
All right. Listen, we put a wire on Jonathan Cooper and Abdul Carter, and Paulie, I got to play this for you.
No, I would say no, not to that standpoint, just because once you have played enough in this league and you've seen enough good quarterbacks, you know, we play one of the best quarterbacks twice a year, every single year. Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. He's, you know, feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. You know, I feel like everybody needs something. So.
All right, that's our guy, Jonathan Cooper. I got to play you Abdul Carter, Paulie.
Sticking up for Dart a little bit. How important is it to get your rookie? You're a rookie, but to get the rookie quarterbacks back like that.
Yeah, we believe in our guys. Really nothing. You don't want to put too much into it, but we ready for Sunday. We gonna settle everything on the field.
What did you think of what Cooper said?
Yeah, we gonna settle everything Sunday. It don't really matter no more.
Were you surprised when you saw some of that stuff come out? The way that it did? It seemed like it was innocuous.
I wasn't surprised. You know, people say things, but like I said, we play in 2 days, so everything gonna be settled Sunday.
Paulie, what's going on here? What's happening here with these two teams here, Paulie?
Well, fortunately for head coach Brian Dable and the Giants, their team does not believe in getting involved in stuff outside the building.
Okay.
They're not. You know, they're not shooting their mouths off.
All right.
They're 2-4.
Yeah.
They know they don't have a right to shoot their mouths off.
Yeah.
And they also know that this franchise, generally speaking, over the years, and you guys know this, they're much more conservative than most. And, you know, that's why when Odell Beckham was here and he had that picture taken on the boat and it was posted, that made a big hullabaloo in New York. Because that's not the kind of stuff the Giants get involved in. They just don't do it as an organization. So that was simple, right? A picture of a bunch of guys having a good time on an off day on a boat. If you think about it, right, on its own, it means nothing. But because it was posted by Odell Beckham Jr. and his group, and it was the week of a playoff game, and he was who he was, a magnet for the entire international sports world, it became fodder for the paparazzi, and to this point is still one of those things that everybody throws up in the Giants' faces as part of the jinx that has hovered over this team for so many years. So, yeah, I mean, the Giants they don't dabble in that crap.
And when you go on a boat off a pier in Jersey, who knows if you're coming back to that dog, Paul?
Come back.
All right, Paul, you got a pick in this one? What do you think? How do you think it's going to go down?
I expect 20 points will win the game, and I think it's going to come down to a field goal in the final couple of minutes. In fact, may even be the final couple of moments. And God knows the Broncos know about that because they've lost 2 games with last-second field goals.
Well, I got 2016, so we're seeing that.
I thought we weren't trash talking out in New York. I thought we weren't doing that.
That's Paulie. I mean,
Well, guys, honestly, I mean, we both know it's going to be a tug-of-war kind of game, right? That's what the Broncos want it to be, and the Giants are very happy to play that kind of game, which means if it goes down to the wire, either team, it's almost going to be a flip of the coin as to who wins. And if the Jets were not so incredibly incompetent, and God knows they are on offense, especially with Justin Fields at quarterback. I mean, come on. Anybody who put a decent NFL offense on the field would have beaten Denver last week. Yep. You guys know that.
Thank you, Paulie. That was fantastic. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Tell Russ we said aye.
Yeah, tell Russ, yeah.
All right, guys. Be good.
All right. Halftime of tonight's Cherokee Trail Grandview game. We honored the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. That's halftime of tonight's game. Dan, that was a world-class booking. I cannot imagine somebody sounded more New York than Paulie Datino from Jersey.
And the bar is set, so
Holy
next week
cow.
when we get ready for the Cowboys, there's got to be some sort of Jim Bob or something.
I'll see if Chuck Norris is available.
It's PH here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone today. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Listen, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. I'm telling you, Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Guys, matter of fact, they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, just a reminder, coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against Oklahoma City on 92.5 begins at 5:30 with the pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. No dumb questions open for business, boys. If anything's on your minds, I'm happy to throw it out there. Twitch, text line. Good having Paulie on, previewing the game. Everybody's seeing this kind of the same way. I mean, nobody's really got a big upset going on right now.
But here's your no dumb question. I kind of leaned into this a little bit yesterday. For a week 7 between an NFC, East team and an AFC
a 2-win
West
football team.
Mm-hmm. Two good historic franchises. I mean, historically, both franchises have seen their success. Both have kind of fallen off on their luck here and there. In the 7th game of the year, does it not feel bigger than it probably even should be?
Well, you know what? That's why I'm saying, I actually don't have any beef with the bulletin board material going on this week for the Broncos, because you know what that does? It forces you to wake up a little bit. I mean, you had back-to-back kind of sleepy games on paper. You had a sleepy game against the Jets, and then you followed up with a sleepy game against the Giants. And I would imagine that Sean Payton said, all right, boys, I'm not mad at you, but if you're going to talk, you better walk the walk.
Well, let me ask you guys this. And you think that you could score 13 and still win this game. Do you still believe that?
I do. Yeah.
See, I don't.
I mean, I mean, listen, is it 13? Is it 17? I don't know. But point being, I would expect this is going to be a low-scoring affair.
Well, I think it's going to be low-scoring, but I don't think it should be.
I mean, you think the Giants can put up 21 points on this team?
I don't think they should be able to.
Right.
I do not see them scoring 3 touchdowns. Do I see them scoring a touchdown? Yeah. Those things happen. Do I see them getting 3 or 4 field goals? Possibly. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, guys, where, all you got to do is get 1 nice return or 2 nice returns. All of a sudden, you got to move the ball 25 yards. You're in field goal range, especially a mile high on a beautiful day. So, I can see them dropping and this is going to be my concern. I think the defense is going to be good. I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to get better when Greenlaw comes back full speed. Their offense stinks.
Hey, but you know what they got?
That scares the hell out of me.
They got a front 7 out there on defense. They got a defensive line that's legit.
How's Abdul Carter doing?
Pretty good, I would say, all things considered. Yeah, I mean, he's fit in very nicely out there. Now, there's a chance he doesn't play in this game. I think he will. He's listed as questionable as of today. But if you listen to the way he's talking throughout the week, it sure sounds like he's playing.
Better player, Nick Bonito or Brian Burns?
Well, Burns has got more sacks.
Oh, Bonito has 1 more sack.
Oh, he does?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, 1 more.
Close,
though. Real close. 8-7.
Burns was leading the NFL up until this week, I guess.
They're right there.
I don't know. Tomato.
Really? So they're both in that same category.
Sure.
Okay. What player do you guys think will make the biggest difference in this game?
Palczewski.
The new left guard, and it looks like he is going to be the left guard. They're moving him inside. I don't know who the eligible receiver that's very popular at Empower Field with the crowd.
Frank Crum.
I don't know who it's going to. I'm not sure it's going to be. I mean, they
Drake Greenlaw.
They put Greenlaw's going to be the biggest difference.
I'm being serious. If Drake Greenlaw plays, I expect Cam Scattaboo to get 40 yards.
Okay. That'd be something. How many plays do you see him playing?
I have no idea.
60 snaps on defense. What do you think he gets? What do you think would be reasonable?
20.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a good chunk of time.
See, I don't think if he can play at least 20, then they shouldn't have him on there. I'm not still sold 100% he'll be on the active roster.
I'm not either, for the record.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'd almost prefer that he's not.
Yeah. One more game.
Yeah. Give him 2 weeks of ramp up before he actually plays.
Well, things wrap up on Fridays a little bit earlier, so Dan will keep an eye out for it, and we'll see, who's out, who's in, how they list them, and we'll have that information here probably in the next half hour or so. Yeah, go ahead.
No
sorry.
dumb question. Why do people from New York just sound like they have a low IQ?
Wow.
What? Sorry that I said it out loud. You guys are laughing like it's
funny,
not true.
Funny thing to hear.
I mean, I'm sorry I said the thing that everybody thinks out loud.
I mean, I guess I did lean into the Pauly thing, and I said Jonathan Cooper was wearing a wire, but I mean,
Yeah. Why do they just sound like they've got a low IQ?
I don't know.
I've actually never heard anybody say that.
Well, but now that you hear it, you know that I'm right.
Oh, I don't know. I think there were some scheming bastards. And I don't think you can.
Hey, you can be scheming and not have a high IQ.
But
Tyler,
I don't know many low IQ schemers.
I tell you what, Tyler, we'll let you say that to them.
Okay, I just did.
Okay. Well, we'll see how Pauly feels. We'll
Hit me back up, Pauly.
It's PHC on 925. The big question of the day next. Here we go. Oh. Dan, yeah. Hey, that was awesome. And can't you see Allen, DJ Jones, Benito, Cooper dressed up as the Jackson 5? The ABC D?
Isn't that only 4?
Yeah, well, that's the 4 guys. I mean, how many guys you want in the Jackson 5? I mean, you can put one more in there if you want.
6.
Sure, they can all dress up like the Jackson 5, but it's the ABC D. Dude, come on. We get the music. You got the highlights.
Why is JFM getting slided?
But put him in there. Well, he can be Tito with the bass guitar. Dude, come on now.
How about PS2?
I don't know how many people.
Scott, here you go again. The thing is he's being dead serious when he says it.
I think it's funny as hell and would look cool, and it is cool, always be closing the ABCD. It's been 24 hours. Listen, I get it. Orange Rush, which they're putting down at the stadium. But you say that's about the running game, which has actually been good. But all right, call that the running game, the Orange Rush. I like that. And we call this the ABCD.
Can we just give up on this?
Dan put music and highlights together. I'm sorry it sounds so freaking cool.
Because Dan has to say yes, sir.
I think that sounds awesome, Dan.
It's more like this.
Well, whatever.
Kind of like our new podcast studio.
I think it sounds amazing. I'm sorry you're going to have to spend 10 minutes somewhere else during the day.
We all voted it down. 3 out of the 4 on the show.
Then you guys win.
No, we don't.
You guys gonna
you know
enjoy.
We don't win that one.
It's fantastic. I don't know where you're going to spend another 10 minutes of your day. I mean, I don't know how you're possibly going to adjust. But we'll see how obstacles overcome that. The Broncos' final score of this game will be what?
23-14 Denver Broncos. 24-13 Denver Broncos. I'm going to stick to keeping New York under 14 points.
Scott?
I either want to go 20-16 or 24-16. I think they hold them under 17 though.
Yeah,
I agree.
And if you don't hold them under 17, you may lose.
I got 2016. I'm a little bit more nervous. I think I'm more nervous about this game than you guys. It sounds like I am.
You got a touchdown and 3 field goals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was. You
know why? I'll tell you why. I do not trust Darren Rizzi and our kickoff return coverage. I do not think they're going to kick it through the end zone. I think they should.
That's what we're panicking about?
Kickoff? That's where I think they're going to get field position where they shouldn't.
Do they have serious question
we
here.
added a new Saint.
I'm actually not mocking you, but I'm just trying to follow your logic on this. Do they have some phenomenal kickoff return game or something?
They got Gunnar Ozlowski. He's one of these dudes that'll run through a wall.
But is he averaging returning the ball to the 45-yard line?
I mean, they're decent. They're okay. Oh, here we are. Their kickoff return, third in the league.
Right.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's their coverage. My bad. That's their coverage. Their kickoff return. Oh, 5th in the league. They are 5th in the league in return, and in coverage, they're 3rd in the league.
So their special team's pretty good. What is Denver?
Yeah. Return, we're 13th in terms of returning at 13th, and we're dead last in terms of coverage.
Ooh, that's a big discrepancy.
Dead last.
That could lead to some field goals.
Rizzi was given all sorts of excuses yesterday. We've returned, we've covered more than ever. It's only been 2 big returns, but it's only 6 games, dude. I'm not impressed with Darren Rizzi so far. I don't know how you guys feel about it, But he said by far the weakest part of our special teams right now is kickoff coverage. And yeah, okay, fine. Like you average this, but you also give up 50 and 72 yarders, which means to me, as great as the defense could play, you're just going to give up field goals, probably a couple if you can't return, if you can't cover kicks.
You're giving up at least 6 points right
So
there.
to me, I just kick it through the end zone. That is not the right way to handle things because if you can actually cover kicks the right way, you certainly will keep your opponent behind the 30-yard
And
line.
if you've noticed, it seems around the league the last 2 or 3 weeks compared to the first 2 or 3 weeks, coverage has gotten better. You're not seeing these 35, 34, 33. You're seeing in the 20s now more often than not.
I don't trust him. Here's what I don't trust right now. I don't trust our coverage on special teams.
But you just signed one special team guy, and one special team guy is supposed to change your
Well,
entire
you listen to
special
Rizzi,
team?
and he'll tell you JT Gray is the best coverage special teamer ever in the invention of football. That's literally what he said about this guy, JT Gray. How he became available, I don't know. But guess what? He used to play with them in New Orleans. I know. What a shock. Surprise. Hey, I hope this guy is great. And it gives every indication they're not going to kick it through the end zone. They're going to try to cover these things.
Tyler, you played special teams at a time or two in your career, right?
Barely. I mean, with my rookie year, I was on kickoff return. We had the old school wedge, and I was just there to take a concussion. And
great job.
Yeah. Just there's 4 guys.
Why did your left eye blink when you said that?
Yeah. I did that my rookie year, and then field goal, PAT.
That's it. That's how I got him having 16. I got it. I got some sort of screw up. I got a touchdown because, in games you get a touchdown. I mean, it happens. Shizzle happens. And the way things go, I think they'll get a couple more, but only one. So I got 16 points and 20 for the Broncos. I just figured at some point this defense is going to get a takeaway or two, right?
I'm just not buying the Jackson Dart Cam Scatterbo deal. I'm just not buying it. So, maybe they'll surprise me. Maybe I'll have to come on air on Monday and eat some crow on this thing. But I'm not buying that these guys are actually that good. I think that they've just been fun to watch. They're like a little Energizer bunny. They go out there, they do their little dances. The crowds go nuts for them. Cam's going to run over 3 or 4 guys. But guess what? When you run over 3 or 4 guys at home, that creates some energy. Run over 3 or 4 guys on the road, it doesn't create as much energy because now the crowd's not getting behind you. So I don't think these guys are going to be anything that is going to be terrifying. They haven't gone up against a defense like this. If they score more than 13, 14 points, I'll be surprised.
We all have wins, though. Listen, if they turn it over 5 times like they did to the Saints, they're going to lose by 30.
Yeah, obviously.
So that happened, too, to this team. That, too, happened with Scatterbo and Jackson Dart to a winless
As we
team.
will. I mean, if we turn the ball over 5 times, we'll lose by 30.
Probably. I mean, the Eagles turned it over. I mean, probably. I don't know, man. I think the Giants, I don't know if they know who they really are. I don't think anybody really knows. It's an interesting test for them. I do think the vibes of the day are such to, I don't know, man. I tell you, this is a good time for this reunion. After this England trip, just to get everybody's attention, there's no way you're missing out on. Are you going tomorrow to the practice? Are you going to go over there with some of the alums there?
Yep.
So there you go. That'll be a whole thing, right? What are we going to have 100 alums at practice? That's going to be unbelievable, or at least a significant amount of guys from Super Bowl 50.
Yeah, I don't know how it affects the team itself, but it's going to be a lot of fun for us.
Better defense, 2015 or now?
Well, I'm not going to start comparing and contrasting until this team starts winning.
Do you think that when those comparisons naturally happen, and of course Pat Surtain and crew are going to hear these comparisons, do you think that is a motivating factor?
Sure. I mean, people got pride. Players got pride. They want to be the best to ever do it.
But how many of the players now understand what that team was?
Very few. Very few.
So, I mean.
But okay, fine. Maybe they don't know the specifics, but they certainly know it's regarded as one of the best defenses of all time. You don't need to know a lot about them, but you know that. Tell me. All right,
hold on. Are they considered one of the best defenses of all time?
Yes.
I would say so.
Absolutely.
To who?
I would say they're one of the top 5 defenses of all time because I think 5 or so defenses have won Super Bowls, and that's one of them. Name me the other defenses that have won Super Bowls. Give you the Bears. Give you the Ravens. Yep.
Tampa Bay.
Okay, fine. We'll give you Tampa Bay. Brad Johnson. Not Trent Dilfer. I mean, there's not many. Most Super Bowls are won by offense, not defense. But there's about 5 or 6 of them that are defense, and that team is one of them.
What about Seattle's?
That's up there.
Legion of Boom.
It was fantastic.
I think Seattle and Denver, 2015, they'd probably be competing for that 4th and 5th spot.
I mean, Seattle, listen, let's not, Russ, it's not like Russ was a terrible quarterback the whole time. And Marshawn Lynch was on that team as well. They had some players on that offense, no doubt.
The one thing that you can't tangibly feel in a stat line with that 2015 defense, though, which is what really made them so special, the timeliness, man. The 3rd and long sack, the strip sack, the interception, the keep to lead pick 6. It's not just that they happened. It was when they happened. Yeah. They happened at the biggest, most crucial moments of every game. You just knew the defense was going to do something insane, and you can't tangibly feel that when you look at all-time great stat lines.
Right. No, we went back and looked at that Orange Crush, the original Orange Crush, and they had a 3-year period where they gave up.
It was crazy.
12, 10, and 14 points.
It was unbelievable.
Over a 3-year stretch. In that 3 years, they averaged giving up 13 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Broncos are giving up 15 points a game, 15.8. We got to look at the Texans. The Texans are actually in first place in that department with just under 12. Like, something's going on, but we'll see the Texans here in a couple of weeks.
And their offense have been struggling, right? And so all of a sudden they can't win games.
I think when you compare offenses and defenses, you got to compare by eras. Like I don't think it's right to compare against the Bears in 85 when they held them to like 12 points per game. Well, it was a different game, right? So it's almost like take from 2000 and on and what has been the best defenses of all time. Baltimore and Denver and Seattle.
And
where this defense fits in, it's off to a great start, for sure.
Well, but the 3 he's mentioned won a championship. So this, and first question I asked you in the open, if you waste this defense and can't find a way to win a Super Bowl with this defense and the way it's perpetrating on people,
hey man,
did you waste 2 or 3 years?
We already possibly blew 2 games with this defense for special teams reasons.
Yeah.
One for sure with the Colts, and it's arguable if you blew the game with the Chargers, but it was a walk-off. Well, the Colts one, you just had one and you just screwed it up. Leverage. And hopefully that doesn't come to burn you, but even if you just say, hey, the Chargers are going to win, okay, I guess. This Broncos team should be 5-1 right now. Let's face it. So the question is, are they legit or not? And yeah, okay, it's been fun seeing the Giants. Come on, man. You're going to lose on this reunion weekend to Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo?
They almost lost in London to Justin Fields.
Right, but Tyler makes a good point. London's London. London is, I agree with you on that. London is just quirky. Everything about it's quirky and different. This has not been a quirky, different week. Listening to the coaches and the players, I don't know how they did it, but they manage their sleep schedules, their rest, whatever. These guys I don't get a sense, Tyler, whatsoever. They're burned out or exhausted. I don't get a vibe like that whatsoever.
I don't know how we would know. How would we know?
I'm just telling you the vibe from what I see from out there, what's being reported, how the guys are sounding, what they're talking about. That's all. If they are, I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't heard anybody talking about it. There's no indication of it. But we'll see. Hey, man, I don't know. If they go out and lay an egg, maybe the schedule was too much. Maybe they really do need a break.
That would be my biggest concern with the game still. It's not about the Giants. It's not about Jackson Dart or Cam Scatteraboo. It would be, can you handle the adjustment of coming back without a bye?
All right, well, we all have them winning. And we go from there. We'll be talking about the Dallas Cowboys coming in next week at home. That game's a little more scary, I think, actually.
I don't know.
Their defense is terrible, but their offense is
I'm always more scared about teams you're supposed to win. I don't know why. I was scared of the Jets game last
I feel you on that.
Yeah.
Hey, the Broncos are a 7.5-point favorite in this one.
That scares me.
You were definitely supposed to win this one. Ain't no doubt about it.
They're 7.5 points favorite, and they got 13 points last week.
I'm glad that everybody could watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's football go. And then Adam Morris on the on the basketball game. The Muggles against the coaches. Details coming up. Hey, it is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado, and here's the good news for you. Their success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more, so check them out. Helping tens of thousands of men over the past decade, they could help you too. Simple as this. Schedule a consult. That's $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. Listen, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, let me tell you, Maverick. Maverick brings you Let's Football Go today. We're giving away a $50 gift card. So text FREE, F-R-E-E, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A $50 gift card to Maverick. Free, first and last name, 303-504-0925. Dan, first up.
All right, guys. Dre Greenlaw, don't know if he's going to play Sunday against the Giants. Here is Sean Payton from Today, asked by Leggy how good of a week he had.
From your perspective, did Greenlaw have a good week?
Yeah, positive. He was able to go and move around, so yeah.
He would later go on to say that we'll know if he's going to play when the injury report comes out later today. He wouldn't say if he would be listed as questionable, but I'm curious, what do you guys think Dre Greenlaw will add to this defense that they don't have right now? What is Dre Greenlaw adding to this already top-ranked Broncos defense when he comes back?
It's hard to say what's missing on this defense, right? Because the defense is fantastic, and I would say the best part of this defense is how cohesive they play. It is similar to 2015. It's a great pass rush with a great secondary. I think our inside linebacker play has been the one questionable mark of the defense. The one thing that Dre brings is a hard-hitting, thumping downhill linebacker that can actually cover. So what's his specialty? I would say his presence. I mean, you guys saw Dre out there just on the sidelines at training camp. That's a thick dude now. That's a real thick dude.
Yeah, I think it adds a thumper inside on the run game, which if you kind of go back and listen, Jonathan Taylor's doing it against everybody he's played against this year, right? Averaging over 100 yards a game, but they sure could have used a little Dre Greenlaw inside in that game in particular. So you got a pretty good offensive line. You got a thumper running back. Be nice to have a thumper middle linebacker.
Wear your black and gold Buffs gear on CU game day. They got a bye week this week. In fact, we should get into what Prime did yesterday. Really interesting. And all you need to do for a free fountain drink of any size with that black and gold Buffs gear is walk into any Maverick convenience store location. That's it. No catch. Wear CU gear, walk into a Maverick convenience store, and get your free drinks. Go Buffs. Dan, story number 2.
All right, our guy Tony Rizzo up there in Cleveland is usually freaking out about Shedeur Sanders, but he's freaking out about their GM up there, Andrew Berry, in the Joe Flacco trade. Listen to the tirade from Tony Rizzo up in Cleveland this morning.
How could you do that, Andrew? How could you do it? Why on earth did you feel the need to trade this guy to a division opponent for a 5th-round draft pick? Fireable offense. That is a fireable offense.
Oh, my God.
I want to know how much longer the owner's going to watch this crap because the fans have had it. We deserve better. You're worried more about your stadium than you are your football team. That's the perception, Jimmy. And you allow these people to do this. You have the worst offense in the league. Your GM screwed this quarterback thing up like I've never seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. Kids that play Madden could have done a better job. Truly. That's not hyperbole. It's a joke. It's a joke. This franchise has become a joke. And I'm sick of it.
Well, he's right about that.
I think he's right about all of it.
But they weren't going anywhere this year anyway. But yes, they've totally messed up the quarterback thing. We talked about it from the jump. Well, we talked about it when Flacco went there. We talked about when Dylan Gabriel. We still really don't understand why you drafted Shedeur. And you gave Deshaun Watson the dumbest contract ever. So yeah, Jimmy Haslam, you are a moron, and you probably do care about your stadium that's going 15 miles outside of the city, by the way. They ain't putting that stadium in the city. They're taking it to the suburbs.
But specifically as to the topic which started the conversation there, which was the Joe Flacco trade, you don't see this done in the NFL, ever. Damn sure you don't see it with a quarterback. You don't see players traded within conferences. That does not happen. And, I mean, Mike Tomlin called out Andrew Berry for very good reason. I'm not calling Joe Flacco a stud. He looked like a stud last night. he's a capable quarterback that you combine that with some really good wide receivers, and what do you expect? He's probably going to look okay.
If you stuck with Joe Flacco with the Browns, you might have won 7 games this year, maybe 8. But you're still not going anywhere.
Yeah, but the best part of it is that the Browns they weren't even trying to trade Joe Flacco. The Bengals just called and they offered a 5th round. They're like, oh, that actually sounds like a good idea. Let's do that.
Yeah, that is true. They just that is true. That is it's crazy.
Let me throw some names out there. Spurgeon Win.
What's that say again? Sorry.
I'll throw some names out there. Spurgeon Win.
Spurgeon Win.
So just have you heard of him?
He's a wide receiver, I believe.
No, he was a drafted quarterback for the Browns. Luke McCown.
He's
Charlie Fry.
I know where we're going now.
Brady Quinn, Colt McCoy,
Sure.
Brandon Whedon, Johnny Manziel, Cody Kessler.
Yeah, gotcha.
Remember him?
Gotcha.
Deshaun Kaiser.
No, it's been brutal.
Baker Mayfield, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So the problem that Rizzo, or whatever that cat's name is, made a mistake in his soliloquy, which I don't disagree with most of what he says, when he said they're becoming a joke. Those are just a handful of quarterbacks they've drafted since 2000. They've been a joke for a long, long time.
And here's why. Jimmy Haslam is the Dick Monfort of football. He probably has the best intentions and he's focused on a shiny new toy. But it ain't working there, and he doesn't know how to make it work, and he's not stepping out. Like, he's involved with everything. He wants to be involved with everything. You know what his whole thing is? His truck stops and all that Jimmy Haslam stuff? It's some shady stuff with Jimmy Haslam. But they're getting the stadium built, and it's going to bring in billions probably, and yada, yada, yada. And wait till that Super Bowl's in Cleveland. Wait till we have the 2030 or 2031 Cleveland Super Bowl, y'all. Won't that be a dandy out in the suburbs of Cleveland? All right, you got one more there, Dan?
Well, I was just going to mention that Kevin O'Connell, Vikings head coach, said that Carson Wentz will make his 4th consecutive start on Sunday against the Eagles, not J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
So that'll be another game without their original starter, J.J. McCarthy, who did return to practice this week as he continues to recover from a high right ankle sprain he suffered on September 14th. Do you guys think that J.J. is the most likely bust of the 2024 quarterback draft class?
It's too soon to say bust because the injury. I didn't like him in college, but that's a whole other question. We'll see. I will, having watched a few different things lately, I kind of am a big fan of Kevin O'Connell.
For sure.
And if J.J. McCarthy can play, he'll be a player in Minnesota.
If he doesn't work with Kevin O'Connell, okay. It's tough to call guys busts when they don't play well or they have injury issues. Does that make him a bust or just it's kind of bad luck?
Who's their starting quarterback right now?
For the Vikings? Oh, my Lord.
Carson Wentz.
Oh, Carson Wentz, right. I'm sorry.
I mean, we were quick to call him a bust after he suffered a big ACL and after his rookie year, right? He was never the same for the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, but before that, he was like the MVP of the league and was taking him right to the Super Bowl.
Dude, he tore his ACL. Remember Tyler? He tore his ACL and went in for another play, handoff touchdown.
I don't think fans
with his ACL.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think fans would hesitate to use the word bust with injuries. I'm with DMac though. Like, I think about Bradley Chubb. A lot of people call Bradley Chubb a bust with the Denver Broncos. I was like, Bradley Chubb is not a bust. That dude was a good football player, a really good football player. They got hurt a lot, and so yeah, it felt disappointing. But I can't call the dude a bust when he's actually good at his job.
Here's where I'll jump on DMAC's side. But in a position where you're not necessarily going to be a game changer and you don't have a quarterback.
Is Sam Darnold a bust?
Not anymore.
Is Baker Mayfield a bust?
Not anymore.
All right. So who knows? You give guys time, you give guys opportunity. You never know.
What's Carson Wentz now in Minnesota since he's been starting? Is it 3-0?
Yeah, but he's
3-0,
like Wentz is in the journeyman Fitzmagic.
But I understand that.
Tyrod, he's like that.
But all of a sudden, these guys find a place where there's a guy that actually is an instructor and a developer, and all of a sudden you find out, hey, Carson, this is what you do well. You've got another 8 years as a backup quarterback at $6 million a year.
I agree with you on that. And if you're willing, like Joe Flacco is, and I'm not saying he's a bad person at all, but if you're willing to live apart from your family and just have this vagabond sort of lifestyle, like Joe said, one of the things he's most excited about is seeing his family because he has 5 kids. but he'll see his family this weekend because they played on Thursday night. But their family is willing to make that sacrifice so that he can do that. And there's nothing wrong with that, nothing at all. But you got to be willing to do it.
Where's his kids at in family?
They had to settle down somewhere, so I'm not sure exactly where they are. I'm going to kind of guess they went back to Maryland, that area, because that's where they had their biggest roots. But I don't know that for a fact. But he knows he can't be moving them all over. What's he going to move them to Cincinnati in the middle of the season? He's not
South
middle of
Jersey.
school year.
Yeah.
He lives in South Jersey in the offseason.
Okay, well, that's probably where he's from. It's probably where he grew up. He's a Jersey boy. He went to Delaware. He's that whole thing. Hey, don't forget coverage of tomorrow's Avalanche game against Boston, the Bruins, on 92.5 begins at 6:30 with the pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We bring on Adam Morris from DNVR. Adam, how tall are you?
I'm 6'5".
6'5". Yeah, that's legit. I believe it. Tyler's 6'8" and a little bit more than that. Scott, are you above 6'10", or are you like
probably a little bit, but
little above 6'10"?
I have shrunk.
Adam, what I'm saying here is this lineup right here sounds pretty good. 6'5", 6'8" and change, 6'10" and change. And then you put Chris Dempsey, who I guess will just beat everybody up. And then I don't know what you do at guard. I mean, who cares really at that point? And this is ideal. But I got to tell you, Tyler, Scott, and I heard Dempsey is tapping out because he's got some issues. So Adam, Adam, I guess we're getting you on here because it seems like you guys are really excited about this whole thing. But I mean, we might need a little recruitment here, Adam. I don't know if you got anything to say to Tyler and Scott here about what damage you guys could do together against the Nuggets assistant coaches.
Well, look, man, all I'm going to say is I'm going to beg those guys to play because you said I'm feeling excited about this. I don't know if excitement's the right word, but if I got those two guys by my side, I'm feeling a lot better about it.
Scotty, what'd you say you saw? What'd you say that you saw his line at on Twitter last night?
Yeah, I'm following you guys.
Boy, people are hyping. Adam, people are hyping you up. By the way,
yeah. Adam's going to get 14, 8, and 6.
You got 14, 8, and 6 idea against the Nuggets coaches.
Man, I'm telling you right now, I'm expecting a quadruple team. So I don't know. I might go for a 0-0-0. But like I said, man, Scotty, come on, Tyler, let's go, man. I think we can pull this off.
No. we already had a whole show the other day when Tyler said he could play in the NFL that there's a time in your life as a former jock that you remain delusional.
Mm-hmm.
And mine hit me at 50 when I let Mozgov play a one-on-one drive around me, and I'm going, this is the slowest guy on the earth, and he just went around me. And I was 50, and I went, oh my God, I've been delusional for 17 years. I've been deluding myself.
But I'm just saying, if 6'5", 6'8", 6'10" got off the bus for the Muggles, for the media, Adam,
well,
I mean,
okay,
come
Adam,
on. That's all right.
Can I ask you a question, though? Should Scott and I even be like, I don't even think that Scott and I should be included, like, because we're not true Muggles. Like,
wow, well, here we go.
Like should former athletes that are now in the media be included?
Adam, what do you think?
Well, first of all, absolutely yes. And the reason yes is I have a feeling like I don't know if we're going to get David Adelman on the court. I don't know if he's going to be out there. I think we're going to get player development. We might get a video coordinator. I have a feeling the coaching team is not going to be just pure coaches. So if they're going to fudge it, I think we can fudge it too.
You go before games, right? And I'm going to put two guys' names out there that I've seen you see or I've seen you watch work out Nikola Jokic. Darrell Arthur. You got anybody going to match him?
You!
No.
Hey, technically, though, I think he's a scout. This is what I'm saying. He's not a coach.
But he's on the staff.
He's a scout.
He getting paid. All right, how about the other guy? How about Bonnie? 6'11".
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be – he's a little tall. I think he's going to probably block some shots.
And I'm trying to find this cat's name. I can't remember his name.
So, Adam, put a roster together that won't lose by 40 or won't be – as humiliated as the Celtics media was against the Celtics coaches.
Well, I got to say, 4 points feels like the bar, doesn't it?
Yes.
53-point line, that feels like the bar. If we can keep this thing within 20, 30 points, I think I would count it as a win. But
who's going to stay in front of John Beckett?
No, I mean nobody.
All-State Georgia, the two-time All-American.
Scotty, we aren't Adam. By the way, we did hash this out the other day before it became official. It's funny that now it's official, right? And we said they're going to score at will. The challenge we would have is just getting the ball up the court. But with Tyler and Scott, because we just got, and you, frankly, we always had you in the starting lineup, by the way, just to
appreciate that.
From the jump. But we'd have a way to get the ball up the court, and then, frankly, we figured Tyler, who could bench press a freaking mountain these days. I don't know if you've seen Tyler these days, Tyler. I'm just talking on you, but he's in unbelievable shape. And Tyler's looking to mess somebody up, aren't you, Tyler? I mean, no?
I'm not scoring, but I can get in the way.
Exactly.
Hey, just set some bone-crushing screens, right? You just got to set the tone, I guess.
Tyler sets the screen, rolls to the basket. Either you or Scotty just jack up the threes. We're not worried about an inside game. Just get the shots off.
Let me throw out another. If Aziz Leaks plays in the game and guards you, you won't touch the ball.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing I always tell people, man. I played at the college level. I'm a pretty good player. I think I'm 41 now. I mean, I've lost a lot, but at my best, I was a 99th percentile player. But I'm closer to the 50th percentile player than I am the 100th percentile player, which is what NBA guys are. Like the curve gets really steep at the top when those guys, are phenomenal. So it's gonna, and that would have been 20 years ago. But I'm still excited for it. It's still gonna be a fun challenge.
What was your last college game?
It was 2006.
Against who?
Pomona Pitzer was my last game, which was Greg Popovich's old school.
Listen, here's what's going to happen, Adam. You're going to turn around halfway in this game, and you're going to be on the court, and you're going to see you, Vote, Wind, Cristal, and me. And you are going to feel so sad right then and there. Yeah. And that's where it gets to, like, total humiliation.
And Brandon won't pass the ball. Neither will Harrison. Harrison will be jacking up threes from about 32.
Boy, the pressure was put on Harrison. Harrison was listed as the previous MVP in the press release.
Here's the key, man, and this is the honest truth. I mean, if they press us, it's almost like, what are we going to do? Come on, you got to work to beat a press. You got to have a plan in place. I don't even know everybody is playing. But here's the thing I'll tell guys when we get there. Just shoot it, man. They're like, is it going to be hard enough getting shots off? If the ball finds you, we got to get it up. Get lucky a couple times, and you know their plan's going to be to try to double and trap and get some steals and get out. So just shoot it. Let's see what happens.
Let me just give you a quick coaching tip. Ball fakes, get them off their feet because everyone's going to try to steal everything. So ball fake, get them off their feet, pass around. Fake high, pass low, fake low, pass high. Pressure, full court pressure. You got to have somebody designated that's always going to flash middle.
No, I think full court pressure is a bad idea.
You hit middle. No, for them. The other team's going to press them.
Oh.
Boom. Hit it to the middle and fly the wings.
Are you going to coach?
Listen, I got a job. I get yelled at if I'm on the road and have to leave 30 minutes early. I get mad at now. Hey, sorry, I'm going to miss the last 2 hours of the show to go play basketball.
Hey man, come on! I'll write the letter to Altitude today saying, hey, we need a coach, man. At least a coach here with Hastings. But we got Vic's always in good shape. I hope he's playing. Katie's always in good shape.
Yep.
Doug Ottawell, man, doesn't ever stop running.
Forgot about Doug. Yeah,
is Doug considered media anymore? He hasn't done anything. He's out there milking cows.
He's tall,
brother. I'm telling you, Darrell Arthur counts. I'm bringing anybody I can get. Anybody that's ever called into the show, I'm getting them on.
All right, Adam, are you in charge?
I don't know. I don't think so. I might have to take charge when we get there just to see what's happening.
Okay.
What did
like that scene in Gladiator. Remember in Gladiator, the first scene when they get out there, nobody has any instruction, and they just somebody has to take the lead. That's what it's going to feel like.
Mo used to call all the regular people DSs, dip. You know what? And so he would have, if he's here, he would have looked at him going, "You're the king of the DSs." So he's in charge.
Congratulations,
no
Adam.
shooters.
All right. Well, it's going to be a fascinating day next Tuesday, and
is it really?
Maybe not.
It's going to be fascinating.
It's getting less fascinating, actually.
Hastings is going to hate this question, but I'm just going to throw it out there because we got to be prepared.
Yeah.
What happens if we win?
Oh
God!
What happens?
Oh my God.
Hold on, man. What happens? There's going to be cameras and everything else. What does that say?
That you're drunk?
That somebody slipped PCP inside the coach's Gatorade bottles.
Yes.
Hey, this is what I love what you said right off the top is that there's a moment where your delusion as an athlete goes away. mine's going away, but I still got a little kernel of delusion in me.
Yeah, well, listen, I can tell you, if you hear a guy and they say, Aziz, you got you.
Yeah.
You ain't touching the ball.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, this dude is a stud jock athlete.
Yeah, 100%, man. I've seen him. Yep. Yeah,
Adam,
those are the guys, by the way. Those are the young guys. Those are the ones that are going to really
and he's probably 24, 25.
Adam, you got 3 days to get the
get in shape in 3 days.
The towering twins, in shape. Other than that, when you pass out from Matt Moore over to Ryan Blackburn, it could get ugly.
Listen, the Muggles put themselves if the Muggles put themselves a rec team and played a rec league somewhere, you wouldn't even be 500.
Hey, Scotty's not wrong, by the way. I'm with him on that.
All right, Adam, it's great to have you on. We'll see how it goes. See ya.
All right, thanks, fellas.
See you, man.
You have fun.
Without you two, and Chris isn't going to play either, apparently.
But my conversation with Tyler started Wednesday, and he took it a little personal. And I didn't mean it to be personal.
But I'm only 40, Scott.
But now listening to Adam, delusional.
Hold on. Here's the difference. He called himself a 99th percentile. I was a 99th percentile.
Oh.
Little bit of a difference.
You think?
I mean, all love to Adam and all, but what was he playing? D2, D3 basketball? Is that 99th?
Tyler, the court is open for you on Tuesday.
No. I was not talking about basketball, to be very clear.
Oh, I got you.
You had 21 game for Cherry Creek.
Got benched at half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Brookhart.
All right, maybe we just won't even bother. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, well, Tyler, it's you got a lot going on. I don't know what you can say and what you can't say, but it's a pretty awesome weekend.
It's gonna be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it.
What are you looking forward to the most, by the way?
Tonight's gonna be really cool. So we got a little program tonight that starts. It's pretty early, so I gotta skedaddle and get out of here, go home and get changed real quick, and then I don't know what the program is, so I'm curious to see. They call it the program goes from 4 to 7 o'clock. All right, so I don't know what they got planned for that, but tonight is Super Bowl 50 team and Ring of Famers. So that's going to be great.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that'll be a little bit more intimate gathering.
Gotcha.
You can bring one guest. Tomorrow is we got practice in the morning, and that, again, is just Super Bowl 50 team and Ring of Famers.
Kids? No kids on that one.
You can get any guest you want.
Okay.
So
That's cool.
I'm actually bringing my pops tomorrow morning to practice, which will be cool. And then in the evening tomorrow night, we've got another program or whatever you want to call it. That will be for all of the alumni, right? So any year, that'll be fun. I'm taking my dad to that one again. And then on Sunday morning, taking my youngest daughter, Kenzie, to the Broncos game. And we'll be down there at halftime on the field for Demarius. And it's a full weekend, man. So I'm really looking forward to it.
I found out a couple of things, by the way, on this. I was talking to Patrick a little bit. 11:30 is the unveiling of the DT statue outside of the stadium. I don't know if you were planning on being there or not, but that's happening at 11:30 tomorrow or Sunday. And I did talk to Patrick, like, hey, wouldn't it be cool for Cortland Sutton to wear number 88? Have you guys thought about something like that? And he goes, yeah, it's a great thought. We've had it. But the licensing deals of the NFL makes it so much red tape. And I just felt that was such a bummer that there's these contracts and the way the NFL, you know what I'm saying?
It's a bummer because it's the NFL, the biggest sports entity in the world. And if you were going to say, hey, one of the league's fallen heroes, the league, citizen of the NFL, died, and they're honoring him today, we'd like to do something special. Well, you got to fill out your BR-49, and you're
correct. Well, I mean,
that's Roger Goodell saying, no, they can do what they want to. It's a certain exception. Here's the stamp.
Well, it appears that the Broncos were thinking about it and would want to do something, but it's just a bridge too far to cross. So,
well, again,
what can I tell you?
You have Greg Penner call Goodell, so rubber stamp this for me, would you?
Yeah, I don't know do you know what other ways they're going to honor DT, Tyler? Any kind? I saw the Super Bowl, the reunion poster. There's 4 guys on the reunion poster. Can you name who they are? There's 4 guys.
Okay.
They do a poster for every single Broncos.
Peyton, DT, Vaughn, and
DeMarcus.
You're close.
Peyton, DT.
I'll give you DT is not on there. I think because DT's getting all of his own stuff.
Okay.
And so it's more like the Super Bowl 50 team. And not that DT wasn't important, but who was the 4 people that most symbolize that team.
Well, I don't know that I put a 4th
DeMarcus Ware, Von Miller,
yes.
Malik Jackson, and Wolf.
No, I mean, the other name that I was leaning towards was Aqib.
It's not Aqib.
Is it another offensive player?
It's a coach.
Oh, Gary.
Coobs. Well, that was a trick question.
I didn't say player.
You set us up for failure on that one.
It's Coobs, Peyton, Ware, and Vaughn.
By the way, the first 20,000 fans in the door.
Oh, I saw that.
You'll get a. It's actually pretty cool.
A chain.
It's a gold chain with a Super Bowl 50 pendant. I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I saw a key.
I want to get one of them.
I saw Talib.
How do I get my hands on one of those?
I think you'll probably I bet they'll have some extras.
Okay.
I sometimes in Ball Arena I see the cases of giveaways. Yeah, I mean there's pallet loads of these things. 25,000, but they'll probably give them 35,000 for whatever. But yeah, I don't think you're gonna have a problem getting one.
Okay, cool.
I'd be surprised if you were. Congratulations to Steve Cruz. He won the Maverick gift card. Say hi to Tom. Thank you, Steve, and congratulations. We're brought to you by Revitalize Health. Find them at Revitalize Health. I want to get it right. Hold on, sorry. Oh, my God, my memory's too. Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. We'll let you go here, Tyler. Anything else you want to say about the reunion? Anything we should?
No, I'm just really looking forward to being a part of this. And, it's all really about Demaryius. It's not about the Super Bowl 50 team as much as it is about Demaryius, and we're all getting together to be able to honor him. We've got 40-plus players coming back from my team, which is going to be an absolute blast. I'm actually, even though I'm local, I'm going to stay at the hotel that the Broncos offered for us.
That's
to
awesome.
Just hang out with the boys as long as I possibly can. So we'll see what we get into tonight, but I'm really looking forward to it, and really, really happy that Demaryius is getting honored as one of the all-time greats.
Will you wear a name tag?
Will I wear a name tag? Sure. Yeah, I'm just the backup tackle.
Yeah. We'll have a great time, and we'll talk to you about it on Monday.
Yeah, and by the way, nice bro tank today.
Hey, I had a thing. I had a thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. I apologize about that. I will try to not leave you out to dry ever again.
Just felt a little.
I know.
We're going to do it all winter, right?
I did feel guilty about that. Next Friday.
All right.
Goodbye, boys.
See ya. What's your best memory of that Super Bowl 50 team, Scott? And Nate, as the boys come in here.
That they won 12 games, and on the surface of it, that was a 500 team. I mean, they whether it was the Chiefs game or Detroit's game or the Cleveland game, and there's another one, a San Diego game. They had all these games that it seemed like they had no right to win, and then David Bruton make a play, and then Peyton, who would throw 3 picks in the first half, right, Nate, and then all of a sudden have one drive in the fourth quarter, get you down, score a touchdown, and you win the game.
They had, I think, 2 wins that year where they didn't score an offensive touchdown.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, which I think included like Baltimore in the opener, and I remember Darian Stewart made a crazy play at the end of that game, and then, God, was it like I think it was like the Raider game? Aqib Talib had a pick 6 in that game, and that was the only touchdown that they scored.
And it was picked like in the second half late. Wasn't
it was the game-winning play.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what that team did all year long. Like they played snug football games. What's funny about it is, like, my memories of that year, I have very distinct memories of the AFC Championship game and how wild that was.
That's crazy.
Thank God football games are 60 minutes long, because if football games were 62 minutes long,
they'd have lost that.
The Broncos would have lost that day, right?
Yeah. Or if it had been in New England.
Exactly. Wasn't it amazing that Brady just didn't throw it in Gronkowski's general direction on the 2-point conversion?
Right. And Chris Harris has the pass breakup. I mean, The day that Peyton got the yardage record, was
the Chiefs game.
The weirdest
game of all time.
The weirdest thing. And you got Alan Roach up there, just this is your quarterback, and doing the whole thing and announcing the record. And Peyton Manning is so pissed off in that moment. He had a 0.0 passer rating that day.
Booed into the locker room.
Yeah.
Booed.
It was such a weird football season.
And benched. Then
he got hurt and didn't play the next 6 games, right?
Right. Yeah. And Brock Osweiler came in and they somehow won a game in Chicago. There was, God, the game against the Raiders where Khalil Mack had like 5 sacks or whatever it was.
They should have won.
Yeah, like there was so much wild
stuff. And then
stuff.
it concludes with that Chargers game.
Yeah.
That was one of the more, like, you got to be kidding me, Hollywood moments of all time.
Manning runs in there.
And Tyler did run on the field with him. I mean, that is true.
So Polumbus came in.
So Polumbus and Manning entered the game the second half.
Got Denver the victory.
They literally they ran onto the field together.
Yeah.
It was a surreal moment, man. That was crazy.
You won a Super Bowl on your defense. Von Miller was unbelievable that day.
I'll tell you this, though. When they got to the Super Bowl in San Francisco, and lucky enough to have been in New York and saw that fiasco, and then lucky enough to be in San Francisco, San Jose. As soon as I saw how Carolina was treating the week and how they were, I was like, oh, I recognize this.
Yeah, that was Denver and New York.
This was Broncos in New York.
Yes, it was.
And then I saw the Broncos, and I'm like, I recognize this too. This was Seattle in New York. Yep. It was way more calm, more collected, just more everything.
Do your business.
Carolina was all wound up. Cam Newton was
that was in
who peed in your Cheerios?
Cam Newton MVP year, right? And so
he was great that year.
He's wearing golden spikes and warm-ups.
And they were 15-1.
And they just, it was like the Broncos.
Yeah.
The Broncos had this incredible offense in 48, the Super Bowl 48.
Right.
They're like, well, who cares about defense? We're just going to put up 50 points and that's that. It was wild to feel that, and then it just played itself out.
You know what sticks with me at 48? During the week when we're in remember that big giant ballroom for Radio Row.
Yeah.
And they had posters, Seahawks, Bronco posters up all around. And in the far left corner from where we were sitting, the Broncos poster was peeling down.
I don't remember that. That's funny. Is that right?
For the last 2 days we broadcast there, Thursday and Friday, the poster was literally peeling off.
Oh, that's funny.
Troubling indication.
And then as I got back home for that game, I came back Saturday and watched the game at Buddy's house.
Lucky, because transportation there was terrible.
All I could think about was that poster all during media week coming down. I go, that should have been a foresign of what was about to happen.
I actually left the Super Bowl that year. I was in there at halftime. I didn't even stay for Bruno Mars at halftime. I literally left and just watched it in the media tent afterwards.
Well, I was at my buddy's house. He just
awful.
got his man cave fixed up. Great little basement. We're out there having drinks, having a good time. And I said, okay, boys, the start of this third quarter, if we start this third quarter off, we can get back in this game, score quick, and we're done. And then that's a kick return. Didn't they have a kick return to start the third
First
quarter?
play.
I just got done talking to
Percy
TD
Harvin.
in the elevator. I go, if they can just get a stop to start this half. I walked onto the field to see Percy Harvin go.
Bam,
He's
gone.
like, this is over.
And that was over. That's when the shots started flowing, and I do not remember the second.
Andy,
29-0 at that point.
You're on the field for it.
Yeah. Oh, on the field. I'll give you one from 50 and one from first off in 50. I've never got a more thorough prostate check to get to the field than I got in 50. I was like, bro. And then it was like every 3 feet. You guys went through it, didn't you? Like every 3 feet there was another dude. I'm like, I was like, guy, he's still got the glove on. What do you mean I got to do this again?
I'll tell you this. There were ways after Super Bowls to kind of slip onto the field if you were media. By Super Bowl 50, it was impossible.
Boy, they had like heavy military. They had like they had big cannon things sitting out there. I was like, what is going on? It was like bigger than New York. But
I'll give you another Super Bowl memory. So we're at 33 in San Diego, and we're doing our show there, and some dude stops by. And he starts talking to us. We end up putting him on the show as a guest. He's one of those guys, I can't remember his name now, those guys that was famous for slipping into big events.
Stealing Tom Brady jerseys.
Stuff. I think he might have been the guy that got in the layup line at an NBA All-Star game. It was like that guy.
Wasn't it somebody stole Von Miller's helmet?
Yep.
Yeah, that happened.
And Brady
too.
got his jersey too.
His big thing, and really before any social media, his big thing was how many big events could he sneak into.
Yeah.
So he comes on our show like Thursday or Friday. He goes, yeah, I've been playing on this. Blah, blah, blah. We're walking in, Dave and I. Walking in. Getting checked. Like you said, getting the bags checked and all the blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden I hear, Scott,
the guy
inside the metal fencing with a security yellow jacket on, walking around. He goes, smiles at me, gives me a head nod. I go, dude's already in. This is like 3.5, 4 hours for the game. He's already in.
Well, I'll tell you this, and you were lucky. You never worked a losing locker room. I stressed out about 50 more because I did not want to go back into a losing locker room more than any fan. And I had fan attachment. It was all cool at the end, blah, blah, blah. But I remember in the last 5 minutes, I'm like, please do not lose this game again. I can't do this again. And I'm following Eli and Arch into the locker room after they lose, right?
Manning?
Confetti's on the field, both
48?
Mannings. And we're going to the locker room, and I was like, oh, God. And so I get to the double doors, and I stop. I was like, I'll wait for the security guard to come out. And all I know is Eli and Arch go in, and it took 30 seconds. And Eli comes out like he just saw a ghost. I don't know what it was. He had, like, the look on his face. I was like, oh, cool. I got to walk in there.
I get to go do anything.
The post game after 48 was really interesting because
nobody talked. Nobody.
There was. I actually thought they should have been more upset than they were. Like they seemed to be kind of settled with the whole thing. But one moment I saw.
I mean, they had been getting their ass kicked for 3 hours.
True.
It wasn't new information.
I saw Manning, and it was weird because all the interview tents in New York were kind of outside because they didn't have room, believe it or not, inside of that terrible stadium. So it was all dark and dank, and Manning does his thing on a little podium. It is crazy. If you win, you're just spotlights and the whole thing. You lose, you're like in a little serious, like little dark cave, and it's weird. So Manning talks and does whatever. He's in a suit, and he's walking down the couple little steps, and me and Mike Kliss are there, and he looks at Mike Kliss and he goes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He apologized to Mike Kliss, and Mike goes, hey, it's all right.
You apologized to all of us on the broadcast crew. I was like, bro.
Now you want to.
How about that though? That he felt like that he really let everybody down. That he would. I've never seen an athlete apologize to a media member ever in my life.
He didn't get protected all day.
And now let's walk the pathway from that embarrassing loss to if you go back now and you look at signs, right? Let's go Mel Gibson and we can start seeing these signs and put them all together. If you remember going into camp the next year and the season next year, we probably should have known it was the downfall. Fox was on his last stroke before the interviews and everything.
Yeah.
Do you remember what they joked about all training camp, that training camp?
Oh, I don't.
38. The number, because they got beat by 38. And that's all they were talking about. They were joking about 38. Remember 38? And I'm like, why would you ever even want to remember that game?
Yeah, I'd let that go.
And they were joking about it like all training camp. I'm like,
yeah, it was a weird.
I'm not sure that's what you want to really be.
It was a weird year. They get to Indy in the playoffs. Manning is so beat up he can't even run. I don't know if you remember that play when it was
we
like
all do.
3rd and 3.
It was 3rd and 5. He had the whole sideline.
It looked like he was running field day by himself. He had so much room to go.
He chucked it to Emmanuel Sanders and threw it out of bounds, and it was awful.
Walk for 10 yards.
Yeah. Right? And that was the moment you're like, well, we're certainly not winning this one.
Wasn't exactly Joe Flacco in his own read last night.
But it was so crazy because they started off 4-0, if you remember, in 15, but it was terrible. It was like a terrible 4-0 start. And I asked Kubiak, I go, is there any possibility you'd mix in Brock Osweiler? And you would have thought I ran over his dog asking him that question. Well, ironically, that is how things turned out. It wasn't planned that way. Manning got injured. But do you think Manning would have lasted the whole year? And here's a really crazy twist. Did you need Brock Osweiler and a little bit of relief in the middle of that season to have the best out of Manning and the Broncos at the end for the playoffs?
To reset things a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Because
I think there's something to it.
They got to, look, Manning against New England in the game that got him the home field advantage on the toss to CJ. Remember that in the snow, Monday Night Football?
Yeah.
I mean, they had their offense running. Again, I had our boy Stink. He's like, sit down, I'm going to show you the tape since you don't. I'm going to show you what it means to have a guy that actually can run and roll out and keep a linebacker home versus linebackers crashing down the line because they didn't think Manning was going anywhere. And look, Osweiler, he never gets credit for the Cincinnati game. Remember, he leads a game-tying drive in Cincinnati, and then he throws it's a titanium balls pass right to Owen Daniel, and I'm right down there in the red zone. Boom, field goal range. He put it under a guy and over a safety, and hits him in a perfect spot. They kick the field goal. Cincinnati comes out. That Alabama guy that everybody wanted to trade for is out there trying to lead the way. And DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller had their way with him right away, and game's over. And that's what kept them, again, in that number 1 seed. You know the thing, though, that I got it confirmed by 4 different players. Biggest mistake before 50? Cam and I didn't think about this. You mentioned his gold cleats. Cam decided, and you can maybe speak to this, he decided he would warm up on their side of the field. And he did a bunch of his running and whatnot. And I'm like,
pissed everybody off.
I don't think I've seen a guy do that this year. And he was by himself, and a bunch of guys. I saw heads turn like, "What are you doing down here, dude? What are you doing?" Maybe the field goal kickers go down there and warm up each direction. But him and his gold cleats, he did all his stuff on the Broncos side of the field, and they were not thrilled about it.
Is Brock Osweiler the most underappreciated Broncos player in history?
Probably.
For what he did that year, he kept the thing afloat. Righted the ship.
Probably a 50. How about a 50?
Won a bunch of games. There's no doubt. His role was critical that year.
Well, what about when Elway tore his bicep did it and Bubba came in for 6 games and go 6-0?
Yeah, but I have the feeling Bubby's appreciated. I
don't know if people remember
that. Nobody says anything but good things about Bubby.
And everybody turned on Osweiler because he left. Because he felt disrespected by John Elway, and he bolted.
Because he was disrespected by Elway. Yeah. And he left because he was offered more money, and we would all have done the same exact thing.
And then he didn't go to the White House.
They weren't.
So everyone was big mad.
He didn't go to the ring ceremony because they had OTA practices in Houston.
Right.
Which was like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, how deep does this thing go?
I got to be there with my new team.
Brock didn't show up at Manning's retirement press conference. Like
it was awkward.
It was awkward.
Yeah.
It was. And the Broncos, hey man, if you didn't like Brock, you should have moved on to somebody else, or you should have begged Manning to play out his 5th year. I mean, begged him. But you go into that next year, that's how we got Paxton Lynch, if y'all don't remember, and Trevor Siemian. That's why that happened.
Oh, Captain Dark Alley Mark Sanchez was here for a while.
Captain Dark Alley. It's KKSE-FMHD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
By the way, quick palate cleanser. Can I give you guys my Super Bowl 48 and 50 experiences?
Of course.
Super Bowl 48, I was staying at Mandalay Bay because a station trip had been scheduled months before. Cuz took care of it. Nayland and I went over to the Westgate the night before the game. We got real tore up. We went to the sportsbook because this was in a world where prop bets weren't everywhere. So Westgate was like, they had a huge packet of them, and we sat there for hours and just had drinks and gambled and like wrote down all the prop bets we were going to take. We all laid down our bets. Nayland's were exponentially higher than mine because he's in a different tax bracket than me.
Imagine that.
And we laid down a lot of bets based on our thought that the Broncos were going to win. And so the next night, Nayland went and grabbed a flight at halftime. To get home.
He's not even staying home.
I actually did stay for the end of the game at the watch party, but like I just obliterated that night. I lost so much money.
You were in a better place than in New York. New York was fun during the week, but the game was maybe one of the worst miserable experiences ever. And then travel getting home from New York. Andy, were you on the team plane?
Oh yeah.
Well, all right.
But that was fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but at least you could get out of town.
I'm telling you, we sat on the tarmac. I took a 3-hour nap because after the game, me and Ed McCaffrey went back to the hotel and just stayed up because we could hear the party going down the hall. And, of course, we weren't going to go into the party.
Right.
We were like, who's even in the party? And I just sat there, and Ed just told me a bunch of – like, it's one of my favorite nights, if you will, not football related, because I just listened to Ed McCaffrey tell me a bunch of football stories, and then even Kyle Clark, who was doing stuff for 9 News, wanders over, and they had a bunch of beer to try to get the players to come in there, and we all just sat and drank in this sad hotel in New York. Cool. So I was ready to sleep, and I go to bed on the plane, or I doze off on the plane. I wake up, and we're just taking off. We apparently sat there 3 hours, but I'm telling you, I don't know what little crack of clouds they got to get clearance to take off. From what I was told, we were the only plane that left that day.
What was your Super Bowl 50?
Super Bowl 50. I have been employed in Denver sports radio and Denver sports media since 2005, right? I have been unemployed for like 6 months total in that time. And one of the times I was unemployed was Super Bowl 50.
Come on.
I kid you not.
That's terrible.
I had been laid off on December 31st, and Altitude Sports Radio didn't hit the air until opening day, April of 2016. And so the Broncos win the Super Bowl, and I had no radio show to do. I have never done a radio show after a Broncos Super Bowl victory.
Oh, that's
big loser.
That's too bad.
Pretty lame, huh?
Sorry.
Did you do one from your basement?
Did you do one just for yourself?
I know. I went to a Super Bowl party and got tanked.
How was your parade coverage?
I went snowboarding that day. Yeah, I did. I went up to Winter Park. There was nobody there. Everybody in Colorado was at the parade, and I had the mountain to myself. It was fantastic.
Was it a good pow day?
The snow was
quality pow day.
It was good.
Have you ever gone skiing on the Super Bowl? I did it once. It was
glorious.
the Cowboys Buffalo rematch. We're like, we already seen this. We don't need to watch this again. So we went up snowboarding.
Well, it's not really a conflict. The lifts close at 4. The game doesn't kick off till after 4.
And the game is on later. I go riding on Super Bowl Sunday a lot.
Yeah,
I didn't get home until it was like the fourth quarter. We rode the train the whole deal.
I will solemnly swear that if some way, shape, or form the Super Bowl ends up Eagles-Chiefs or 49ers-Chiefs, I'm going snowboarding.
You'll skip it.
One of those two, I will just flat out not be involved.
Absolutely at Loveland, of course.
Of course at Loveland.
Well, but the problem with Loveland is you're going to be home in plenty of time to watch the game, my friend. It's no traffic right there. You don't even have to go through the tunnel.
No tunnel.
Mike Sanford's told me about that. I've heard.
You not remember your copy?
More snow, less people.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20. We got Broncos-Giants drinking game today on the show. But we'll take a break. When we come back, we got to go to New York and check in on these Gigantes. Chris McMonagle, overnight host on WFAN. This ought to be fun. I'm looking forward to this conversation. I love overnight radio hosts. They're doing God's work out there. So we'll talk to Chris about this Broncos-Giants matchup, talk to him about Jackson Dart and his chain and Cam Skadaboo and if Brian Daboll's going to keep his gig and all that good stuff. It's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. The Broncos are a touchdown favorite against the Giants coming up on Sunday afternoon over there at Mile High. Joining us right now to help preview this matchup from the New York perspective, Chris McMonagle, CMac. He does overnights on WFAN, and he's already out of here. We'll call him back there momentarily. Cell service spotty at best.
Maybe he hates ska
in New York. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe
happy music.
Maybe he really doesn't like Bud Light Football
They're
Friday.
not always a happy people.
I love Bud Light Football Friday.
We all love it.
We do.
Peyton Manning especially.
Well, if you're New York media, I mean, the last decade, that's the two worst franchises in the NFL. Not like the one, it's the two.
Yeah.
Just straight up wins and losses. All right, let's try this again. Chris McMonagle, WFAN. Chris, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm there. Sorry, too busy being a hockey fan. I apologize.
That's okay, man. Chris, let's dive into this a little bit. Let's start with Jackson Dart. What has he shown you guys so far? As you're watching this guy play for the New York Giants and fitting in with Brian Daboll, are you optimistic about a future with Jackson Dart as the franchise quarterback with the Giants?
I don't know how you're not. We all understand it's a few weeks, but it's more than just what he's done, X's and O's on the field, the ability to run, the ability to throw accurately, what he's doing with a passing course since losing Neighbors that is, hardly any talent whatsoever, to be honest with you. They're out looking for a wide receiver now. He's uplifted the whole team, him and Scadaboo. And again, we're a starved franchise. I mean, the team has been at the bottom of the barrel for years. And to watch a quarterback come in and instantly, and it's not from the start of the year, we saw this team be miserable for 3 weeks, look lethargic, watch them play under Russell Wilson, and then suddenly something changed the minute he came in. The coach, who the last couple of years we've had real concerns with after having a great first year, looks like himself again. The offense looks more imaginative. Everything about the team, the offensive line is talking about the leadership he brings. Like, there is just something about it. We understand it's a few weeks. The talent doesn't necessarily jump off the page, but there is something about the way, and this is what you want from a quarterback. And something the Giants have lacked, even with Daniel Jones, who's playing well, right now at the Colts, even on his best day, it didn't bring this kind of enthusiasm, excitement, and the way it's energized the entire team. So I think right now you add everything together. There's no way not to be positive about what this kid has done for the team.
All right, what do you think of little it's Twitter, so I guess I don't know if this represents most New York and Bronco fans because Twitter seems to be its own world. I think in radio we forget that sometimes, but what do you think? Is it fun? Is it at least fun to have a little trash talk going back and forth?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, again, there's juice. This is the low bar. There's juice to a game at the end of October. Like, this is, I hate to put it that way, but I love the juice. I love the excitement. I love that a team like the Denver Broncos, who, have struggled a little bit at times, but have kind of put it together. We know how good your defense can be and what you did last year. This is a playoff team. This is a team that was in contention to really, take on the beast of the NFL and the Chiefs and be a threat inside this division. And they're talking about our quarterback. And there's a back and forth, and it feels like, the history of Sean Payton with the organization. We know they're not going to take the Giants lightly just based on that. Sean Payton always gets up to play the Giants. And, just the idea that there's some enthusiasm, just the idea that a legitimate playoff team is getting up for a game against the Giants after they just took down a team that they have got their ass kicked for 20 years playing against the Eagles. Like, yes, I love the idea there's some juice. I love the back and forth. I love the idea that, the Giants are up for this and that the Broncos have recognized, Jackson Dart, even if it is to knock them a little bit. I love it.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I want to let you know, and I haven't even told my fellow hosts this yet, but I think where some of this, especially from Jonathan Cooper, comes from, do you remember Drew Lock at all?
Of course,
yes. Well, I forgot he did. He went
Giants
out there and he played
Yeah.
for the Giants. Man, you guys, we've shared a lot of quarterbacks.
And I'm a bit of a tanker, so that I'm known for wanting once the season's over, I want to lose. So I remember Drew Lock having an unbelievable game against the Colts last year and ruining the chance to get the number one pick.
Right.
The Giants,
maybe it worked out.
It's almost as if the Giants and the Broncos, both in their post-Manning eras, have been like the frat bros that just share a lot of things.
Share a lot of bad girlfriends. But anyway,
Right.
So Chris, where I think Cooper was coming from with the necklace is Locke kind of did that. Locke kind of did the dances. So I do think Just so you know, because I know New York's probably like, what are you coming after us for? Who cares if the kid wears a necklace? But we've seen a little of this with Drew Lock, and I just think maybe that like gave some PTSD to Cooper. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, but the way it was also just like, everybody needs something. Like, I didn't know what that comment meant. It seemed out of nowhere, but at the same time, again, love it. Love the fact that it's that they've resonated through the NFL. That was a big night for the Giants Thursday night in front of the whole country to watch them beat the Eagles like that. And if that's going to get them recognized and have anybody take note of them for whatever reason, I think it's a positive for the Giants.
Chris, my one experience personally was supporting an old college quarterback that I coached way back when, Jordan Love, on a Monday night football game at MetLife. I don't know if you remember what happened in that particular. Yeah, so to me, because I had 14-year-old girls looking at me in my Packers attire, giving me the "It's Tommy Cutlets, hey, you like that? How you like that, eh?" And I'm like, what are we doing? What is it about the New York Giants franchise in the post Eli Manning era that just feels like it's so gimmicky? It seems like they're just grasping so hard at anything, whether it be Danny Dimes or Cam Scatterbo ramming his head into anything that he can possibly find. And now you see New Yorkers just banging their head on the side of subways. What is it about the Giants franchise that, at least externally, just feels like it's cheesy, man? It's gimmicky.
Well, we do have a tendency to get behind a good story. There's no doubt about that. that game helped Tommy DeVito sell a whole lot of pizza sauce. So good for him. I don't know what it is. Again, I think a lot of it is just the ineptitude of both franchises. You got to understand, like right now, both teams, the Jets are 0-6, and the laughing stock of the NFL, and the coach right now is just under fire, and the sequence of the end of that first half, and the longest playoff drought in professional sports, and the Giants really haven't been all that much better. Flying planes over the building. I think, I think there's a little bit of, walking through the desert and willing to drink the sand at any moment, just to fall in love with somebody and to get behind something. And look, I think most fans, listen, we got behind to bring up the Tommy DeVito thing. Like, I think we got behind it and it was a fun story. And there might've been a few people who thought they found something. I think most people recognized that Tommy DeVito, went from not being allowed to throw a football against the Jets to winning a crazy game against the Packers, who went on to, beat the Cowboys and had a good playoff run. Like, I think we all understood that was a little bit of a flash in the pan. But in the moment, we're willing to, just grab onto anything we could find. But I do think over the last 3 weeks here, this feels different. This feels, and especially because we want to believe in this coach, because after years of ineptitude at the head coaching position, it felt like he transformed the franchise in that first year, and it's been miserable since. He was hired because of his relationship with Josh Allen and his ability to work with quarterbacks, and he's finally got his guy. After being here for 4 years, he was finally allowed to bang on the table and say, "I want to draft this kid." He was finally able to bang on the table and say, "I want to start him Week 4 against the Chargers. I don't care what it's that defense. I don't care what it looks like. It's time to make this move to my guy." And it instantly paid dividends. So I think right now this feels a little bit different than a Tommy DeVito. This feels a little bit different than other situations. This feels like, and I think this is a huge litmus test for them against this Broncos team. If they can go into Denver on the road and take care of business and get an improbable win on the road for a rookie quarterback who they turned the ball over 5 times the last time they were on the road, it would be a significant moment and lead into a spot where next week they're like, and I know low bar, we're talking about being in the mix for the division next week against the Eagles at the end of October, early November. We haven't seen that in a decade.
In all fairness, Chris, I pointed the finger at you, and 3 were pointing directly back at me. I come from the region of Tim Tebow. Russell Wilson, let's ride. And then we all know that panned out.
Hey, we got excited about Drew Lock doing the Buzz Lightyear thing for a minute here in this town. It's been bleak until Sean Payton showed up in these parts, man.
How about I ask you this thing, Chris? Which former Denver athlete do you wish you never laid eyes on? Is it Russell Wilson? Did Carmelo Anthony sneak in there? Who else have we sent him that maybe they wish? Tim Tebow did go out there and was a Jet for a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm going to give you a weird one just because I'm a big Yankee fan. How about Troy Tulowitzki?
Oh, yeah, that didn't work.
You have no idea how bad that guy wanted to be a Yankee, though, Chris. All he wanted, even when he was a Rocky, he wanted to be a Yankee.
Yeah, that's one that jumps out at me just off the top of my head because, I don't know, it was the end of his career, but there was some promise in Toronto, and then he just got hurt and was never seen from again. But, yeah, Tim Tebow, But we knew why the Jets were doing that. I mean, the Jets are just a historically badly run franchise, and that owner just loves getting any kind of story. The minute they released that video of him running slow motion in the rain, you knew everything about the reason Tim Tebow was here.
Like
so,
a Hallmark movie. What about the Mets? I forgot the Mets had him too, though, Chris.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The one that jumps out at me is the other way around. Was Mike Hampton leaving for the Colorado school system? You guys have great schools out there, and he didn't want to. He wanted to leave to go be part of that instead of the Mets. But a Colorado athlete coming to New York. Listen, I'm a mellow guy. I think he gets a lot of flack around here. Obviously, never won, and sure, he wanted to do it his way. He wanted to get paid. He wasn't going to wait around to make it easier for the Knicks, no doubt. But he came here and he was willing to take on the challenge when so many guys would never want to be a Knick. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Ryan McMahon flipping into the dugout. Ryan McMahon's fun, right?
They've had DJ LeMahieu.
Hey, Ryan McMahon was fun. If he could ever hit, that'd be great.
Yeah,
he never did either.
Somehow he hit almost 20 home runs over there. He's had a good year. And the Rockies give money to people that don't make sense all the time, but somehow he got a contract. So hopefully next year we're stuck with him another 2. Hopefully he can figure it out. But, yeah, there's a lot of history. I remember, obviously, the 89 game has popped up all over social media with Gary Reasons in the snow. Obviously, the undefeated game against the Giants back in '98, where Amani Toomer scores the late-minute touchdown. There's been some games. And then, obviously, the Super Bowl, where Phil Simms hardly throws one complete pass, and the Giants beat the Broncos. So there is some history between these two teams. It's been a while, but it'd be nice to have a good game on Sunday, that's for sure.
Phil McConkey. I am a Denver native. I grew up here, and your boy Phil McConkey in the damn Super Bowl with Sims is a damn nightmare. Just him and Bavaro.
Yeah.
God, I hate. You know what? I kind of hate the Giants, Chris. You know what? I hope you have I don't want you to have a good Sunday anymore now.
Listen. I wish. I hope we give you more to be upset about, because it would mean a lot for this franchise.
By the way, Chris, let's just talk radio here for a minute, okay? Sure. Chris McMonigle, overnight host, WFAN.
There's a G in there somewhere, but yes.
McMonigle, sure.
There you go.
Chris, hosting overnights in New York. What's your shift like? What are your callers like? What is life like? What are you, midnight to 6? What are you doing?
Yes, either midnight to 5 a.m. or 2 to 5 a.m., depending on if there's a game that night.
Okay.
So, good. But I end at 5. I either start at midnight or 2 a.m. Yeah. Life is a perpetual walking around half asleep. I woke up a half hour before I confirmed this interview with your producer. So I'm constantly in kind of a zombie state personally. But yeah, no, the callers are, listen, the thing about it, the best part of my job is to react to games kind of immediate. Yeah. It's, the baseball game every night, a big Knick playoff game, Sunday night football game with the Giants or Jets. Like, I love the idea of having the immediacy. It's a different kind of show than you do the next morning. It's more of a in the moment, let the fans react, get to the calls as soon as we can, and we break down the game. And it's a little bit of a different show than you would do, midday or afternoon or something. So I love that aspect of it. The callers are kind of all over the place. It's one of those things where at 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever the guy wants to talk about, like I could be in the middle of, talking Knicks, and all of a sudden, like a caller will be up there and say, Jordan versus LeBron. I'm like, I cannot believe I'm taking this call again. It's kind of all over the place with the callers, but it is a little bit of a family. I have a lot of the same callers who call in. We have rapport. We have, things that we say to each other. We have inside jokes. Like, you kind of, build a family that way. A lot of because it's the same people who live the same lifestyle, and they can understand. So it can be a little wonky. It could be a little bit all over the place. It can certainly be, going to a caller and hearing him snore as he fell asleep on hold. And then you wonder if you're doing if you're boring them, or it's just because it's 3:25 in the morning. But it's a different lifestyle. It's a great show. It has its moments where it's my favorite aspect of sports radio. And then there are just moments where, it can be difficult, but I do love it. I love doing the show. I love being able to talk to the callers. So it is what it is, but I'm enjoying it right now. That's for sure.
You ever had Taco Bell and a Bud Ice at 5:30 a.m.? Because that was my overnight experience. Everyone's going off to their reasonable jobs, and I'm at Taco Bell getting a Nacho Bell Grande at 5 a.m. You ever do that?
I'm just trying to find out where you get a Bud Ice. This day and age.
Bud Ice, it's probably right next to the Zima on the shelf. I don't.
Hey, there was a minute with the Bud. Now hold on. What are New Yorkers drinking? What do you got?
What are we drinking over here? I'm a big IPA guy, but I can tell you there is I like the craft beer. That's probably big in Colorado. That's spicy.
Well, yeah, you got a man bun to go with it too. Bring your man bun and your IPA on down here. We'll show you all our little,
we'll have a good old time.
Our little microbrew places.
Listen, I'm a huge IPA guy, man. The hoppier, the better. So, but yeah, I don't know of late night beer. I don't know. Pabst Blue Ribbon still a little Bud Light is probably the common thing. But I can tell you, there's a 24-hour Taco Bell right on Varick Street.
Hell yeah.
So I've hit that once or twice. There's no doubt.
Chris, going back to this matchup, one of my favorite questions
is that why we're having them on?
To ask about from out of town commentary is Bo Nix. What would you say that the pulse is in New York? Is Bo Nix the real deal? Is Bo Nix a franchise quarterback? What would be the overall feel about Giants fans right now, even Jets fans, just after a couple opportunities to see Bo Nix in the last 2 years?
I can tell you, going through last year, there was a lot of talk about the Giants made a mistake not drafting a quarterback. As great as Malik Neighbors has been, desperate for a quarterback. There was a lot of talk with his success late with Sean Payton, and it felt like what I like about it, and I think part of it is too that they believe he's with a really good coach, and there's some weapons there, like obviously the wide receiving core. You've got Sutton, you've got. Why am I drawing a blank?
Exactly. Yeah, no, you got it right.
That's it. Chris, you nailed it.
Yeah, you absolutely.
That's all they got, Chris.
So I think there's a little bit of a belief that the coach helped him, and I love the way the coach handled him too last year. Just didn't treat him like a rookie, threw the full playbook at him, made him learn in the deep end, and it seemed like it paid dividends down the stretch of the season. Maybe this year starting a little bit like he started last year. I think like most rookies, they think there's promise. I think they think today or Sunday rather, you better get after him and try and make him make mistakes. That's a key to this football game if the Giants are going to win it. The Giants pass rush should be a legitimate. That's what this team is built on right now, right? The team is built on what we've got with the run game and Scatterboo, the elevation of the entire roster with the quarterback, and this front four that should be able to get home. And we talked about the back and forth. Thibodeau's been involved in it. Obviously, Carter's been involved in it. These are the guys that are supposed to, Burns has had an incredible start to the year. So if you can get after Bo Nix and make a move and make him make a mistake, I think he's viewed as still a rookie, but a promising rookie, someone who's teamed along with one of the great offensive minds in recent NFL history, and someone who can be dangerous, but someone who can make mistakes, and that's what's going to happen if the Giants want to win this football game.
Yeah, got to worry about that pass rush. Brian Burns is legit. He is Chris McMonagle, overnight host, WFAN at CMAC WFAN on Twitter, so follow him there, guys. Chris, man, good stuff. Thanks for waking up for us.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it anytime. Next time the Rockies are in the playoffs, hit me up.
Yeah. Talk to you in 2093.
Well, that's as good as
Well
Dan
said.
Fouts'
well said.
Good luck.
That was strong. That was well done. There he goes, everybody. WFAN's overnight host, Chris McMonagle.
By the way, DW writes in and says Bud Ice still exists.
Does it really?
But he says it's just in the area of the liquor store you're embarrassed to go to.
What, the cooler up front?
I don't know.
Is that the one with the magazines that have covers
Well,
over them?
I don't know. There's still even magazines.
You got the up front cooler. You get the grab and go. Yeah. I have no
now
shame.
I got to kind of go look for one.
I'll go find a Bud Ice. No problem.
I'm definitely Bud Ice postgame. Definitely.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Let's get down.
Let's
do
start
this
a beer
thing.
war, but you can't be hammering on Bud Ice if you're having a Pabst Blue Ribbon. I mean, calm down. You're gonna PBR me over that? I'd relax.
Oh, I love a PBR.
Hey, you're Midwestern.
I could go for a Bud Ice right now, too. Quite frankly, it's just Friday. I
Yeah.
would drink anything
Beer
at this
30 for
moment.
you?
Exactly.
Bud Ice is still very much alive and well. There's on Untapped, there have been 57 check-ins of Bud Ice this month.
It'll give you a headache.
Yeah, I could just, it's a tall boy can. It's the blue and black can, right?
It's a 5.5er.
I don't know. It used to have a penguin as the deal. I don't know. I didn't know. I really thought it went away. I thought it went the way of Red Dog
I did
and
too.
Ice
No,
House.
no.
and the whole deal.
I think
didn't know
you
it was
went
Zima.
away from
That's,
it.
You know what?
Was
You're
what
probably
happened.
right. I don't even.
Remember Zima's with the Jolly
Oh,
Rancher
yeah.
dropped in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bud
Jolly
Ice.
Rancher dropped in there.
Oh, yeah, that's if you got real froggy.
Did you guys get into the Smirnoff Ice? The getting iced?
Yes.
But
I'm a little
fun.
bit old for that, actually.
Really?
How old are you?
45.
Oh, I guess not.
Yeah.
Nice.
No,
Maybe I just wasn't cool.
We were getting iced.
Maybe
you were just trying to play football. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you were staying up all night pounding Diet Cokes and eating all the skull you could find. I think is what you were up to.
Growing the mullet.
I got to stay up. I got to call this recruit.
That was Harbaugh's diet. When I worked with Jim Harbaugh, it was skull, long cut, Diet Cokes. And a lot of times the can, you never knew which one was in there. And there were a couple malfunctions that happened.
And I don't even think it would bother him, to be honest with you.
No, it just bothered.
We had a Rycroft incident, what you're telling me?
It bothered his offensive line coach, NFL vet Chris Dahlman, not to be confused with Chris Dolman. Chris Dahlman ended up thinking it was a cold Diet Coke, and it was Jim Harbaugh's gut spit.
Yeah, football coaches are disgusting people.
Very gross.
Yeah. You're actually downright civilized these days.
Kind of.
You're getting better, I have to say.
I'm working on it.
You've rejoined society.
We haven't been
a little
in the office. Calm down. We don't know how he is.
You guys saw it for a while.
I saw his office. Yeah, it's bare walls. It's kind of weird. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's a Friday afternoon. We got Broncos Giants drinking game today. Andy, I got something stupid for you coming up at 4:00. Top 10 New York Giants of all time.
Okay.
I think you'll enjoy this one. I think we'll have a little bit of fun here. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20. We got the high five at 5:00. We're out of here at 5:30 because the Nuggets are in OKC for the final game of the preseason.
Hallelujah.
Tipping off at 6:00. We have real basketball next week. It's going to be fun. Broncos-Giants conversation rolling on next.
All right, guys, it's the weekend. Weekend usually means you get a little date night in, maybe looking for some love, but not if you've got erectile dysfunction. You may be too embarrassed to give it a go. So let's get that out of your life. Let's get you feeling better about things. Let's get your confidence back. If you're dealing with the issue of ED, there's no need to wait or get it put off getting it solved. You can get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you out. They can put you back in the mood for romance on the weekends and take advantage of next Friday, even if you'd like to. Make that appointment now over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you. Schedule that consult. It's $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You have a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll take a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free, so you got nothing to lose but the ED. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They can have you last in an hour or more if that's what you're looking for. Or they have treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail. So they have options for you as well. They also have an expert staff and 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We got high school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Justin Adams and Jake Heaps will call the action between Cherokee Trail and Grandview on AM 950 at 7 o'clock. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And, we were talking to our dude CMac, last segment right there. Sandman, if there is a way that Denver is going to get upset as a 7.5-point favorite at home against the Giants, it's going to be on the strength of that New York pass rush. And it is going to be from Brian Burns, who has 7 sacks so far this year, second in the NFL, behind Nick Bonito. It's going to be Dexter Lawrence taking up space in the middle of that thing. Like, that's a really good D-line. Roy Robertson-Harris has been just a long-time NFL defensive lineman, knows what the hell he's doing. They got talent on that side of the ball. Thibodeau at outside linebacker. That's the part of this game. And again, with another reshuffle on the Broncos offensive line, that's the one area I look at and say, this is where this could potentially be a pitfall.
Krecker, before the 2024 season, if you were to say, choose your fighter, meaning defensive pass rush, one has Dexter Lawrence, Abdul Carter, which I know he was a college player at the time, but he was the number 1 college player and certainly defensively going into the draft.
He's a beast.
He is a monster. And Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns versus Nick Bonito. This is 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers. Which fighter would you have taken?
By pedigree, you go with the Giants.
Like, not even close.
Yeah.
Those guys, what is wrong? Why is that group not in the top 5 in the National Football League in every metric around pass rush?
Who's the DC? I'm telling you, man, I don't think Vance Joseph gets the credit that he deserves.
I agree.
Vance Joseph has a great system. He's really refined what he's doing. I mean, listen, Zach Allen is a find, and you know why you got lucky getting him through free agency? He played for Vance Joseph in Arizona. He wanted to come play for Vance Joseph again. So
inside baseball.
Yeah,
from Vance Joseph, right?
Right, but again, because guys like playing for Vance Joseph.
Well, guys,
I'm telling you,
there's also this part of it. The Giants don't have Patrick Surtain and Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones on the back end of that thing. Like, why is the Broncos pass rush like you said, Sandman? Like, the Broncos are loaded up with really good players up front. All right, this isn't like the greatest front seven in the history of the NFL. They're really good, but they do better because of what they have in the secondary. Like, the Giants' best DB is who? Cordell Flott? Like, what are we talking about right here? So, yeah, you can have a really good front seven, but if guys are getting open, then life's going to be a little bit tougher for you. This is why the Denver defense is what it is, because it's you can sit here after every single game and have the debate, what's better, the front or the secondary? You can have that debate with this Broncos defense. It's like 2015, in a week in which we're celebrating that group. Like, no-fly zone all day. It was Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware on the outside.
Yeah.
That's how great defenses are made.
They mesh together. Now, I will say that Broncos defense, the no-fly zone, who's going to be in town this week for the reunion, can still brag that they stared down the best quarterbacks in the league at that time, because the Broncos were constantly finishing first under Manning. So that meant that their matchup in the division, again, that's how they face the Patriots every year. You had to keep facing the number 1, the division winner each year. So they saw a lot of good players that this Broncos team just – it's crazy because the Broncos – who do you think the best quarterback the Broncos has faced is?
Herbert.
I don't know. I'd go Daniel Jones.
This year.
It's crazy to say.
It was hearing a guy, Chris McGonigal, almost be a little dismissive about how Daniel Jones is doing. Like, he's doing okay.
Yeah, you haven't seen him yet,
No,
boss.
actually, he's playing he's playing number 1 NFL. Like, he's been the most consistent quarterback in the National Football League this year.
Quite honestly, he's better than your guy Jackson Dart, whether you guys want to play. Look, this is all fun, and I know it's all fun.
Way better.
But, Jackson Dart kind of showed what a rookie does when you go on the road against the Saints of all teams.
Yeah, you get the hell away from the Giants, and you can suddenly fix yourself. You're Sam Darnold, you get the hell away from the Jets, and you can be repaired because you came into the league with that pedigree.
Baker Mayfield, get the hell away from Cleveland and show what you're capable of doing.
It's kind of incredible. Like, you got to get in the right situation, but these are guys that were super high draft picks that have unbelievable physical gifts, and now they're finally realizing them because they're, well coached.
All right. Is there any chance who made the bigger mistake just from your coach's point of view? Because first off, I know what Jonathan Cooper was saying. And that's why I said I think Jonathan Cooper just got a little of the Drew Lock vibe and was kind of like, all right, I've seen this before.
Yes.
Necklace and your dances and all that.
Kirk Cochains too. felt similar. At least Kirk Cousins had achieved something in his career.
Yeah, but should the Broncos have let the sleeping dog lie or vice versa? The Giants getting all fired up. I mean, do you really want this pass rush locked in on you? I'm not so sure, but
no.
Should you have just left it alone? I don't know.
Nah, it's awesome. It's fun.
I agree.
What are we doing?
But I'm
I
wondering
think it's
from
fun.
the coach's point of view, who maybe shouldn't have poked the bear.
So if it was my team, I would be pissed at Jonathan Cooper.
Okay.
I'm not his coach. I can have a sound mind of clear judgment. And I would say that making Jackson Dart even more in the crosshairs of the national discussion is a positive because he's still a rookie quarterback. This is his third or fourth start. I think is this his fourth?
Yeah, fourth.
His fourth start, and he's going to go against the best pass rush in the National Football League. In their building, which, hey, a lot of people would say, oh, Empower Field is a hostile building. It is. Right now, with the defense, the way it's pinning its ears back, we got our guy Connor McGahee calling out incompletes after. I mean, the place is awesome. You want that thing to be charged up. You want to see Jackson Dart have the magnifying glass even more on him. And I feel like he's going to be a frog in the frying pan, man. That's what I feel. I see it coming.
By the
clear
way,
as day.
How is it, and I think, Nate, you pointed this out. I hadn't even thought about this. How about this Broncos defense being top ranked and they played 4 road games? They've only played 2 home games. Like, they're not living off of the crowd and the chaos of in their own stadium. They are doing this in other people's buildings. They're getting the jump. They're getting the quick get off without even in their own building to take advantage of it.
Guys, Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Theo Johnson at tight end, Lil Jordan Humphrey.
I thought these are all people that hadn't been in your kitchen until you mentioned Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Like, who's getting open? Who's getting, when the Broncos man these guys up, and I firmly believe they're going to, which one of these guys is getting open? Like, I think Jackson Dart can make plays with his legs, a dangerous player, all that good stuff. I have all the respect in the world for Cam Scadaboo. Who's getting open?
Well, and didn't they do it to Justin Fields last week? Didn't Leggy point it out, or maybe you did, where they faked a blitz, dropped back, and then spied with the fake blitzer?
Yep.
Could do that to Jackson Dart again.
Sometimes it was Jonathan Cooper that was back there spying him. Sometimes it was Benito. But like they've done that against 2 mobile quarterbacks in a row in Hurts and Fields, and now they're going up against Jackson Dart, who I don't think is going to find anybody open and is going to have to deal with a defense that is pretty locked in at being able to stop mobile quarterbacks right now.
Well, we got Wan'Dale Robinson, all 5'8" of him.
Right. This is what I'm saying. Like, again, Malik Neighbors isn't out there.
Darius Slayton is questionable. A solid, probably number 3.
Sure.
Jalen Hyatt, solid number 4.
Oh, the skill position on that team stinks. They don't have a Cortland
Theo
Sutton.
Johnson's a good player, and if there's one guy that might be the X factor, it's former Denver Bronco Chris Manhertz, the third string tight end.
Did you
right
say
there.
that with a serious face?
No.
Yeah. No, you did. You did. You pulled it off. You didn't laugh. Now you're laughing. What about little Jordan Humphrey?
You know where
and
he
all
played
his
college?
inside
You
knowledge?
guys know where the Manhertz played college?
Florida?
Canisius.
He was a Canisius guy.
Big Canisius guy. Name the mascot of Canisius.
No idea.
Knights?
The Canoes? That'd be some good alliteration.
Canoodles? It works out well. It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
The candlesticks.
At halftime of tonight's Cherokee Trail Grandview game on Altitude AM 950, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Sandman, game night. Go get him, pal. We're rooting for you. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, the top 10 New York Giants of all time.
We have cool music for this? I want music.
All right, man.
And the Canisius Griffins.
Not the Colonels?
And I named my son after the Canisius Griffins, and my high school mascot also were the Griffins.
The Peter Griffins. Okay. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Top 10 New York Giants of all time. Next. So, Andy, we do have the Broncos injury report powered by Ramos Law Firm, and Dre Greenlaw is questionable.
But
questionable.
We have a transaction that could suggest the move coming.
All right. Give it
the
to
Broncos have released third-string quarterback Sam Ehlinger.
Aw.
And that could possibly be the spot taken by Greenlaw.
Yay!
It also, because Ehlinger is a vested veteran, could sign to the practice squad without having to clear waivers.
Yeah.
So it looks like Dre Greenlaw could be in the mix, and Jackson Dart and his cool necklace may face the guy that kind of, I think, brings a little of that extra edge to the Bronco defense.
Pitch count him, probably. First
Yeah,
game,
I think you're right.
Vance has already kind of said that.
You know what? So that's kind of an interesting. I want to get to this really because we're gonna have a little fun here. So stick around. Pitch count him. How do you pitch count him? What do you think? What are you using him for? Like a pass rusher. Like if it were Benito or Cooper, you'd pitch count him for pass rush.
Put him on
plays.
third. Yeah.
What do you
third
think?
Down.
Early downs to keep that runaway, or out there when you need to cover a back. What do you think?
Or even just you play a few series a half.
Just get a feel again.
Exactly. Couple series a half. You could look at him and say, okay, this one's a Sternad series and this one's a Greenlaw series.
I like that. I like that.
I think is
'Cause
probably
you need him
how
against
they play
Dallas, right?
Very much so. And you need him for the entirety of this thing, and the guy's coming off a torn quad, and
Sean doesn't want to get asked about him anymore, so he just wants him done. So nobody will ask next week.
Let's actually hear that. Sean Payton today. How did Dre Greenlaw look at practice this week? This was a Jeff Legwald special for you here, Andy.
From your perspective, did Greenlaw have a good week?
Yeah, positive. You know, he was able to go and move around. So, yeah.
He's moving around.
Yeah, positive. From my perspective, it was all positive.
He was moving
he
around.
got from A to B.
It's all. You know what? I need a football player to be able to move.
No, that's what. Yeah, it goes with the job.
That's critical.
You
all
don't
right,
want to pull something
here we go. Andy, let's talk about the New York Giants
in only the way we can.
Yes.
Yes, Spring. The classics.
The bald chick. What's with the head?
Hey, what's with the Uncle Festa?
I got chunks of guys like you in my stool.
It's so. Who is our Phil Hartman? R.I.P. Baby.
The Sinatra Group sketch might make me laugh harder than any sketch in the history of that show.
And then he sends whoever his little sidekick
Stephen
over,
Eady.
and only gets his rear end kicked.
Steve, go kick his ass.
All right, Frank.
Sting playing the part of Billy Idol. So good. Every time Luther Campbell talks.
Gosh.
One more time around, it's all pops and buzzes from here. All right.
Who's playing Sinead O'Connor?
It was Jan Hooks.
Yeah. What's with the ball chick?
I'm looking at her, I'm thinking.
What's with Uncle Festa?
6-ball in the side pocket.
And you and I, and only half the audience know what we're talking
We're dating
about.
ourselves.
Look it up, kids, on YouTube. You're all on YouTube.
The great Phil Hartman, okay? All right, let's do this.
I got to go find it and tweet it out now.
Your top 10 New York Giants of all time, Andy. You ready for this?
I am.
Okay, we're gonna go countdown style here. We're gonna start at number 10. Plaxico Burress. Yeah, Giants wideout 05-08. You remember he caught the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl on the David Tyree helmet catch.
Yeah, that's
on that
true.
drive. Plaxico got it. And then he shot himself with an unlicensed gun in a New York nightclub, had the gun in his waistband. It slipped down his leg. He went to catch it, shot himself in the leg, did 20 months in prison for it. Came back to play a couple more years in the NFL after that whole thing. But Plaxico Burress coming in at number 10 on the list.
Yeah, other than that, everything was great.
By the
Good
way,
old Plaxico.
By the way, later Aqib Talib would go full Plaxico, unfortunately.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, somebody always has to do it first.
Someone, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Number 9 on this list, Andy. Jason Sehorn.
Oh, Riley Moss says hello and thank you. Trailblazer.
Giants corner. He ran pretty fast, so Riley Moss could run even faster, everybody. Yeah, well put. Pioneers in the genre of white guy corners. Mm-hmm. Number 8 on this list, Andy, Odell Beckham Jr.
Ooh, all right. He was fun for a minute.
2-time All-Pro. Caught a touchdown in the Rams Super Bowl win. So here's my favorite OBJ story. They had a playoff game against Green Bay. All right? And by the way, in that game, 4 catches for 28 yards, 4 catches on 11 targets for Beckham in that game, all right? This was after the infamous boat picture. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
So Victor Cruz, Sterling Shepard, assorted other Giants. They're pictured on a boat in Miami at New Year's the week before this game, this
Looking
playoff
like
game.
They're not worried at all.
Right. Beckham was wearing jeans and boots while shirtless on a boat, which doesn't look comfortable.
I mean, it's a look.
My favorite part of this, the New York Post headline after they lost to the Packers in the playoff game, shipwrecked, with the sub-headline, "Yachts all, folks. Giants sink, Odell stinks in blowout."
That's turning some words.
That is.
That's how you write a headline.
That's New York Post right there.
That is right there.
Well done, guys. Number 7 on this list. We got to give some real love here, Andy, to Harry Carson.
Oh, good old Harry Carson.
Number 53, Hall of Fame linebacker. Did you know this? Harry Carson was the inventor of the Gatorade dump.
No. Oh, that's right.
On that Super Bowl run, he was dumping them on Parcells.
Stupid thing.
That's right. By the way, I went a little. I got a little YouTube happy here today. Okay. Let's dip into the NFL Films vaults on Harry Carson, just because NFL Films are the best. And as it turns out, Harry Carson, for most of his career, didn't like being on the Giants.
For 13 seasons, Harry Carson defined the position of NFL middle linebacker. Carson was voted to a league record 9 Pro Bowl appearances and once made an astonishing 25 tackles in a single game. But regrettably, for much of Carson's career, the rest of the Giants were not able to play at the same level. As New York stumbled through an endless string of losing seasons, the fiery Carson seethed with anger and frustration.
I walked off a couple of times. People had to talk me into coming back, and I asked to be traded several times. It was no secret. I wanted out.
So Harry Carson, one of the greatest Giants of all time, didn't even like being on the team.
By the way, why'd you go with Harry Carson over Maurice Carthon?
Carthon?
I always like Maurice Carthon. You can go Carson, but I'll go Maurice Carthon.
Carthon, if you will.
How you feel about that?
There you go.
You like that? I got a list too there, Kreckman.
Top 10 Giants of all time.
As we decided through no scientific method.
At number 6, Jason Pierre-Paul.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, he sure did say ow, ow, ow. Giants defensive end, 2010 to 2017, Andy. First team All-Pro, 2011. He had 16.5 sacks this year. You know, he blew his hand off in a fireworks accident. He played that whole year with a cast on.
Just made it happen.
He had the club.
Yeah.
Battled his way through.
Got after it.
That's right. By the way, won a Super Bowl later on with Tampa.
He did.
With
Tommy?
Did JPP. He did. 14-year NFL career.
Mr. Brady?
Overcame some adversity.
He did.
Congratulations to Jason Pierre-Paul.
Couple of digits.
I think one of them officially went away. Number 5 on this list. This one shared, because this one to me is the same category. I got an actual take here for you, Andy. Number 5 on this list, I got Osi Umenyiora and Justin Tuck.
Yeah.
Okay, first off, can you spell Umenyiora?
No.
It's a fun name. One of 5 British-born players to win a Super Bowl. He was high school friends with DeMarcus Ware. Did you know that?
I did not.
He played at Troy just like DeMarcus Ware did. So that was Osi Umenyiora. Justin Tuck was a Giant from 05 to 13. 4 double-digit sack seasons. And yet, the reason why I bring these guys up, either one of them deserved to be the MVP in Super Bowl 42.
Amen.
They defeated the undefeated Patriots. They sacked Tom Brady 5 times. Justin Tuck had 2 sacks and a forced fumble in that game, but instead, they gave the MVP to Eli Manning. 19 of 34, 255, 2 tutties, 1 pick, and a passer rating of 87. You beat, to that point, the greatest offense ever, and the MVP didn't go to the defense. That's insane.
I agree. That's lazy.
That's bad.
That's lazy.
That
bad
means
work. You don't know which guy to give it to, so you went with the quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
You guys screwed that up.
I agree. Fire them all.
Number 4, Phil Simms.
Oh, yeah.
Phil Simms.
Okay.
Out of Morehead State, Andy.
Sure.
Super Bowl 21 MVP.
Yep.
His numbers that day in a victory over the Broncos, 22 of 25, 268, 3 tutties, a 150.9 passer rating, which is still a Super Bowl record. I got another fun Phil Simms note for you. This is timely. This very weekend, they are dedicating the stadium at Morehead State to Phil Simms. They are naming it Phil Simms Stadium. So for all those bros in the 90s that were rocking Morehead hats, this is a big weekend for you guys.
Yeah, you got to go back on out there.
You do. Mm-hmm.
Dedicate the stadium.
That's right. South Carolina hats that was also a popular trend at that time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had a friend who took a UMass hat and he unstitched the M. Clever, huh? Clever.
Yeah, not as good as leaving the game off of the South Carolina hat, but yes, in the same vein.
Mm-hmm. Number 3, Michael Strahan.
Okay,
Michael
really?
Strahan.
Yep.
The host of Good Morning America.
Sure.
Hall of Famer, number 6 all-time career sacks, 22.5 sacks in 01, NFL record, even if Brett Favre did have to lay down for that last one. TJ Watt would eventually tie it, and Mark Gastineau would get really, really mad at Brett Favre for it.
And just a couple years ago, he would confront him about it.
Accost
I believe
him.
Just last year.
At a football
About
card
this time
show.
a year ago, he let him know he was not happy with him.
Yep. Michael Strahan. Damn good pass rusher. Again, number 6 all-time career sacks. Pretty good.
Where's the gap in his teeth go? Does that get its own ranking?
It very much
Is that
could.
number 2?
It's a 2-car garage
That's
in
right.
there.
That's right.
Number 2, top 10 Giants of all time. Unscientifically decided on. I'm going to put Eli Manning in number 2. 3-time NFL interceptions leader. 2-time Super Bowl MVP. Captained 2 Super Bowl runs for the Giants. He was one and done in his 4 other trips to the playoffs. Although legitimately funny and likable, I'll go number 2, Eli Manning.
Okay.
Which leaves, who else could it be at number 1, Andy? The greatest defensive player to ever live. The last defensive player to win the MVP. The great Lawrence Taylor. When NFL Films on this, his greatest hits on NFL Films is so, and it's like 6 minutes long. I picked a small snippet. Roll it here, Spring.
Woo! Woo! Hey, Shula, you better hope I never get back in there. I'm gonna kick your Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs and have some fun.
Oh, there's so many good ones in there. There's him just like sitting on top of quarterbacks, barking at them.
He was the one that freaked out first over Theismann when he broke the leg.
Oh, whew. And then there were the legal troubles, Andy.
No, there's all sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I got this. I'm just going to read this directly from Wikipedia. As his drug habit escalated, he would spend up to thousands of dollars a day on, quote, coke and women. His first wife, Linda, once had to pick him up from a crack house, and he once attended a team meeting still handcuffed from the night before by some, quote, ladies that were trying out some new equipment, close quote, but just didn't happen to have the key, he would recall.
Made that meeting, though.
Made that meeting. Wasn't it Parcells? Didn't he originate the if you're not 5 minutes early, you're late? In May 2010, Lawrence Taylor was arrested for statutory rape of a 16-year-old girl at a Holiday Inn located in Montbello, New York. He was charged with felony third-degree statutory for allegedly engaging in sexual intercourse with someone under 17. That then had him go on Fox News and offer up probably one of the most regrettable quotes that I have ever heard an athlete utter. Let's have it, Spring.
It's the world of prostitution. I mean, you never know what you're going to get, and if it's going to be a pretty girl, ugly girl, or whatever it's going to be.
Or a young girl.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You can only ask. You know, I don't card them. I don't ask for birth certificate.
Probably should have, Lawrence.
Yeah, be better if you just got out of the racket, but okay.
I like how the part where he's complaining about the customer service aspect. Sometimes I give you an ugly one.
Yeah.
What am I paying for here?
That's what we weren't worried about that.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
So you decided you wouldn't give me any Kerry Collins? you didn't give me any O.J. Anderson?
No David Deal.
No David Deal.
No Dave Meggett, although a little bit of Wikipedia research on Dave Meggett. Ugh.
That didn't go well either?
No, it really didn't.
What about Joe Morris?
He's still in prison, by the way, Dave Meggett. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you drop a Mark Bavaro earlier in the show?
Mark Bavaro
Very
on
strong.
there. Phil McConkey was in there.
Nice job. Mm-hmm.
Remember Jeff Hostetler?
Victor Cruz in the salsa dancing?
Victor Cruz was salsa dancing.
He did have the
that's for
salsa
sure.
dance. Yeah, he sure did.
Wasn't there like a Graham, quarterback, something Graham playing?
Sure.
They had all sorts of quarterbacks there. People are getting mad that you didn't do like the legit list, guys. He didn't even try. I hate to tell you.
What are you talking about? Those nothing but Giants legends I just dropped on everybody.
Parcells doesn't make the list.
He was a coach. I could have put Ben McAdoo in there.
Could have put Ben McAdoo on that list. Was Rich Cote? He was Jets, right? Rich Cote.
Rich Kotite was a Jet.
He didn't end up with the Giants for a minute.
He sure. No.
What about Jeremy Shockey? Was he a Giant for a while?
Jeremy Shockey was. He's a former Sean Payton Joker. He sure is. Mm-hmm.
Evan Ingram didn't make the list. He's going to want a word with you.
Davis Webb didn't make it. Sorry,
Webb
Davis
didn't make it.
Oh, Kent Graham. You were going for Kent Graham.
Kent Graham. That was the guy.
Yeah, he and Danny
he
Cannell.
played a game.
Yeah.
He was in there wearing the Giants uniform. Did you know?
Remember, Kurt Warner was there when Eli was a rookie.
Yeah.
Did
you know that our own Mark Jackson of the Three Amigos went there when he was done? Followed Dan Reeves.
That sounds right.
Along with a guy named Wilbur Marshall. You don't know nothing about no Wilbur Marshall,
Number
do you?
58. That's right. Bears legend for you right there. So there you go, everybody. Mike Glennon.
Mike Glennon, longest neck in sports.
Real long neck. Mm-hmm.
People really wanted you to put Frank Gifford on there. You couldn't do a little Frank Gifford for the old folks? Little Lawrence Welk era Frank Gifford?
I left him off the list. Sorry, Y.A. Tittle didn't make the list, everybody.
He's another name getting texted in. You want to guess any more? Jim Burt was great. You want a gross Jim Burt story?
Sure, let's have it.
Mark Schler told it on the air, and our PD came down and immediately yelled at him. So I'll tell it again. Jim Burt one time didn't have Kleenex for his kids, so he just sucked it off the face and hocked it out like a loogie.
Like a bird? Who the hell's a PD that was mad about that story? It's a great story.
Mark told it at dinner time, and a lot of the KOA listeners were dead in the middle of their Denny's and didn't appreciate it. The moons over Miami did not take.
You know, dinner hour for KOA listeners is like 4 o'clock.
Well, maybe that's what it was.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald coming up next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Got a great auction that's available for you to be able to bid right now. Blue Spruce Cyclery is auctioning off all kinds of great cycling and bike equipment, mountain bikes, road bikes, kids' bikes. They got helmets, shoes, accessories, tools, toolboxes. Oh, man, it is all right there. Bike racks. Everybody knows bike racks are outrageously expensive. Get yourself a fantastic deal by going to Roller Auction's website and checking out this auction, roller.bid. You know that riding bikes can be a very expensive hobby, so you got to look for savings wherever you can find it. This Blue Spruce Cyclery auction is open and available for bidding at this very moment at Roller Auction's website, roller.bid. And before you go, make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. We pick one lucky listener that signs up at roller.bid/altitude every month, and you win tickets from us. This month, we're giving away Nuggets Heat tickets and a signed Jokic photo. So get to roller.bid/altitude and sign up now. Jeff Legwold time here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold's appearance is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and end with a career. Leggy, let's start with the injury situation. Sean Payton sounded excited as ever to answer your questions about Dre Greenlaw.
Of course. It was like a fireside chat. I think we all felt homey and together about the whole thing.
Hey, you didn't get a back and forth going at least.
No, I did chime in, but that is my way, as you know. But he looked good. Greenlaw did moving around, and he was a full participant. And last week when Malcolm Roach had only practiced 1 week, but he was a full participant on Friday, and then played in the game. So, I think the decision will essentially be tomorrow. How does he feel? How does Greenlaw feel in the morning? And, they've been so careful. I think if he will play only if they believe this won't impact it, again right away, that he could play and come through the game. But I think he looked good enough where I think it will be a discussion in the morning.
Jeff, what does the pitch count look like for Greenlaw when he does play?
Yeah, the figure people have been tossing around that I've spoken to was like 20 plays.
Okay.
So, maybe more, maybe less, but I think a lot of they're playing so well right now too. They don't want to upset that chemistry, but they know how good a player he is and know why they signed him. And I think it would be a lot of the base and some of the nickel looks, I think initially would be where he would find some snaps.
All right, so that was interesting. You answered that question because when Nate had mentioned the pitch count, I love the idea, but again, which plays are you using him in? All right, Jeff, what is the key to unlocking a better version of this offense right now? Plain and simple.
Well, there's that old principle that, sometimes it's difficult to accept the best solution may be the simplest one. And my opinion is the simple solution would be pare things down a little bit and just dial in on the things everyone, the coaching staff believes this is what they've done the best. This is what the quarterback is most comfortable with, and just go from there for a little bit and then add accordingly. I just think there's too many ingredients in the cake right now. And, I'm just not sure they know what that looks like. Sometimes I get the feel, they're calling plays for an 11-year veteran at quarterback, and I'm just not sure that's the way to go right now.
So, Jeff, what's the plan on the offensive line with yet another key injury? And this is a really good defensive front. Like this is a better group, certainly in terms of overall talent, than what the Jets were throwing out there last week. And the Jets did quite well up front against Denver. How do you see that matchup going in this game?
Yeah, the Giants are quirky. I mean, they have this great defensive front and full of premium draft picks, and they got one of the sack leaders in the league right now. I think Burns has 7, and statistically, they're one of the worst defenses in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't quite figure out, what's going on there. And I've looked at 3 of their games. So, but it is a good front, but somehow people have carved out an awful lot of yardage against them. It looks to me like the key is handle their edges if you can, and then you can deal with the rest of it. But I think Palczewski will be the left guard when they play the game. I think he's obviously sort of worked at both guard spots in practices in training camp and in the season so far. But I think that will be the move when they open the game. And he's a physical player. I think overall he's a more physical player than Matt Parrott was. And then, we find out this week that Parrott essentially injured his knee within the first couple series of the London game and had asked the equipment guys for a knee brace in the first quarter. So I'm not sure why the Broncos decided to not put Palczewski there during the game in London and instead let Peart go all the way, unless sometimes players don't always tell the trainer how they feel because they want to stay in the game, and that could have happened too.
You like the Palczewski move, though, Jeff. I mean, I know you're a big believer. Sometimes I think you had said that Sean looks at it as right side and left side, and Palczewski mainly has been, I guess, a right side guy. I mean, I'm real intrigued to watch how this goes because I just like Palczewski as the player overall. Do you think it is the best option over Throckmorton at this point?
I do, just because his physicality. He's a tough player, and you look at all the roles they use him in. These are all physical things. He's a swing tackle. He can play left tackle, right tackle, and then he was the first choice when they go this extra tight end, and that means you're a good enough athlete to do that job. And they've even put him in motion a couple times this year. So I mean, he's a good athlete. It's just you are not going to make a teaching tape of his technique. He's one of those guys where the O-line coach is probably yelling, no, oh, great block, when it's all done, because it's not going to look great, but he somehow closes the deal and finishes it out.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here on a Friday afternoon, getting you ready for the Broncos and the Giants coming up here on Sunday. Jeff Legwold with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, I want to ask you about the social media kerfuffle, I suppose, that has gone on between the Broncos defense and Giants fans and assorted members of the New York Giants. It all is silly and innocuous, and people take small words and get big mad about them. But I will say this. Here's the part I like about the whole thing. I like that the Broncos defense is carrying itself with that swagger, like that kind of attitude. That a dude like Jonathan Cooper, who is having just an unbelievable season, just like he's not afraid to stand at the podium and call out an opponent in whatever what I felt like was a mild way that he did, but also know that his team is prepared and ready to be able to back it all up. As you've been around this defensive group the last couple of years under Vance Joseph, what have you watched of the kind of just sort of attitude and kind of nastiness this group has started to develop?
Well, I think it's pretty clear. And, traditionally teams that rush the passer with, the kind of ferocity this group does they're going to have an edge.
Yeah.
Because it takes an edge to be successful, rushing the passer, getting sacks. That takes an edge. It ain't easy. And they do it well, and they do it better than anyone in the league right now. And I think the undervalued thing in all of this, because I always think, even when Vance Joseph was the team's head coach, I don't think, VJ doesn't let his football personality come out very often. He's very low-key in public, but when he coaches defense, he is the edge. I mean, he's the guy making the most aggressive calls possible with this group, and the players know it. That's the first thing they always say to you is, this comes from VJ. And he's mild-mannered when he talks, and he's all about results. Like this week, he was very clear about, hey, we haven't done anything yet. Talk to me at the end of the year type thing. And I think that's just as important. But that edge comes from him. They know when he has a choice between uber aggressive and not so aggressive, he is always going to pick aggressive. And that's why they give up some big plays once in a while. But that's how he coaches, and they've taken that personality on. And I just don't think people feel like that, publicly, just because, they just sort of remember Vance as the head coach that they always felt like was a little too mild-mannered. Well, when he coaches defense, he ain't very mild-mannered.
All right, before I let you go, you've got the 50th or the anniversary, whatever, the 10-year reunion of God Almighty,
Super Bowl 50.
The Super Bowl 50 team. I've got 50 stuck in my head, but it's been 10 years since they hoisted that trophy. What will you always remember about that team there, Jeff?
Just that, you don't often see the Super Bowl champ get outscored during the season. That just how that defense carried that team through the circumstances of Peyton Manning missing 7 starts and just kind of how they did it. I think the AFC Championship game may have been the best game I've ever seen a defense play against an elite quarterback. And, I think Gary Kubiak absolutely did the best coaching job I've seen in any of the 40 seasons I've covered. So I think that's what sticks out to me in that group. And, I have to add, I think it's really cool. Demaryius Thomas is going in the Ring of Fame. You guys know he's one of my all-time. I think he's one of the greatest Broncos and one of the most undervalued. And, I certainly am glad to see that they're actually bringing Demaryius's family and all of the Super Bowl 50 guys out to practice tomorrow. So that's a lot of star power at a Saturday walkthrough for an NFL team.
Yeah, very cool. And again, DT, just absolutely top-notch human being as well. And we all miss him, man. So, Jeff, you were around this team all week. How have the Broncos handled the, 10-day road trip back from London, preparation for game, playing an opponent that has not played, since last Thursday? Right now, what's your sense? What's your vibe of where this football team is at going into this game, and kind of how they're ready for the physicality of it all and energy wise and all that? Because this is a game that would kind of scream letdown spot.
Yeah, well, I think the Giants have helped them out with that, actually.
Yeah.
I think all of this, I don't think personally any social media stuff has any impact on anything, but I do think it did sort of remind the Broncos, hey, there's a game Sunday, and you might want to handle your business. But they've had a good week, and look, I always issue the caveat. I've watched many great practice weeks turn into the crappiest games ever, but they had a good week. Wednesday they looked like a team that had played a home game Sunday, so I think they've handled the physical part of it. They're very healthy, after that long road trip. They're as healthy as you probably could possibly be. So I think if, they don't handle their business Sunday, it won't be because they played in London last week.
Yeah, aside from left guard, they're cranking, man. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Leggy, by the way, good piece today on ESPN.com, how the Broncos rebuilt after Russell Wilson's release. It was only a couple of years ago. Jeff and I were sitting in here yelling at each other about that whole thing. Leggy, man, good stuff as always, buddy. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Take care, fellas. Happy Friday.
All right, the great Jeff Legwold with us right there. By the way, Jeff Legwold and the Brewers trying to stave off the sweep tonight against the Dodgers, Andy. That one's ending in a hurry. My favorite Jeff Legwold lookalike, Pat Murphy. I think his postseason is ending very quickly. By the way, Seattle up 1-0 right now. Game 5 against Toronto. That game in the bottom of the second inning. So that's everything that is happening right now in the AL and NLCS. Let's see if the Brewers can get one tonight.
They can't. This thing's done. Now, are the Dodgers going to go lose yet another World Series? We'll see, but
won it last year. Shohei Ohtani and Carlos Quintana tonight is the matchup tonight. Excuse me, Jose Quintana. Let me get my Quintanas straight there for you right there. But yeah, Quintana and Ohtani, the matchup tonight, Brewers and Dodgers. Plus college football, we got Miami-Louisville starting up here in a few minutes. Andy, don't forget tonight at 8:30. Bill Belichick is back on your television. That classic ACC rivalry, North Carolina at Cal.
Yes,
at 8:30.
Who can't wait to watch that.
Oh, it's line up for that thing. I gotta I have the morbid curiosity to watch the first quarter of that game.
Really? Just because?
I sure do.
All right.
I sure do. I can't wait to see the Tar Heels down by 21 at the end of the first quarter.
If you had massive dinner plans, would you still have that same morbid curiosity? It's just to tell me how slow the Kreckman night's going to be?
We got guests in town. It's soup night, my friend. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Keep it here. Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against Oklahoma City on 92.5 will begin at 5:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. CSU and Hawaii tomorrow, plus Air Force at home against Wyoming. Buffs on a bye this week before Utah coming up here. That classic Big 12 matchup. So that's college football that is happening around here. By the way, Andy, fun story for Hawaii. Their kicker, Kensei Matsuzawa, Tokyo native.
Yep.
19 for 19 kicking field goals this year. Spectrum Sports is going to start streaming Hawaii football games in Japan. Kensei Matsuzawa is a national hero.
And doesn't he have his name in Japanese on the back of his jersey?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool, too.
It is cool. Yeah, it's very cool. So, Shohei Ohtani going tonight for the Dodgers. It's there you go. We're going across oceans these days. Let's talk about what happened on Twitter this week.
Yeah, kind of.
Because that's where it all happens. All right, so
we shouldn't be shocked, right?
I heard this comment and I was just kind of like, all right. I didn't think anything of it. I clearly, like Andy, I don't have whatever football fanboy gene in me that once existed is dead. Because I don't know what to get worked up over. So here was Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper on Wednesday, which again, I didn't even clock this. But Giants fans and the Giants themselves apparently got big mad about it. Roll it, Spring.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. He's, feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something. So, But we've went against QBs who have ran around in the pocket and have, tried to do stuff with their legs. So ain't nothing we haven't seen.
Number one, it's not.
No.
You went up against Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields each of the last 2 weeks, both of whom I think are better athletes than Jackson Dart. Number two, weren't those just statements of facts?
They were.
He wears a chain, right?
Yep.
We've all noticed it.
Yep.
It's the first thing you notice when he's on your television is like, that dude wearing a chain? He's wearing a chain. Look at that. Okay. Does he dance? He sure does. He's got fun dances that he does. Again, statement of fact. How did that bother anybody?
The chain thing is what really, I've learned that from my travels to the East Coast,
yeah.
Philly's got this going on too. They like a medallion. They like a good thick necklace.
Sure.
They like a good piece of jewelry around the neck. So I guess they didn't like that getting called out.
Are we
know.
more of a what are we, a puka shell community?
Yeah, we're more. Yeah, I don't know. We're hiking and whatever else. We got our Camelback that you can drink the water out of, right?
Sure. Okay.
Do they make those anymore? I don't know.
They sure do.
Okay,
yes, hydration.
Yeah. Hey, I haven't been by REI lately, so I'm not all up to date on the latest
hiking a lot
gear.
lately. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He does wear a chain.
Yep. And he is dancing. But see, again, Nate, I'm dead serious.
That's his thing. He's got a thing.
And listen, it had a Drew Lock vibe to it when I watched it. And he did like the extended version of the Drew Lock dance. And I go, all right, my man.
Just winning games. Like,
look, have fun. Everybody rejoice. Have fun. Whatever.
Yeah, you're
He's still been better running than throwing, though. So.
You're bruising your own brain every single week that you're out there. You should probably enjoy it while you're doing it, right?
Yeah. It's funny. You keep going into – you're the only guy I've seen hit concussion protocol like 4 straight times and never have to go into concussion protocol.
Yeah, these things don't last forever, so I would say enjoy it while you do it. So that's what Jackson Dart is doing. It bothered the Giants. So apparently Nick Bonito reacted to some Twitter stuff.
Yeah, because people were getting big mad.
Benito said this is the most delusional fan base ever.
Yeah.
I would argue there's a 32-way tie in fan base delusion.
Yeah.
But okay. That's
Hold on, there's no Chargers fans.
So 31.
I was going to say for the 7 but those 7 Chargers fans, vocal minority.
Postal Brian's going to be mad at you.
They get after it. Well, I hope he doesn't call his 6 friends. So
wow.
So that all happened.
That all happened.
Yeah.
Is it gonna? I would say this. Giants fans, I don't know. Like, I think this serves the Giants worse than it serves the Broncos. I don't really think you want this pass rush licking their chops come after you.
The Broncos are way better.
Yeah, that defense is not going to be fun. Now, look, this offense better. The Giants have been known to give up some big plays.
Yeah.
You better go get a few.
Yeah, hit him. Hit him this week.
But that said,
yeah.
You're coming to this house. I would remind Giants fans, how did your guy look against the Saints? The Saints, I did not think would win a game. I thought they might threaten the offer. Nah, your guy found a way to make sure they got the old loss there.
And this isn't even a Jackson Dart criticism, Andy. Like, and I know this. The spot for this game is so weird, and we talked to Leggy about it last segment. I don't know how anybody's going to get open.
I'm with you.
I don't think their skill position is,
and again,
I don't think
you got to get
good
open quick.
Yeah,
you found against this team, you better get it done quick.
Well, that's just it. Like last week for the Jets, like nobody was open the entire game. Like Garrett Wilson is good. Giants don't have anything that looks like that, and they struggle to get open. Like in the second half, A.J. Brown suddenly wasn't open at all against Philadelphia. This is what the Broncos do to teams, man. They erase any sort of comfort that a quarterback is going to feel based on what he is seeing out there. So let's hear the Giants' reaction to this. Let's start with Abdul Carter. These were his comments when asked about what Jonathan Cooper said when he pointed out that Jackson Dart wears a necklace.
Yeah, we believe in our guys. Really nothing. You don't want to put too much into it, but we ready for Sunday. We're going to settle everything on the field.
What did you think of what Cooper said?
Yeah, we're going to settle everything Sunday. It don't really matter no more.
Were you surprised when you saw some of that stuff come out? The way that it seemed like it was innocuous.
I wasn't surprised. People say things, but like I said, we play in 2 days, so everything going to be settled Sunday.
Settle it on Sunday. Well, I don't think we have any other choice. Brian Daboll, the coach of the Giants, fielded multiple questions about the social media trash talk hullabaloo going on between the Broncos and the Giants this week.
Yeah, like I said, right, I think the biggest thing is going out there and playing well on Sunday, and doing the things you need to do during the week to be ready to play a game against a very challenging, like I've talked about on Wednesday, good football team. And that's really the most important thing.
Is that something you address with your players, or you just kind of do whatever they do?
Yeah, we talk a lot about a lot of things, but the most important thing is how we practice and how we play on Sunday.
What do you think of the Broncos players being dismissive of you guys and your fan base?
Yeah, I just say this: that's a really good football team. None of that really matters. What matters is how you perform during the week and how you play on Sunday, Pat, as you know. Again, we're in a competitive industry, an emotional industry, but the most important thing is doing your job leading up to Sunday, and then ultimately going out there and playing well on Sunday. Making tackles, taking care of the football, communicating well in a loud environment, being productive on early downs, trying to stay out of third and long, trying to get them into third and long, playing good on special teams, tackling Mims. Those are the things that matter.
Daboll is just like, I'm trying to keep my job over here, okay? I hope my team plays well. I don't have time to look at everybody's memes and GIFs that they're posting. I'm getting crushed by you jerks every single day. Just let me go coach a football game. Here's the comments from Jackson Dart. Quote, I think a lot of guys wear chains and dance when they score touchdowns. I appreciate him following my dance touchdowns. Close quote. Wouldn't it be touchdown dances?
Sure, I don't know. All I know is he had an extended version the other day, so good for him.
My dance touchdowns? Mm-hmm.
He's got CTE.
Got a headache.
He's literally been in the tent every game he's played,
I've
including
noticed.
the preseason.
Is Russ going to take snaps on Sunday?
I don't know, man.
I hope so.
I don't know. What would this have been if Russ was playing?
So much more fun. It's so much more fun. The Russell Wilson dynamic to it all is so much better. While he's still getting paid, $38 million by the Broncos this year, is still so much better than anything about whatever accessories that Jackson Dart wears on the football field. The necklace thing, though, it does, I've always wondered, how does that thing not just get grabbed?
I always thought this from the Crabtree game. I just don't. Dude, why are you risking that kind of money around your neck? I know you got it, but isn't a nice piece of jewelry still a nice piece of jewelry?
Yeah, but you want to show it to the world.
Oh, but why?
I don't.
It's under your pads if you're smart. I mean, one of them one day is just going to get blasted by a helmet and explode all over the place, and then it's free diamonds for everybody, I guess. You know what I mean? I just have always been like, dude, it's crazy that whatever. You got the money, I don't. Have at it. I just would think that kind of piece of jewelry I'd probably keep in the locker till after. You're going to be out on the town, and everybody will then see it much better then.
He'll blind you with his chain, man. That's how Jackson Dart is. That's how he's going to avoid sacks. They're going to be going to get him, and then it's going to be, I can't see anything. It's too shiny. This is the dumbest thing. I love how mad they are about the Cooper just, again, acknowledged he wears a necklace.
And he dances.
Which he does. He does all of
and
those
again,
things.
Cooper, they're all going to be pals this week.
Don't state facts, whatever you do. All right. I prefer the Troy Aikman beef from this week. I think that's better beef.
It's been a very beefy week.
It really has been.
People are all in their fields.
The Lions are all mad now at NFL Films.
What for?
Oh,
I missed this.
We'll get to it in the high
all
five.
Right, well, it's coming up.
Coming up next. Scott Friday, Bud Light Football Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Let's go, Spring. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL ahead of Nuggets and Thunder preseason buckets. Let's go.
All right, let's take a look at the Broncos injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Jonah Ellis is out once again with a shoulder injury. Did not practice all week. Your only other name of note who is questionable is Dre Greenlaw. He is questionable. He was a full participant in practice today, coming off IR, or at least his window to return off of IR has been activated. We'll see if he plays Sunday against the Giants. Sean Payton today was asked about, is the first thing he was asked today at his brief media availability, about finding a better balance for his run and pass game this week as opposed to in London against the Jets. Here's Sean.
We're still talking about last week.
What's the key, I guess?
Listen, the key obviously is on schedule. Generally speaking, when you see those big rushing numbers, you probably see a higher play count, number of plays, and we're playing a good front. We got to be smart how we handle the run, how we handle the protections. But obviously you're searching for that balance.
Yeah, we're probably going to talk about the last game that you played because that's the most recent piece of evidence that we have of what your football team is there, Sean.
We're still talking about last week.
Yeah, we are. Uh-huh.
Because again, and you know what, also last week was frankly a little shocking. It's first bump in the road where I think we all thought by the Jets game your offense would look a little better, and it absolutely didn't. And it stayed with a few people. So some want to dismiss it. That's fine.
Sean certainly didn't want to talk about last week anymore.
Yeah, well, I get it. He wants to move on. You've got a Giants team that by the numbers gives up at least big plays. You better go get some big plays. You got to get the big plays going here or there sooner or later.
Connect on a deep ball.
You have to have it because
look, this week sets up well for it. The Giants don't have a good secondary. All right, but
they can rush the passer.
Especially
if Abdul Carter's playing.
Is Bo going to get it there?
Well, and is your offensive line going to hold up a little bit better than they did a week ago?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to run the football this week better than you did a week ago?
Exactly.
Because clearly that's something you're going to have to do to get this going.
Yeah, I could see a bounce-back game this week out of the offense, sure.
I'm hoping for one.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this is where 2015 and 2025 are so similar. I show up to the stadium in 2015, I turn on my TV in 2025, hoping the offense starts to look better than it did the week before.
It does reach a point where you're just
like, Bengals game.
This is what you are. By the way, Flacco last night.
Oh my gosh. How about that? But you know what? You know what's going to happen? He may get them one more win, and then after 4 games, they'll be like, when's Joe coming back?
Right.
Because it's just I can't explain it. It's like he gets to a team, he gets out. And by the way, your stat from Tomlin, it's nuts. How can Tomlin not beat the guy?
I
got so much respect for Mike Tomlin. What do you mean you can't beat Joe Flacco?
I can explain it. He's 42 years old. It's that simple. He had his run with Cleveland a couple of years ago. Here's the thing about Joe Flacco. Like, I tell you what, if you want to have success with Joe Flacco, what you do is you put him on a team where almost all your payroll is spent on wide receivers.
Oh, yeah, he does have some – dude.
He'll get the ball there.
How about some of the throws? You got to take your hat off
Beautiful.
to the guy. He could still throw the football. That one to T. Higgins at the very end where he put it right, just hung it right out there for him to go get.
Gorgeous.
Or even that quick throw, what was it, to Jamar Chase, where he just puts it out in front of him just enough that he could go get it. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought the same thing you did. I'm like, he's lucky they got the best receivers in the league.
If you can get open, Joe Flacco will get you the ball.
And he knows that offense.
Yeah.
But again, I feel like a month from now they'll be like, well, he's back.
That's just it. Like there's a shelf life on it, and what the Bengals are hoping for is that the shelf life is enough to keep them with a pulse in that division until Burrow's back. I get it. I get what they're trying to do. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Giants injury report. A couple of their backup linebackers are out. Swayze Bozeman and Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. They are out. Their starting center, John Michael Schmitz Jr., is out. One of their starting wide receivers, Darius Slayton, is doubtful. To play with a hamstring injury. Backup defensive end Chauncey Golston is doubtful to play with a neck injury. And popping up on the injury report today, for the first time this week, he was limited with a hamstring injury. Edge rusher Abdul Carter.
Yeah, not ideal for the Giants. Still got Thibodeau. Still got Brian Burns, who is second in the NFL with 7 sacks right now. They got a good front, man. Like there's good bodies up front. They've got it again. I think guys are going to be able to get open this week. By the way, one of my favorite, I don't know, what would you call that? Sort of Freudian moments there on this show almost, Andy, was you guys got good receivers, Cortland Sutton, and
we both were like, yeah, that's it.
That's
I
it.
know, you can't remember, neither can anybody else.
Yeah, you pretty much named them all right there. It's Cortland Sutton and then whoever decides to be the second best wide receiver in a given week for the Broncos. That's what this group is. And maybe it's gonna be Troy Franklin. Maybe it's gonna be Pat Bryant this week. Maybe it is a Mims game. Maybe they can scheme some things, some fun stuff to be able to get him open. Maybe Evan Engram's role continues to grow. We don't know. This offense is still a to be determined entity. Defense rules. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right. Last Sunday night, the Chiefs beat the Lions. Chiefs and Rashee Rice, who is back, host the Raiders on Sunday. Then Monday Night Football.
I need a big game out of Rashee Rice this week.
Don't.
By the way,
I don't.
By the way. This is like Army-Navy this week on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Commander-in-Chief's trophy is up for grabs. Both of us have already beaten Andy.
Uh-huh.
The winner this
Andy's
week.
given up, by the way.
I have. I completely forgot I didn't play quarterback last week.
I saw
or
your
something.
lineup, and I was like, he forgot to set his lineup.
But if it makes you feel any better, I did that in 2 leagues. So that was good.
Was your quarterback at a bye, or you just don't have one?
I don't even know who my quarterback is here anymore. They all suck terrible. Dude. They're all awful. They're all terrible. Yeah. I hate them all.
They suck terrible.
Dude, I got Carson Wentz and Browning. And then I forgot last night. I should have, in the other league, I had stupid Aaron Rodgers that had played, and I didn't. And of course, that'll be the only game he gives me all year.
I was going to say, you should have played Flacco.
I guess I could have had it. I would have had the stomach picking him up, and I couldn't. I'm just done. I didn't realize. Yeah, I think I played Wentz. They didn't have a game last week, right? Weren't the Vikings
I think they were on a bye?
They were on a bye.
That's where you forgot to set your roster. Yeah,
dude, there was 2 weeks ago in my other league. I missed like 5 slots. I had half the league on bye. Andy gets disenchanted when he gets too many college games in a row. Yeah. So no, I actually was good in the other league. Oh. Because I've got Bijan Robinson.
But yeah, I played Nate this week.
Huge game. Big game this week, Spring. Rashee Rice.
What does the Commander-in-Chief's trophy of this thing look like?
It's this old can of Lysol that sits here on the desk every single day.
Marky wants to weigh in and say, Marky's trying to offer me J.J. McCarthy. I ain't doing that crap either.
He doesn't need another injured quarterback.
I don't need another crappy quarterback who's hurt.
So the Lions.
What are we doing?
Who lost to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Start talking about Rashee Rice, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Lions host the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Brian Branch was suspended one game at the end of that Chiefs game for shoving Juju Smith-Schuster in the face.
Shove.
Yeah. So there's an NFL Films show, Turning Point. It's an online series. It's narrated by Louis Riddick of ESPN.
Okay.
And they put out a 1-minute clip on social media promoting the latest episode. And it was just pointing out all the negatives of Brian Branch in that game. Let's take a listen.
I'm tired of people doing stuff in between the play and refs don't catch it. Like, them trying to bully me out there. And I should have never did it.
It was a long game for Lions safety Brian Branch, number 32. He got burned by Kelsey's basketball move. Got showed up by Mahomes.
Mahomes with his 4th rushing touchdown of the season.
Got juked by Xavier Worthy.
Worthy with the feet like a featherweight boxer gets to the outside.
And took a shot from Juju Smith-Schuster.
I got blocked in the back illegally. It was in front of the ref. The ref didn't do anything. I could have got hurt off of that, but I still shouldn't have done that. So
the turning point led to Branch's boiling point and a 1-game suspension.
Yeah, this was another part of the beef, man.
More beef.
A bunch of people came out, a bunch of corners and defensive players have like, man, someone's been needing to beat up Juju Smith-Schuster for a while. And I was like, all right, well, there you go.
That's just it.
They all hate him.
I don't think anybody likes Juju Smith-Schuster. Yeah. I don't think anybody likes Brian Branch. Yeah, this is when the two biggest turds decided they were going to rumble out there, and that's how this has all gone down. The Lions, they're big mad. Amon-Ra St. Brown is ripping Louis Riddick, who, by the way, is a former NFL safety, so I think he's justified in saying whatever it is that he wants to say out there. But here's the good news, Andy, is that Brian Branch can, he can go out on the field this week and he can make up for it. Oh, wait, no, he can't because he's suspended.
He just got Kelsey'd.
That's on you, my guy, okay?
That ain't us.
That's on you.
It's your fault.
Yeah, exactly. You went and got yourself suspended. So, by the way, Lions-Bucks this week. That one's going to be fun. Can't wait. All right, what else we got, Spring? Is that...
Yeah, well, let's go to the drinking game.
You want to drink a little bit here today?
You got a few minutes, get it in.
On the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Because of Nuggets preseason basketball.
Also, coverage of tomorrow night's Avalanche Bruins game on 92.5. Begins at 6:30. Pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Broncos Giants, Sunday 2:05. Drinking game time here before we get out of here for preseason buckets.
The last preseason game before we do it for real.
Finally, let's get to real buckets. Are they playing anybody tonight, by the way? They shouldn't. All right, Andy. Quick one here for Broncos Giants. Let's start with the standard penalty stuff. Garrett Bowles, we're looking at you.
Holding offense, number 72.
McGlinchey, yeah, we're looking at you.
Whoop, McGlinchey.
Well, start. Whoop. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty. This one.
By the way, speaking of Kevin Harlan, who is on the call this week, we got a Kevin Harlan, Trent Green, Melanie Collins game on Sunday.
Yes.
Love Kevin Harlan.
Those haven't gone well for the Broncos.
Yeah,
what?
Like he was on the call for the Colts and the Chargers game.
But we get good drops anytime that he's out there. So naturally,
I didn't know about.
If Kevin Harlan yells the number 69 on the broadcast this week,
Yikes.
Go ahead and drink.
69 points.
Maybe it's going to be about McGlinchey. Who knows? Either way, Trent Sherfield, you're still in the crosshairs.
Holding. Offense number 5. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Yes, Parrott's off the hook.
Yeah, Parrott's, he's good to go. He's all set. IR, out of sight, out of mind, huh? Andy, if Bo completes a pass behind the line of scrimmage, drink. If Bo misses on a deep ball, you should drink.
Have a drink.
Now, if Bo Nix connects on a deep ball, enjoy yourself.
Whole drink.
Shotgun your IPA. In recognition of
Pop
our...
one of those paper things they sell around New Year's at Target. Pop one of those.
It's, hey, we hit a big play. Andy, and you know the cameras are going to be looking at this. If Sean Payton and Russell Wilson acknowledge each other's existence on this planet, you should drink.
We didn't get it last year, right?
No.
Has enough time passed? It depends on how the offensive game goes. If the offensive game goes poorly, he ain't talking to anybody. He's going to give Daboll the old slap on the back and get out of there.
What if we got a Sean Payton and Russell Wilson embrace?
3 drinks.
Yeah.
3 whole drinks.
Slam it.
No, I'm talking 3 beverages.
Slam it times 3.
What I talk with Russell about is none of your business.
Again, if you're Russ, you got paid. What are you mad about?
You swinging by Park Meadows to see how your shop? Oh, it's not there.
It's not there anymore.
You stop at DIA? Oh, never mind.
No. The House of LR&C.
Do you swing by the old pad and just be like, hey, can I get a look at those bathrooms?
Can I
see what you've done with the place?
Can I see 7 of my 12 old bathrooms?
Just the lower floor.
How many of those bathrooms do you think he used?
1. Got to have your bathroom.
But I mean, like, at some point you have to use another bathroom in the home. Did he hit all 12?
For the quick jobs, he probably tested them all.
Whatever was around.
But when you know it's going to take a minute and you need some reading material, he probably had the go-to bathroom.
Yeah, everybody's got a home field advantage. I hear that. Andy, if we should get a... Actually, you know what? I'm going to jump ahead to this one. Speaking of bathrooms, if Kevin Harlan uses the phrase deuce to describe the number 2...
Smooth deuce right there.
Go ahead and...
Who probed and found the deuce.
Drink. Have deuce drinks, in fact. Waiting for him to call Sertan PS Deuce.
Our guy Luke on the text line wants Jaeger bombs if Sean and them Russ embrace.
Jaeger bombs. And finally, Andy, final item in the drinking game this week. Quick one. If we get, in honor of the Super Bowl 50 team, a chain snatching.
Ooh!
Finish your drink.
Yeah.
Snatch that chain. Go full of Keeb on everybody.
If the Broncos lose this one, you may want to house a six-pack.
You may want to. Andy, what's your pick? Broncos, Giants, Sunday.
Broncos, 20. Giants, 10.
2010, you like Denver to cover the 7.5. All right.
I just looked Jackson Dart. They only put up 16 again. Look, I just think it's rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You play well at home, and it's tougher on the road.
Yeah.
It's just rookies in general. We'll see.
I like the Broncos in a more snug game. I'm going to take Denver. You ready for this one, Andy? 16.
Ooh.
Giants 10.
Okay, how angry is Sean after the game if that's what we get? We get a 16-point output.
Mm-hmm.
We get angry, Sean?
Yeah, he's salty. He's grumpy. He wants points, man. He wants his offense to start clicking.
If he scores 16 and Thomason goes all in, we may have an all-timer of a postgame.
He is so annoyed.
He is.
Because
he does not like his life.
Because his offense stinks and his special team stinks. That's his purview, okay? Because the Rizman is his.
Yep.
VJ was a free agent.
Yep.
I don't consider Vance Joseph a Sean Payton guy.
No,
Vance Joseph is mercenary until he gets a head coaching job.
Yep.
Sean Payton needs his units to play better. Coming up next, we got preseason buckets, Nuggets, and Thunder. That's going to do it for us. For Mark Springer, for Mike Sanford, for CMAC, for Jeff Legwald. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll see you.
Is different, and if you get the right treatment, that can change your experience from being just okay again to having an amazing one. So if you want to maybe get this solved, if you've put it off, don't put it off any longer. Go and visit the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that can have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The way this goes is the initial visit is $99. It does include the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider at